What's up, guys? Good morning. It is April 19th, Wednesday, and let's go get some levels to trade. 413, just a big recap on SPY. So far, we've been having a really hard time to break out of 413. We've managed to do it on this possible bull run. As you can see, all the candles are green. All we're going to do is keep bouncing off the money zone, came down, money zone bounce. This is a daily big time play. You get a nice big move from 407 up to 413. As you can see, I'm tracking it also on the 4-hour. Every time we hit cyan conditions on the 4-hour with this level here that came in to rescue us 406, we had a nice possible breakout kind of condition here. But 413, the big boy, is just like not letting us out of here, right? So he's putting us back in the gulag, bringing us back down. However, let's see if we can get the traction we need today to get through that. But yeah, a nice little gap down after yesterday's close occurred. Netflix earnings was pretty shaky, went all the way down, came back up, and then it came down a little bit. But now we are below the 413 level, currently at like 412. But let's get some levels up here. Just do something really quickly. All right, so those are the bounces from the 413 levels. Red day into a green close, red day into a green close. Red day knots up so much of a green close this time, and a fail from the purple condition this time off the 15-minute. But let's just go get some levels, call it a day, and see what we can get out of this market. All right, so SPY right now currently has a SPY has 15-minute supply at 414. Looks like 414.20s. We won't get so exact. We hit that level, we know we're gonna get smoked. 413.04 was previous demand, now turn supply. We have basically, we're going to use this 411 level as demand. 411, 411.40s as demand on SPY. That's the previous demand we just kind of bounced from. Will we get a decent bull run to the upside? No one knows, but 5-minute definitely has supply at 412 spot. 52. No current demand. If we keep going back on the 5-minute, we do have demand down here at 411.20s. And let's see what we can get from that. I'm gonna go ahead and put some of these lines so users can see where it's coming from. That's that one, and booyah. Get close in on that, see how the price is moving. We got yesterday and today for these levels. Take a picture, send that. Actually like something closer, more like that. There goes your SPY levels. I think we have 2 minutes to do ES. Let's just try to get to it. Got that level on ES. This level and possible demand right here. So ES 15 minute has supply of 4165.67, sorry. And the 5 minute has supply at 4161. Demand is at 4151. 4151. And I'm gonna just use that for both time frames. So this is kind of the range we gotta get out of today on ES. There you go. Nice bounce from the demand level. If we don't take this level out, we're cooked. Straight out the gate, had a nice little move to the upside, guys. We're running right into the 1 hour zone here. I'm hoping we just get a mean move up and just kind of gap fill there. Tesla, big dump. Shit. The fuck? I don't know what the hell just happened there, but okay. Money zone. Let's try to take some longs on this Tesla here. I hate this shit when this happens, bro. Let's see if we can get some of this money back. We got to break through this 1 hour for this rally to kind of be confirmed. We do have it close to supply, so we'll see what happens. Let's try to trade the chart today. Whoa. Well, that's an account killer. I'm not gonna really micromanage this. Let's see if we get the bull run or are we gonna get clapped up there. This is another area of supply though, so let's see if we get to 413, we could probably see some real smoke come in, create alert. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, because of, especially when I'm here at the office, when my internet is jacked up.
Right, just focusing on like swing plays and stuff, the bigger picture stuff.
Yeah. But look at that, man. Netflix was a beautiful 3-bar play.
Yeah,
Especially
man.
if you look at the 2-minute chart, it's perfect.
Right. Hey, Spark, how you doing?
I'm good, guys. Good morning.
Morning. Man, that was beautiful on Netflix.
Yeah, it was. Code got what, two hour out of it?
Let's see. It had a $1.38 stop with an entry of, call it a $1.40 stop. So you need 280 off of it with an entry at 320.60. So let's say you needed $3 out of it. You needed 317. So this would have hit target because I'm estimating on the high side. So yeah. And I had a 0.5 call. I mean, I had a 0.25 because this one was expensive. Yeah. So, and I was loaded. I had 2 contracts loaded up.
SPY's kind of struggling up here. I'm in a call, but I want to wait for them to break out. They're at
That's horrible.
They're at supply though. 13%. Oh, fuck it.
Absolutely horrible.
How the NASDAQ is just grinding up, not even moving, just straight up right now.
Yeah, that thing is going crazy.
That's why I say, man, this market is just stupid. If you have your positions in place, though, you good. Like, I just missed one on Microsoft right there.
What's my average fill on this thing? I'm in on SPY calls.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they keep getting slammed from up there though, Doc.
Oh yeah, got some resistance at yesterday's low.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm giving this thing more of a chance than I normally. I'm not gonna micromanage it though. Out of here. Nosedive.
And Netflix is actually, I don't like that reset though. It flushed down too far. Man, this SPY call looks ugly, so I should look at a SPY put because it's probably giving a perfect picture.
Definitely catching smoke up there at the 412.70 level.
Man, look at Microsoft. I say I missed that entry. This thing has just tanked $2.
Oh, dang.
Dang it, dang it, dang it. It's all about watching that right stock and being ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I got it coming out of an up channel right now in the hourly. Kind of breaking down. I don't know if that's what you're seeing too, but
Nah, I was playing it. I got it in a down channel, hourly down channel, but it wasn't gonna make it to the top of the down channel because of the previous day's low. So I was gonna play it off the previous day's low, bouncing back down, and it hit hard back down off of it. Look at this thing just rip. That's crazy.
the one thing that I'm a little confused about, that I'm not a big fan of, is like when I place these trend lines on the higher time frames, it like doesn't really line up with like the 1 minute. If that makes sense.
Nah, yeah, it's the same, but I play it, so I mark it off the higher time frame, and then I play it off the lower time frame.
Oh, you still do? Okay.
Yeah, even because for mine's usually off the higher time frame, it's still like the lower time frame is where it's tapping it at.
Okay, yeah, because I'm seeing like two different pictures here. Like the 1 minute, like Microsoft yesterday was had broken below it, was rejecting it, but in the 30 minute, it was still using it as support. So
Yeah, and that's why I always say you kind of get two different pictures.
yeah,
That is true. Even like when I stack them up on the hourly, they don't totally fall correctly on the lower time frame. And I've said it too that Netflix was given a reset. It gave another opportunity to get in when it came back up and rejected VWAP.
Oh boy. We don't bounce here. 5 minute will flip. Come on, baby. Go take out 412.
Yep, internet back down again. This is some foolishness. Let me see. I pulled out my Wi-Fi, my hotspot, so I'm gonna see what it does. It gotta be better than this. This thing just keeps crashing.
can you use Ethernet in your office?
Yeah, but I only have one port, so it's running to my computer. But that's why I was saying I have like an extra switch at home.
Or like
So I
this?
can bring it in and see if I could like if I could split that Ethernet port. I doubt it though. I probably have IT all at my desk wondering what the hell I'm doing. But yeah, you can't trade with rubbish internet.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Rubbish.
Because you have to have your stops in place. But see, like right now, I got my hotspot hooked up, and one of my TOS is showing, and the other one is not. This is foolishness, haberdashery. Yeah, this is ridiculous, man. I just sit and watch today. As y'all know, I like to trade. I don't mind trading like that first 30 minutes. That's when I love to trade. I don't too much care for after about 10:30. All right, why is it not letting the other one connect? That's crazy. Yeah, my hotspot just seems so slow because I'm inside of this building. So I think that it's like dragging it down. Oh, that's okay. See, that sucks. And then I can't use my hotspot on two different. I can't run two different instances.
Oh, run that off of your hotspot, two different instances.
No, because Thinkorswim is looking at it as two different IP addresses.
Oh, you two separate, like two different computers open.
Huh?
You can is opened on like two different computers.
Nah, it's the same computer, but I guess Thinkorswim is seeing that hotspot every time it logs in. It must change the IP address. So Thinkorswim is seeing it as two different computers. Yeah. One of them mornings. See, I'm liking. Nothing has range in it though. I like this little uptrend that the SPY is in, but it got previous high of day right above it. Man, I want that trade. Gotta wait on my computers to boot back up now. Sucks, man. These days like this, I just should figure out it ain't meant to trade. I miss Netflix. I'm missing this micro. I like this little setup on the SPY.
You're looking to go long in the SPY right there.
Yeah, I was for that quick little pop.
Shit, I probably should just kill my trade. I'm green. I just wanted to break out.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. What trade you in, Spartan?
I'm in SPY longs.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I said it didn't have much room in it, but I still liked how it was looking on the 2 minute, but not much room.
Yeah, it was up pretty nice on the spike to the upside, but we're just gonna let the trade work. Shit keeps getting wiki up there.
Yeah, because if you look at the hourly, it's actually in a downtrend, but it only had that room up to previous days low. So that's why I was saying it didn't have much room in it. I would have just been planning for that quick pop that it gave.
Probably should have went with the 1 hour money zone rejection because that's what it looks like it's doing, but it's holding a 5 minute money. So.
And that's the thing. If you look at each, so on the 4 hour, it broke a hourly up channel, or it broke the 4 hour up channel, and it's heading down. The hourly is in a down channel, and this is just like a short-lived up channel on the 2 minute that I'm looking at. But it came perfectly and tapped this level on my weekly chart that I said needed to crack to go higher. If you look on the daily, like out at February 8th, 9th, 10th, that area, like that's what kept it from going higher yesterday and the last couple of days. That pivot right there on the SPY. And that's why I said I'm gonna start focusing on my long term, because I seem to like reading those longer terms better.
Yeah, I think the more season I get, I'm moving away from this short-term day trading shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to do. You could give it that wider stop. Like I'm in about maybe 3 or 4. I'm in like 3 or 4 swing trades right now. I just put a stop in and let it do what it do. That's why I say I'm in Apple out to June just because of the weekly chart. I expected a little bit more out of that CJJD trade. It came right up to some resistance I had on the chart and rolled over. But on those positions I'm in cheap, I'm gonna just hold them.
Doing that monthly swing thing?
Maybe longer than that. If you look at CJJD, it like tanked yesterday. It went from pre-market $5 all the way down to 61 cents. And then I saw a breakout happening at like 95 cents. So I jumped in at 96 cents. And that's the ones that I'm gonna hold. Cause that was that 61 cents is like a 5-year low.
Yeah.
So I don't see that breaking back down below that unless this thing is just done altogether. Yeah, I think the SPY gonna continue to just keep doing what it's doing until it can break previous day's low.
Yeah, look at that consolidation right there. That's ugly.
Yeah.
This is a long flag, man. A really long flag, man.
Man, Microsoft gave another opportunity. Dang.
What's Tesla doing?
Just chopping around. VWeb.
Had a nice bounce off the lows. I saw that come in, but wasn't sure about averaging down on that one. Let's just see what earnings does. Don't risk anymore.
I wouldn't mind shorting Apple maybe around like 166.50. If the SPY like top end of its consolidation or its range.
Oh, come on, for Christ's sake. Do the move. Do the move. You're burning data. Alright, we're testing the 1 hour
Yeah.
money zone again on SPY. If we don't do this breakout now, I'm probably just gonna trail this profit. What's the buy volume like? 1.2 million, 22% selling pressure on this 15-minute, over and about a few. 4 million buyers, 1 million sellers on the 1 hour. Huh. Yeah, fuck it, I'ma cut. That's insane how they're getting fucking killed up there.
Apple is trading so clean right now.
To the upside?
Downside.
It's not good.
Just throwing off perfect channel pivots.
You looking to short Apple?
Did I say Apple? I meant Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft is giving perfect pivots on the channel.
I'm tempted of shorting Apple right here if the market wants to keep moving down. No, it's got 30 seconds till 10 o'clock, so I'll wait.
Yeah, I need to start tightening up. I've been in Meta for a minute with my stop just on the other side of VWAP. It's finally going, but you just mentioned that darn 10 o'clock thing. That's not something I really try to focus on, but I'm green on the trade.
Will you take that VWAP kind of like sell setup?
Yeah, when it was, no, I've been in since, guess that's maybe the 952 candle. And I'm about to stop out. Yeah, I just stopped out. Basically got out flat. And basically because you said it was 10 o'clock.
Hopefully we get that surge. I mean,
Yeah.
There's not a lot of volume in this candle though.
What you
Right.
looking at, Apple?
Just across the board for this 10 o'clock candle.
Oh yeah, nah, it was no real action in it. Probably got out right there for no reason. But we'll see. Oh, it's giving me an opportunity to get back in. Yes, it is. Let's see, I'll get back in on this next 1 minute candle, maybe. You still looking to go short on Microsoft up here? I'm not Microsoft, on Apple.
Honestly, the 5 minute kind of looks like it's an uptrend.
Let me see. Kind of M-topping on the 5 minute.
Oh yeah, maybe this might double top right here. I'm not sure though. The QQQ still looks like it has some room back up.
Yeah, see, and then look at the volume. Let's see if the volume comes in on this candle.
Hey, Doc. Hi.
Hello?
Hey, man.
What's up? Yo, today's price action looks like ass, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
Yeah, I was expecting a range day today.
Yeah, it looks like trash. This is
That consolidation on the SPY is crazy.
Yeah, that's why I'm not in any trades right now. But I had a feeling we were gonna get a nice pop. I was gonna come in here and tell you guys. Remember that day that the SPY was really choppy, and then like later on we had that huge surge after it was real choppy, and then we started really going. I was thinking that might happen today, and it looks like it could be starting now. Which is less sexy because I'm calling it out as it happened. So I'm hoping that maybe it could come down and keep looking like shit, and then we rip, so that I could be right. Because if I call it out now, then it's like, oh my god, he was thinking this in hindsight. But no, I really have the thought process. So hopefully it comes back down and it proves me right.
I just killed that SPY trade at highs.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Take another shot at coming back down, but it looks like it could go.
Yo, do you guys have TikTok?
Nah.
Or you have TikTok or no?
No, I don't.
Bro, there's like this thing now where I don't know if you guys been watching anyways, because it could be on like Instagram or whatever, but there's like this thing where like AIs are like rapping, and it's like it sounds like the person. So like Drake, you know, Tupac, Biggie, all of that. They're making like AI songs with their voices behind it, and it's crazy because like I just heard a song from an AI, and that shit sounded better than it was a Drake song. AI Drake was sounding better than IRL Drake. That's just crazy. I'm like, bro, we're entering strange times.
Good cut.
Yeah, didn't Elon Musk call for like people to stop developing AI tech or whatever?
Yeah, yeah, we're entering really strange times, bro. Because like, you know, they're gonna be able to take Joe Rogan's voice, and Joe Rogan, you know, he has the biggest podcast in the world. They're gonna be able to make AI podcasts. like imagine you can have Joe Rogan talking to like fucking Cleopatra, like they do an AI of that chick. Like it's gonna be real weird, bro.
Yo, I didn't even think about the podcast thing. That's so true.
Yes, it is. Yes, how can I help you?
Dude, I was looking at Google at 103.10s. I took it in with 103 as my risk, and I didn't take it because it didn't happen. Well, it happened at 10, but you know, I like to wait a little bit or so.
Secured it, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
But yeah, I have no trades right now. I've had like 3 back-to-back green days, so I'm kind of just sitting back and waiting for an opportunity. I don't like this price action too much.
Like Apple is into that supply zone in yesterday's close, and if the SPY and QQR are at the top end of their range, I want to short it, but at the same time, the intraday, like the 1 minute, 5 minutes, still looks like an uptrend.
Oh, it's 100% in an uptrend.
Yeah, so I'm just,
Yeah, I'm just waiting, bro. If the market doesn't want to make a clear-cut move that looks attractive, and these other names, you know, associated, if they all move, and they all move in an unattractive way, that like it couldn't have been really predicted, I'm just gonna not trade today. You gotta pick your battles wisely. And I don't think, I mean, bro, if we're getting the SPY moving like this, unless we get that type of move that we got that other day when we were choppy, you know, I think we were in like a 20-30 cent range, and then out of nowhere we started getting rippy. Unless we get something like that, bro, I'm not interested in trading on a day like this, especially after yesterday. Yesterday was one of my best trades of the year, so I'm not trying to go from one of my best days to a shit day.
NVIDIA might be the one to long today if you're looking for longs. Some market.
Yeah,
But
yeah, Nvidia was looking good. Nvidia went right to demand, went under it, and then got whipped over it. If Nvidia starts ripping, though, I would assume AMD should be rippy with it. But AMD's on the VWAP right now. And if you draw a line, it looks like it's forming a little bit of an issue at like 55 to 50 range. You can see like a bit of issues there on AMD. Fuck. There we go.
Oh.
Look, Spy trying to go. Look at Spy trying to go right now. Let me see. How far away from the lows?
I'll let her go. Damn. Well, such is life.
Yeah, they're not gonna make it easy today. The NQ looks like higher lows are being formed. But we got like resistance levels. Like we have 13,140 that we gotta get above. And then we gotta get above basically 60 and then 200. Let me get water, I'll be back.
Man, bro, I sat through all that consolidation. This shit could go. Let's go, Tesla. Tesla. I need Tesla to rally.
Tesla is killing my long-term account.
You in shorts, right?
No, I'm
Equity.
shares on Tesla. I'm just buying.
Oh, don't
I
worry
buy
about
every
it.
week, so I just keep dollar cost averaging in.
Yeah, don't worry about Tesla, brother. You gonna
Oh no, nah, I'm not. It makes that and Amazon makes my long-term account look bad. Everything else is nice and green.
This is corny.
Yeah.
So basically, don't sit through consolidation. Let the spike happen. Any pullback, enter there, and you get the same amount of fucking volatility that you've sat through. It's wicked. Options are
Yeah, that's why I
wicked.
said the SPY is not pretty until it gets over 418.8 or 412.80 and holds, because that's previous low of day.
Yeah, if you caught the
That's why-
one, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that's why I hadn't even looked at, and I have it in a big zone right now.
Yeah,
The
this-
guy's kind of trying to reject that 412.80.
Yeah, that's my money zone. It's gonna be and that's a 1 hour money, so it's gonna be hard to get through that. But the reason why I took longs because the 5 minute was bullish and the 15 minute looked like they could flip that. They just kept making some higher lows or whatever straight out the open. 5 minute chart, but this was like, if you look at the option contract, the 412s. These things sat through, kept going, ranging between 15 cents. My fill was pretty decent, so I didn't see no major downside. And the spike that I got out at on a micro pullback that made a higher low, I would have been red again on that pullback, only for the next candle to like send it higher than my contract exit. Like, so it's almost like weird as hell when you look at contracts, man. That's that.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of, like I said, I'm kind of getting away from options and gonna slowly start kind of dwindling down my day trades and find more swing opportunities.
Yeah, I think you had the right idea though. Like, I think with options, you probably have to take more than go in heavy, like buy 4 or 5 contracts, and when you get those 10-20 cent pops, that makes the that makes the profit look very different as opposed to holding 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
So you could definitely scale out, not deal with the bullshit pullbacks, and then let the runners run. Look at
All
this.
right, this is the move that the SPY needs to make to break and hold previous day's low. It can't like fall back down below it. It needs to stay above it, and then the next candle go so they can use that as a pivot. see if it can do it. That's above it. Now this candle here has to stay above it. This 1 minute candle.
Bro, 140 something, bro. That would have been nice. Jesus, McGuire, bro.
There's the move.
Yeah, that's my signal that it broke above the 5 minute supply line here at 180.90.
But the top of the zone is right where it peekabooed out of.
You got a 1 hour zone there?
Nah, it's a just one of those zones. I got it from 412, basically call it 413 down to 412.11.
Yeah. And now the contracts are holding value on pullbacks. I think 'cause
This candle is getting some volume in it.
this thing is in the money. I think that's why 412. Yeah,
Yeah,
412 is
this
in the
candle might have like the second most volume on the day.
money. Go Tesla, go Tesla, go.
Amazon's a clean fader right now. Just consistent lower high, lower high. But above VWAP. And it's green. Wow, that's like the only one that's green. Besides, I mean, Nvidia's green, but barely. Like Amazon's actually green.
Really know how to take the fucking bread. Well, shit hit 150 on the contract. Jesus.
Yeah, this is the retest of previous day's low right here. Looking good.
NQ's looking like it's ABCD.
Yeah, this is Ugmo trading right here.
And we flushed right back down.
When you
Yeah.
when you look at the chart at 12 o'clock and like, you know, SPY just continues to grind like this and just keeps making flags up, flags up, flags up, and it hits 414. Yeah, right now it's like, you know, ugly because it's not going up in a straight line. But like that's the thing about the market, right? Like you think like, I don't want to touch this because it looks ugly, and then you come back 3 hours later and it does what you kind of anticipated. Yeah, I don't know. SPY might continue to grind like this, but it's not moving fast enough. It rejected that previous day low. We're still holding.
We might get another retest at 13,100. See how 13,100 is going to want to react on NQ. That level's been holding relatively well.
Oh, shit.
And then I think 4,150 on the ES might be a nice little level to be paying attention to as well. Even though I have my next spot at 4,100. But I think that's a good spot to be looking at. Yeah.
That's the lows, right? The swing low?
I think so.
Yeah. You trying to short it back down there, or?
No. I don't have any, there's no bias yet. I'm letting the market work, and then if it shows me something, I'll get in. But like I said, I think that gap down days are going to be met with swipe up, so I'm leaning towards more bullish sentiment. They're just going to make it look ugly before it looks good. And by the time it looks good, are you really going to be interested in wanting to trade it?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But that's the thing. Like I'm okay if the price action is gonna be like this all day. I'm okay with missing the trade. If the day wants to, if the SPY wants to go 415, 414, but it wants to make life difficult, you have to take that also into the way you like to trade. I don't like trading like this. That's for sure. Because and you know, from what I'm used to, when you get days like this, it's very common that you'll get a flush right back down towards VWAP and trying to test some of these levels if you were to draw like a line at. What the hell is this? I drew a trend line. it's not too line. Like if I was to draw a line, I'm probably looking at like 412.30 ish. You know, that's where some of these wicks are being bought up. But it looks like it wants to break out. You know, we had the candle that happened at 1014 was the second biggest candle on the SPY. While that candle did close red, you know, trend has not, you know, changed. So.
Yeah, I got a lot of wood to chop on this Tesla trade. Could have averaged down today, but I didn't want to risk this fucking earnings play. Any more on it.
When that contract expire?
Tomorrow.
Friday.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at things on the 5-minute right now to see what's attractive.
It wouldn't matter though, LMD. If this shit goes crazy today and, you know, has a nice little 10-point move or 8-point move, the contracts would kick in. But if I'm green on that up move during live trading, I'll just cut it. But I'm basically YOLOing the earnings.
And yet again over previous days close. Nice little rip right there. Or previous days lows. I think I said close. I meant lows.
I'm pretty good on the futures trade today. Missed the second swing. Vega, check that trade out right there on the futures. I took the upswing pre-market at 41.53, risking the swing low, and took out like 75% when we hit R1, and I tried to fucking let my runner hold for the next swing, but I think I just like trailed it too much because I didn't want like a major flush to come in at the open. This is what I was telling you, like I'll take that and hold till we hit like R1 at least, and then just take out 75%, and then, you know, I kind of like have to get better at holding that runner at a base and let the, you know, the next swing kind of work out. But sometimes you'll put it at like break even and then they'll come take you out and then go on a move. So I don't know, bro. I was like, yo, let me just take this because it was decent gains. But yeah, I was like, just go back to our conversation. Like I'm definitely taking a large portion, or 80 to 90% of my play out at R1. So it's just the bank's money I'm working with for the next swing. Yeah, so, but homeboy was playing with 150 option contracts, dude. If the market flinches in his direction, his account goes nuts. He was up $4,000 on that thing.
Yeah, and then only ended up being profitable. I think like 1,600, and I say only 1,600, but he should have been selling some of those 50 that he tried to hold on to. He probably should have been selling it, but he likes to hold on to runners. Same way I like to hold on runners, but in this market, I've found myself trying to let go of those runners, and if the trend wants to keep on joining, I'll just hop back into the trend. I'd rather take out the full position at this point. Mind you, yesterday was different, right? Because yesterday we had like a clear trend. I had a clear level that I had in Apple that I was interested in. But notice when I started trading Microsoft, as soon as it got to like where I wanted to get out at, I'd get out full size, and then if it wanted to keep on getting rippy, then I would have joined. But I think I called out yesterday relatively early. I was like, all right, I got my Microsoft and my Apple trade done. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think he did great on the trade as far as like scaling out the first time, but he probably should have took out like just left 10 in there or something like that. To leave 50, that makes a huge difference in options, you know. So like You gotta like, I would take a whole 80 to
Look,
90%.
right back under previous day lows, by the way.
Yeah, that 412 is gonna be a bitch for us today. It's
They're
15
they're
minute.
gonna make this. And the thing is right. Like I wouldn't be surprised if at 12 o'clock we're looking at the chart and we're like near previous days highs. The problem is the way that they're making it look right now. It's like, do you want to put on risk for a subpar setup? That's what you have to ask yourself now. You have to ask yourself, are you willing to put risk on for a day that's probably going to be subpar? And that's kind of what I think about when I look at some of these trades. Is like, is today a day that I really want to try to force something or try to make money out of this market? I mean, I've been good, and this is not even just referencing to me, because I'm saying I did good, but even for like maybe Evan or LMD, whoever's on like a fucking green streak. It's like, there's a reason why you were on a green streak. You were seeing something that you liked the previous days. If today's showing you something that might not be attractive, and the market might not be moving the way that you like to move, it's like, why add risk on? The market's going to be here tomorrow. It's not going anywhere else. You'll probably get another opportunity tomorrow. While I am still looking for a trade, I'm not cutting it. I fully understand that I'm not liking this price action right now. So, but on the 5 minute, it's real weird, because on the 5 minute, when I look at Apple, it looks really good. Being hopefully this doesn't end up flushing, right now. But like, it's kind of holding a higher low on the 5 minute. It's holding that 9 EMA. VWAP is literally like right under the 9 EMA. But the problem with Apple is even as nice as it looks uptrending, you still have previous days close. You still have the fact that it's going to go back into a supply zone, which I have starting at 160 or 166.50 basically.
Yo, this drop was
so
crazy.
It's like, pick your battles wisely on trading days. If you could just pick your battles, wisely, it'll definitely be able to enhance your trading, because you'll know when you like to trade, what price action you like to trade. Makes it a little bit easier, maybe. That's kind of why I'm hands off right now. I would love to be in a trade, but I gotta wait for my time.
This pullback brought the contracts I was in right back to my entry zone, bro. And we're making higher lows. If this thing could hold, they'll get that entire ID back to 150. Yeah, I'm good. I'm tapping out of options.
We're getting a fresh supply line at 412 on the 15 minute.
If I would have took Apple and I basically said it's at the 9 EMA, that would have been pretty. I mean, it would have been a scalp. Would have been a nice 20-cent move.
Why the hell is my machine doing
What's the 5 minute look like on this buy? I'm gonna check that out. 5 minute on this buy don't look too bad.
thing with SPY right now, it's making higher lows, but it's at a key supply line, so I don't know. Oh, look at that. Exactly what the
Fucking ID came right back. Wow, bro.
It's fucking crazy.
And there's Apple moving. Damn, I called that shit out on the 5 too. Wish I took it, but whatever.
Them the kind of entries I like right there. Look at this. Friggin' money zone entry on SPY. This contract came right back down to like 116, snapped to 145 on that move up.
Straight from the money zone.
Putting people in pain today.
Petroleum status report to be released in 1 minute.
I don't know what that's to do with anything, but sure.
Damn, Apple Rippy, man. Nice. Sick move. Nice call out. Wish I had taken it, but.
Yeah, like right below that supply zone, like resistance and stuff, it honestly looked decent on the 1 minute.
The 5 minute looked good.
Yeah.
The 5 minute was right on the 9. And then VWAP was literally right under, so you can get in on the 9 risking VWAP.
Entry risking 107. This is 10 points. Alright, we made it to the 413 supply line. See if we can get through this right here, guys. There you go, Spy. Come on, Tesla, don't lag. Send that shit. Yo, you could have bought the morning dips on Tesla every morning for the last... Today it worked. Yesterday that wick came in, but it died out. This day it worked. This day it
Damn,
worked.
Apple was sick, bro.
This day it worked.
It was sick.
Apple bounced off the 5-minute 90 EMA twice.
Yeah, I know. I called it out.
It's a money zone for you.
I called it out at the 1020 candle.
Take shorts now. This fucking breakout, fake out thing.
Yeah, I think what they're just gonna repeat what they're doing until they fully break this thing out. They're gonna bring it up, break a high, come back, flush it, make a high low, go back, break the high, flush it back down low, and then trend. It's gonna be an ugly looking day, an ugly trend day. My concern is I just don't want to get into I don't want to get into like a Google or an AMD or something like that. and then the SPY flush, and then one of those names flush heavier than what the SPY does. That's what's really kind of turning me off as well. Mm.
Fuck, bro. Just fuck.
Hey, the Tesla working in your favor over there?
So far, so good. I got a lot of wood to chop, though, Doc.
Yeah, it's up. It's up 1.25% on the morning.
We're getting decent breakouts, and that one was sick just now. So if we can get back to fill that gap that we did, we're looking real good. That's corny, bro. Take the shorts. I wonder if this rejection zone is going to kick in on spot. We're holding
It can't break that zone. Yeah, but it's got too many areas. So it had previous low of day, then it had this 413 area, and then right above it you got 50. You got the hourly 50 moving average at 413, 28. So it's like, look, 30-cent moves. You can't really get excited because it's just gonna try to slap right back up and tap one of them areas.
Yeah, we shot up $1 from open. Now it just has to hold this 413-ish level, 412.90s, 413 level, and then we can get another leg up. If it could just flag into the money zone again, or it could just go now, but 5 minute, 15 minute is definitely bullish. We just gotta see if this shit goes.
I started to take that call on Meta right there when it broke VWAP and retested, but
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that too. I just never pulled the trigger on that.
yeah.
The 5 minute looked clean though for like that kind of 2 to 3 bar play.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. But I got a zone right there where it's at right now. So again, it's not much room in these moves.
Yeah, I got mine up to 216, like 20.
Previous swing high, yeah. I got his on there too. 216.98 is on a 15 minute though.
See, I have one starting at like 215.20, basically right where it's kind of stalling out right now. Basically, if you look at the 9:35 5-minute candle, that's the range of my zone that I got right there. That candle was a perfect representation of that zone that is kind of, I had it kind of testing. But it's in it now, which is good.
Spot's looking
Man,
good.
Google was sick from when I called it. So 2 sick trades that I didn't take was Google and Apple today.
This thing is at 148
And
now.
the SPY is out of that zone now.
Yeah.
Thing is, you can almost just buy longs on this market with it flushing and expect for it to rip back up in the afternoons. We ain't really had no days that market just dripped and continued to drip.
Yeah, but like on options, that wouldn't work. That down move would kill. If you got in too early, that down move would kill you so much that the up move won't even pay you back. So you really had to kind of like let the market dump these last couple of days, capture the lows, and then you would have been good on the upswings because we had a mega rally midday back up. But I know with theta and the way these things move, you'd be crushed. At least with options on equity, you probably make your money right back. We'll spy again on another run, breaking out. Yeah, this thing is going, bro. You know what I mean, right? Like LMD. Like if you bought a 220 call at the open and the market dumped the way it's been dumping, that call gonna be like at 50 cent.
But see, it depends on which one you get though. So like for me, I wouldn't buy no same day or no 2 day.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna
yeah,
go
yeah.
out. I'm gonna go out about a week on it so that theta is not just crushing it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I only play with 0 days, so
Yeah, nah. See, that's the thing with those 0 days. Almost as soon as you buy it, you negative. As soon as you buy it, you in the red, and then you trying to fight your way out of the red.
look at this thing go. I'd have been up fucking 80% on this fucking contract. That's why I gotta hit target, bro. Nope. This is what I meant. Should look crazy this morning, but now we almost at 414. This 413 level has been a bitch, though. Let's see if we can clear it. $160, 118 to 160. That'd have been a good gain today. Shit, SPX probably paid a boatload today on that move. See these things at 185. Mm. 231, $3 held you hostage. 280. Come on, brother. This is it. Oh my God.
Man, Apple was sick.
Wow. Wow. Fucking A, bro. Yep, that's what I meant. It looks ugly until it's not, bro. Look at this thing.
Apple's outside that lies right now. Sorry, take
Yeah, 167.
Yeah. But I just feel like it's so high right now that's like,
This was-
do I want to pull back on it?
Fucking candle took me out, bro. I could have still paid 136 for this, and now you really, really good. That's interesting too. Okay.
Nasty flush.
Yeah,
That flush has some volume to it too.
shit, it rejected the 200 moving average on 15-minute, retesting it on a 5. And it's close enough to the 1 hour zone there. Buy the dip.
NQ getting a little bit flushy, but looks like it could hold maybe.
Looks like everything did. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh.
I'm in NVIDIA off of that VWAP touch. If it gets under VWAP, I'm gonna get out the trade. Man, I'm not sized in it either because I just don't know what this market wants to do. But I like the flush and the fact that it did hold for a bit. So
Yeah.
like a nice ramp. I'm gonna definitely want to take a piece off.
The 5 minute sketchy though, right?
What happened?
The 5 minutes looks kind of sketchy looking though, isn't it? It's all those top.
Not really, because I have the supply zone at like basically like near 276. VWAP is there. I mean, I'm just playing kind of off of VWAP. I know it's under the 9 now, which is why I'm trying to see if any swipe that gets validated, I'm looking to just go ahead and take off.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, this is a scalp. I'm not trying to kind of play this out. But if I see the tape change a bit, I'll be willing to hold on to a piece of this position. But I have to see the tape kind of change and us not get this steady kind of pressure that we have. I'm in from 276.13.
Oh, dang. Yeah, nice. That.
So I mean this can easily be a losing trade. I'm gonna try to let VWAP do what it wants to do, and also you can kind of draw like a line and see the last previous flush that we got at 1016. So I'm just trying to, I also don't want to get caught in a SPY flush that just happened. But since that flush did happen, it means that it can do it again if it wanted to. So like I said, that's why I'm not sized into this. Once the price action kind of changes like that, I like to assume that a flush like that can happen again. Why I'm very selective and very small.
Yeehaw. Bounce now. Get back above friggin' 200.
Apple's right back above that 167s.
Yeah.
Nice swipe there. Come on, NVIDIA. This time we have 30 more seconds. I giving a little nice swipe as well. If this 5-minute candle closes over the 9, I feel much more comfortable with my NVIDIA trade. But if it's not gonna close over, yeah. So it has to, this 5-minute candle, if I can hold on to it for the whole 5-minute candle, I'd be looking at it to try to get over the 9. I could have took off at on that pop to the 50s level, but that could probably be a mistake that I made. Instead of trying to get out, trying to play for a bigger move. It could be a mistake, but if this gets over that 9, this can be attractive, and I got basically a really good price in. Being that my average is 13.
I just got out of NQ. Just in case they don't reclaim the highs. Looks like they're gone though.
Did you take a look?
Yeah. Got it.
And we're over the
Swipe down as well.
the level.
Man, if they get
We're
back
over-
above the
hold on.
200 on the 15 minute, this thing could blow. Gotta get above that 200, brother.
And that's what I don't like about this market right there.
Yeah.
Damn, NQ just took everything back. Woo, woo.
Exactly. That's why I say I'm about to start back focusing on what I like reading. And then I don't have to worry about the little short term, these little pops that the market giving.
Yeah. I like that idea. Well,
If I find something in a longer term uptrend, I'll just play it, give it a wide enough stop, and be like, all right, it is what it is. It's gonna stop me, or it's gonna keep running.
Tesla's dead. Tesla's fucking dead, bro.
She's gonna die. I'm loving how like the time that I bought is kind of keeping this contract somewhat relevant. And the prospect is still there, but yeah, it's not looking good, Charlie.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm in Apple out to June. I bought it with time based on how I like the weekly chart.
Yeah.
So even if Apple do some stupidness, it's still not gonna really affect these contracts.
Man, these guys not playing out here, bro.
Let's go, get back up there. Keep this trend in line.
And I just peeked back at NVDA. It kind of buckled down. See if we can get back above VWAP right here. Yeah, everything is chop fest across the board.
Well, I mean, SPY has a nice trend since open, kept bouncing off the money zone.
I think these flush candles you're gonna see across the day because they're gonna have to shake the hands out, right? Like they have to. If the market's gonna get trending and show what it wants to kind of do, you're gonna get these crazy flushes, which is why I didn't get out of my Nvidia yet. Just to kind of see. I mean, like I said, I'm in small enough where I can,
Woo!
kind of relax in the position. We did get a nice pop, but and my average is very good, but very good average. So I'm kind of just trying to let my average work for me is what I'm kind of doing with Nvidia. But like I said, if we can't get over that 9, I'm gonna have to reevaluate this trade for sure. If we can't get over that 9 EMA. So if we keep having trouble, like this is the second 5 minute that's at the 9. So I want to make sure that I have that in the back of my mind. I am green on this right now. So if I keep seeing that we're having too many difficulties, then I'll go ahead and gladly take off the position for small green. But preferably, I would like us to get over the 9, then go green, and then really trend on Nvidia. If that happens, even a small position on Nvidia can be great with the way that it moves. Wow, it doesn't move like Tesla. Tesla moves fucking crazy because it moves by the points, but it'll still be sexy. Especially with my average, but my average is insane. 13 average. I'm up about 40 cents right now, literally. I should be wise here. I'm gonna take a piece off. I'm gonna be wise. Let me be wise here. Let me be great. How much time we got? Yeah, I'm here. Take off at 55, take a piece off, and then hold the rest. I gotta be smart here, given now I'll hold the rest to oh, and it's going green. This is crazy. This is a 60-cent gainer now.
Where?
Nice. Wow. Wow. Insane. Nvidia, insane. What a nice op. Wow. Up a full point. Or about to be a full point if I can get over. No. I got that line. Actually, I gotta be smart. Hold up. I got that line drawn there for a reason. Pop back up, please. Pop back up to 80s. There we go. 86, 85, 80. Am I gonna get 90s here? It's fine. 90s. Give me 90. Give me 90. 90 came up real quick. Give me 90. No, bitch. Come on. Actually, the SPY has a green candle here. This can rocket Nvidia. Of course, bro. Fucking red, bro. Come on, lock it in, bro. Put Nvidia in the game, coach. There's 96. Fuck, dude, I missed my exit. I missed my get out right there. 96 came up. Come on, get to 90s again, please. I'm asking for a lot now because it tapped 90s like 3 times when I should have gotten out and I didn't. But it is holding green. Come on. It's holding green, dude. I gotta let it ride. I have to let it ride. I can't get out on these 90s. I gotta try to let this ride if it's holding green. Got 96 on it again.
Yeah,
Come on, get over
ESN and Q's about to go crazy. If they can get over this low level here.
There we go. 77s. I'm up. Oh my god. Come on. Hold over it. Hold over it. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Just a surge. Just a surge. Give me that. Nice, dude. Oh my god, bro. Up almost a full point. Come on. Get up there. Full point. Yep. Thinking that. Full point on that trade. Yep. So now I have a very small left. I'm just gonna hold on. Thick, dude.
New highs coming up. Oh, Tesla's busting, baby.
Everything's kind of going crazy now.
Yeah, I've been sitting in Microsoft since when I get in this Microsoft trade since 1040, just kind of letting it grind up. Now I'm chasing my stop behind it. Go ahead, start locking this profit in.
Whoa.
Nice, man. NVIDIA, let's fucking go, bro.
And Q just went crazy.
There we go. Oh, this is just insane. Yeah, this is insane. I'm up a point in 30 cents, 40 cents on the rest of my position right now.
Yeah, I'm about tempted to get out of this trade, but it's still
Oh
showing
my
potential.
god, bro, this is nasty. Do I sell here? Yeah, this is volume, right? Oh my god, there's volume in this. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm gonna sell here. I'm done. I'm out the position. Dude, nasty trade, bro. All right, let me share my chart. Nasty fucking trade, bro. About to share this in IU as well. All about being patient.
Greens.
It's the name of the game. I don't even trade NVIDIA like that, which is also why I went a little bit smaller on size, but you don't need much. To make a full point, you do not need much. Did I not snitch? This. And this code. I wish I took size like I would on Apple. But
That's
NVIDIA reminds me of like the way that the bid and ask moves reminds me of Meta. So I kind of just got to get used to the way that NVIDIA moves before I get comfortable trading it like that. With some size. Alright. 666. Nice opportunity.
That's right, baby. Keep fucking blowing. Keep going.
Vamos ouvir um pouquinho de música?
I posted the trade for anyone who wants to look.
Ooh, nice, man. Solid trade.
Yeah, I just stopped out on that Microsoft trade. And I am done for the morning. But this one shows everything that lined up on it because basically hit the top of the hourly channel, which was also the top of the 50 moving average. And I started watching the hourly chart on my trading setup, which is definitely helping.
Oh, that was so sick, dude. Wow.
Cause see, I'm looking. Yeah, if I was trading the actual stock on Microsoft, it went right at a point. I got in at like 286.30. Got out just a little over 286.30. But yeah, that's why I say I'm start getting off of these options.
Yeah, with all this movement, making higher highs, higher lows, the fucking option contract on Tesla is not breaking 85, bro.
But that's about. Let me see something. Let me see what the yeah, the delta on this contract was 0.25. Is that right? Yeah. Yep. The delta was 0.45. I was up about 52.50 and I got out for 40. So, yeah, that's right. Decent solid trade. But I don't like not liking the price action right now. How the market moves. But good solid trade though. Shut it down. Let's go grab me some curry chicken. And that's the beauty of these swings. I could just let them things go. I ain't got to worry about them. I ain't got to watch them. They either gonna hit target or they gonna stop me out.
Man, Google was so nice, man. I had 103 in the back of my mind
Break
today.
out, for fuck's sake. There we go.
Right, Google was nice off that level.
Tesla's gonna be back at 182. I need them to get to 185 again, man. Fill that gap.
Did you plug the numbers into that option calculator?
Nah, I didn't.
It'll tell you where you need to be at to get back green, or where you want to be at to make what you're trying to make off of it.
Yeah. You got a link? What was it again?
If you go in Google, just type in long option calculator, and it should bring it up. I just shut my laptop down. Otherwise, I would have sent it to you.
Yeah, no, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Finish it out on that trade and call it a morning.
Look at this shit. 10 minutes straight of up moving. You can't get nothing. I'll sure know how to fuck a guy. Spy trade was bomb. Look at that shit, bro. Just lost a whole 5 cents.
What's the date on this thing? 23/04/21. ES trade smoke right through the target 2. So we would have hit target 2 on that trade. Yes, fucking finally, Tesla.
Damn, man. It's one of those times where it's like, shit, I should have went full size. You know, when I'm looking at the, you know, how sick NVIDIA's opportunity really was. Oh, well. You got to be grateful for the win anyways, because this was looking like a day I wasn't even going to take a trade on. So I guess I'll be grateful.
I just need this market to keep going. Keep going.
I think where we're going to see a lot of issues if this market does get running is we're going to see a lot of issues at 13,200 on the NQ. Like a lot of issues.
If you take it up there, you better. I mean, you made bank. Anything down here to 13.2, you made bank. Even if you get in now. It's 40.
Yeah, I would just be really concerned about that level. That level looks like a level that's that's not gonna give up easy.
I fucking hate you, Spy. Yo, the
Pull
contracts
the
are
trigger on anything, Evan?
moving weird as fuck.
No, not yet. Couple stuff like we're watching Mad together. I was looking at, but I didn't see much conviction. Although Jonathan, I have a question about the tape though. I was watching the tape on level 2 on Apple at from like 10:54 to like 11 o'clock, 11:02. It didn't come back down to the 5 EMA at the time. It was like like 12 cents away on 5 minute. But it was kind of like, basing out at the 20 EMA on the 1 minute, and the market started moving up. I was watching level 2 and I saw like a 50 lot size on the bid kind of like pop up.
Okay.
And then the stock shot up. Is that like enough conviction seeing that large buyer to take along there? Would you say? Or?
If it was small cap, sure. Big cap, not so much. You have to now. The thing is if you're saying you said you've seen it like around like 167 level.
It was 166.93. I saw. So
Yeah,
the market.
that's close. That's close enough to 167.
Okay, yeah, because the market was moving up, but SPY was still but Apple was still kind of sitting right there, like 166.80s, 88.
Yeah, almost like that guy was holding it up.
Yeah. And then I saw the large buyer there, and then it shot up. So
Yeah,
So you think that is enough conviction to go long on something like that, or?
I mean, as long as 167 ends up basing and we firm up off of it and it keeps moving the way that it is now, where it's up 30 cents from 167, sure, you can take the entry, but the entry is not only what you have to focus on, you have to focus on what's your, if you're wrong on your trade, where are you going to stop out at? So,
Right. Yeah, I was thinking having the water stop lock down, so it gives the 5 minute enough room to like pull back down to the 9 EMA if it needed to. But at the same time, if I was looking to scalp it, could I have that type stop loss like right at like 85, right below that validation period? And just take like a smaller size maybe, or?
I mean, sure, but I think the main thing is when you notice something like that, and it's near key level that we have to get over, especially like a whole number. Just make sure, you could take the trade. Just make sure you size into it accordingly, just in case that buyer actually gets bought up, right? If the bid starts getting slammed, and you start seeing the 50 lot go to like 40, 20, 15, 10, and then out of nowhere the bid drops, you got to be able to stop out.
Right, because that's much hard then if it eats up that buyer.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: the tough part about that situation, when that does happen, because I've seen that happen today actually. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen on Tesla actually. In pre-market, there was a guy who had 150 shares in pre-market, 150 shows on the bid, which is 150,000 or some shit, or 15,000, whatever. But what I seen was he had it up there and it kept getting hit. So like he was getting tagged, and somebody kept trying to bid in front, but the guy who would bid in front would get tagged. And basically what ended up happening is they railed that, they flushed it down, and then, until they caught the bid, it was just honestly dipping. I'm gonna pull up Tesla and give you exactly the time frame where it happened, so you can kind of see. So it happened when the guy left, whoever was bidding it up. Let me zoom in here so I can get the exact time. It happened at 8:25. That flush candle. He was there from 8:23 to 8:25, and he just kept getting hammered, and then it just completely flushed and it started unwinding. But who's to say you don't get that ramp up that it got, right? Like it might flush, and then grind again. So you just have to be able to trade, with a good RR if you're gonna sit there and rely on maybe somebody on the bid who has size, who might know something you don't know, right? And then it's also hard to tell because theoretically it could be a seller there, so it could be someone actually on the bids selling their shares to the market.
Oh yeah, just trying to just get they're not trying to get in right away, get that easier fill or that better fill.
No, I mean they could be selling his shares, like he could be selling on the bid, not shorting, but he can literally just be trying to get out of his position.
Oh,
Yeah, so the thing is like if you're on the offers, right, you gotta somebody has to purchase it from you. But if you get on the bids, people think it's a buyer, so basically like if shorts are interested in trying to take that on and get it to flush out, they'll start attacking.
I people to buyers and sellers on the level 2. I thought it was just bids was just buyers.
No, you can. No, I can be a seller and be on the bid. I can be a short and be on the bid.
Oh wow, that makes
Sometimes people do that to kind of add liquidity to the market so it
You
don't
get-
look as
yeah.
bad as it really is.
And you get paid for doing that too. So keep in mind that like for me, if I was to long, I actually make money if I long on the bid. So if someone comes down to purchase my, to get me in, right, or to sell to me at that price, I get paid for adding that liquidity into the market because I have direct access routing. And then for shorts, if I stay on the offers and someone hits my offer, I'm getting paid for that. So you'll also see people doing it, especially people who add size, who trade with a lot of size. Don't want to pay ECN fees, and rather get rebates. They go on the opposite, so they're not on the bids. If they're trying to short, right? They're not slamming the bids. What they're doing is they're trying to get swiped up into their offers, so they can get paid off of that too.
What you call it talked about that before, Ross. When we're trading, when he's getting out of his positions, he prefer to get out of the position that way so it don't make the trade look as bad.
Oh, so it doesn't bring the price down, so they don't see like a large sum.
Yeah.
Ah man, I feel like it makes it so much more complicated to read now. I always thought it was just bids or buyers and ask for.
No,
sellers.
that's why you see. That's why it's impossible to read time and sales and understand time and sales with level 2, because you'll be able to decide. While green ticks on time and sales does not mean the person's actually purchasing the stock. He can be getting it sold too, right? Or he can be selling his position. It could be green ticks and it's not really. So you just have to pay attention to if a level's staying heavy, because if the level's staying heavy, then that means obviously the person, whoever's there, is selling into that pressure. And yeah, I would have to. A perfect example would have been actually earlier on Tesla. If you were able to have Tesla up in the pre-market when that had happened, it was a clear indicator that someone was there purchasing it. There was someone purchasing the shares because it was trying to hold that level. It kept trying to hold that level, and you kept seeing bidders try to jump in front. So it was pretty clear that someone was there trying to buy it up, and then people were also trying to buy it up, and it just got hammered. But that was because of earnings coming out. So you're gonna get a lot of weird shit like that.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to read the tape. That's why in big cap, like it's easier in small cap. That's why in big cap, the only time I really engage in level 2 in time and sales is around key levels. Like around levels I want to get in on the trade at is where I'm starting to read the tape. Other than that, the only time I'm reading the tape is like when I want to get out of a position. It's really getting in and getting out is when I'm reading the tape, because on big cap it's hard. It's very difficult to read the tape because you're dealing with hedge funds and people with like real money who's able to add, real swipes to market type shit. So it doesn't make sense to sit there and pay attention to, level 2 and time and sales every second of your trade like it matters in small cap world. Like
Right.
You just read the tape when it gets near your key level so you can determine whether you like the way that it's looking on the tape. And if you do, then you get in, and then look at the tape when you're at your profit target spot, you want to look at the tape, because if the thing is if you know you have, let's say, a 2R trade or whatever, and you notice where you want to get out at is holding a bid, it's kind of showing you that you don't actually need to get out here. You know, you can maybe ride that for a 3R. So, and that's how you kind of want to, you know, gauge what
Yeah,
this.
express curry chicken, rice and beans. 19.
Yes, that was the reason why I like
Salt.
the amount of just so I can like better focus on like the time and sales at those key levels and just get a feel for how it's moving now versus like how it was moving like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to, in my opinion, I don't think understanding time and sales, or reading time and sales throughout a trade is smart. I don't, because you're gonna get shaken out a lot. You're gonna see a huge offer, and you're gonna be like, fuck, man, we're not gonna be able to get through this, and then you're gonna sell your position, and that offer gets eaten up, and then we keep on swiping up. You know, so what you really want to just look at is your profit targets where your profit targets are, and where you want to get in at on the trade, and then you read level 2 off of that, because it makes no sense to every minute be sitting there looking at the level 2. You just let the trade end up playing out, and then you read level 2 as it's working for you and certain profit targets and stuff. Because it's crazy.
When you're reading, when you're reading level 2 and tape, you know, I have them both right next to each other, but, you know, I'm still like darting my eyes back and forth. Like, do you have one that you put more emphasis on, like to watch, or do you just kind of just like watch both?
For me, I have my lot size at plus 500, so it only shows anything of 500 shares or above, because I want to see my time and sales. I want to see if the tape is being hit with size. If the tape is being hit with size, I want to follow wherever that size is coming in. You know, so so I look at both, but understand that my time and sales is not moving fast. Like, I don't have a fast moving time and sales. My time and sales is maybe like medium speed. You
So
know,
do you think because mine's filtered out for 100 right now for large cap, do you think I should raise to 500 for large cap?
I don't think. I mean, you could probably do like 250. You know,
Okay.
250 might end up, because you're gonna get some of the nonsensical fucking trades out, especially for the people who do, like, you know, the all where you see every trade. You're gonna see people like me, LMD, in our long-term accounts buy like 1 share a day or some shit, you know, and you're gonna be like, this doesn't even matter. So like, why even
Right.
have that on your time and sales? That's why I fucking put, you know, I like to use 250 to 500. I would recommend 250, because you're gonna see more of the tape, and you want to see more of the tape before you start kind of minimizing that information, like how I do it with 500. It's very minimized, you know, for me, because I want to see where the big heads are, and I want to see how they're pushing it down. But for you, it'll probably be better, because you're gonna be able to see a little bit more information.
Right. That and like
There's a lot of times where I'm not seeing what someone would see if they have 250 share lots in. Like, because imagine if there's a buyer on the tape, or a seller even, and the way that they're buying or selling is in 250 share increments. I'm not going to be able to see that.
right.
So there's a benefit to having it at a lower amount, but then, you know, there's a benefit to keeping it high. I would say the safe spot's 250. I just got comfortable with 500.
Okay, yeah. I think I'll bump it up to 250 then. That might help out a bit.
That might be the sweet spot, because you'll notice, man. You'll notice fairly quick when you start seeing like you'll see lot sizes. It's real interesting how some people don't, like, you'll see like a consistent, you know, 75, 75, 75, 75, and you're sitting here like, bro, this is way too many 75s. Like, what's happening here? You know?
Right.
Because what they're doing is they're hiding their size. They're hiding their size on the tape. Like, somebody just came in right now and bought. It had to be the same person. He kept buying like literally 1,000 share increments every like 2 seconds. He just kept buying on Apple. It was on Apple.
Right, you're just scaling in right there.
Yeah, like it's just, you know, people just do that. So, and who's to say it's a different person or the same person? We don't really know, but you can kind of formulate a bias and to think about. I mean, look at the trend that we're in on Apple, and you're seeing it constantly getting, you know, kind of bidded up and green consistently on the tape. That means that there's buyers there. I wouldn't assume that there's a seller there. You know, why would you assume that green is going to be like a seller on the bids selling their shares? You wouldn't want to assume that, being that we're in an uptrend, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
also use the trend in your favor to formulate what you're seeing on level 2 and time and sales. Because if we're in an uptrend and you're seeing green ticks and we're going down, like let's say we're ABCDing, right? And we're coming down and you're seeing green ticks and you're like, why are we going down on green ticks? You know, chances are is or green on the time and sales. Chances are is there's actually someone really buying there, you know, and he's just getting eaten up. But if the trend is still in the favor, you know, you kind of just ride that trend if it starts reversing off of that, because that means that, you know, if you're seeing size on the tape and they're kind of averaging into their position, because you got to keep in mind, a lot of people, they can't full size in one go. So, you know, if you keep seeing that on the tape and it's in an uptrend and you're seeing it start to firm up, it's a good chance it's a legitimate buyer, not somebody just trying to sell their shares.
Right.
And vice versa. If you're in a downtrend, it works the same way.
Yeah. Someone told me recently that like the tape levels are like relative to like the bigger picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, do it like through the lens of like what the stock is already doing based off the candlestick.
Exactly. And that's why I use levels, right? That's why I draw my lines and I draw my levels, because that's where I want to be paying attention to level 2. I want to be paying attention because imagine if, for instance, I'll just bring up a level. Let's say Apple somehow flushes all the way down to VWAP. I want to be paying attention to that. I think it's 165.50 is where VWAP is. I want to be paying attention to what the bid is looking like and what the time and sales is looking like. Like, are we going to get a lot of green on the tape that starts to firm up? If we start to see that, then I would assume we're still, you know, given we're still in an uptrend, we'll still be green on the day. So I would like to, you know, go in on that, you know, and then I'll use my risk accordingly. So that's how you do that.
Sweet.
Just
Yeah, thanks.
you use multiple things. You have to use multiple things when trading. It's not, you know, it's not just one thing. It's not just one chart, you know, pattern or trend or whatever. Once you combine everything together, you can start really formulating a pretty decent bias.
Right. Yeah, that's what I want to get good at, reading like the level 2 and tape, because, you know, obviously all the big
Focus on key levels. Just focus on reading key levels then. It'll make tape reading so much easier instead of just trying to read every minute. Like imagine trying to read Apple like right now at 167.13. I don't want to read tape there. While I did see some size come in, I want to see how the tape is going to look at 167. I want to see how the tape is going to look when we go to higher day again and retest it. I want to see is there someone that's big on the ass that's trying to push this down? You know, is there like a lot of red prints going off? Like, that's what I want to pay attention to. Is the tape staying heavy? That's what I want to pay attention to.
Right.
So
Sweet. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
yeah, that's how you go about doing that. At least that's how I go about doing it. So
Yeah, no, I've heard that from multiple people, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and kind of like that even in my style of trading, because if I see like that the market or the stock is in an up channel and it's coming back down, I can kind of look at time and sales in level 2 and see if it's being bought back up right there, or if it's going to continue down breaking through, which is something that I don't do. So that's something that I may even start looking into. That way I can kind of tell whether or not it's being bought back up to bounce off of that level, or if it's going to be trying to break through it.
that's why I like the basing. When you start seeing, and that's why I've talked about, you know, basing a lot. When you start seeing a specific level base, it's giving you an indication, and all you have to do really is pull up the time and sales, and you know, it kind of starts feeding you that information.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw with Apple right there. It was kind of like pulling back right below that key level of 167, and then I saw, yeah, what time was that? I saw the market moving up at 10:50. Yeah, like 11 o'clock. And Apple was still basing, and I saw that large bid come through.
Mm-hmm.
Right after that, just like popped up.
Yeah. Yeah. So just like that, just keep practicing. Keep practicing reading the tape like that when shit's in a trend and stuff, and sure it'll work out. But don't get caught up just in the tape, because you know people get distracted doing that, and then you'll get out just because you see like a big offer, and it's like, well, if the fucking market's in an uptrend, what makes you think that offer's not gonna get fucking murdered?
Right, like, wow.
That's one of the things that RT does a lot. He'll see something big on the level 2 and get in just because of that. Or he'll get out of a trade. Oh, there go a big seller and get out, and it could have been not even a real reason to get out.
Yeah, because not everyone who's on the offers is actually selling, and not everyone who's on the bid is actually buying.
I'm in on ES for this 15-minute money zone bounce. Only risking 41.64. See if we can get another leg up on this trend. More than likely, fuck around and consolidate for 2 hours. Yesterday's consolidation was crazy. Nice.
Be cautious of that 4172 level, because we have a couple of top tails up there.
Yeah, I got a 15-minute supply line there, which was giving me like the idea to go short, but I'm trying to just play the trend right now. So I gave this bull play a chance. My entry is pretty good. My stop is super tight. So see what they do. Six, 7, risking 6, 4, 6, 4. All right, cool.
Nice. It has a good move. I think if you get back up to 4172.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm too early though. As long as they don't go back and this candle closes like this, we should be fine.
Man, Apple is just sick, dude. It is just sick, and that was called out so early. Literally called out like at literally 10:20 something.
Yeah, that'd be 15%, 6 points. Break out! Holy shit, this thing is going crazy right now. I bet you it loses steam right here.
Nah, it's gonna get to 4172, and then it's gonna probably want to pull back.
That's what I'm saying. It's close enough. We're there, right? 7,150. 7.2 is 50.
I'm up 15% on those option calls on Apple. I plan on holding those at least hopefully till May. I got 5 of them. Plan to hold them for a decent move.
How many contracts are you in? Or
Just one. I'm lightening the load. I had a pretty good trade this morning on 5 cons. So I'm just like trading just to take the zone for fun now. I need that Tesla trade to come keep kicking ass though.
yeah, Apple was the one today, bro. Fucking Neo. Apple and Google, dude. Google was nasty, man. And I had called 103, and it got as low as 103.07. I should have taken that with like a 7-cent risk. I was bugging, but then again, it didn't happen on my time frame, so I could have probably took the VWAP exchange at like 10:25 ish. As soon as it got over the 9 and VWAP, I should have taken that. I had Google all on watch today. I was all over Google. would have been a sick one. That would be a full point.
What is Microsoft doing right now? Is it back up?
Yeah, it's back over at 287.50.
That contract I took on Microsoft, I bought it, thought to hold it to the end of the day, thinking that the market probably just gonna grind higher, but ended up getting out.
Bitcoin's getting dumped on apparently.
Let's see, because I've been up on my Bitcoin because I was dollar cost averaging in on average. It's looking like I'm still green on it though, but yeah, it did. It got a nasty curl on it. Down 2.79%.
AMD looks like
I just
it's
hold it for 10 years.
AMD looks like it's grinding to the high side, but I don't know if I can take this trade. Amazon's absolutely killer today.
Yo, that's crazy. They have this car that it uses AI to detect, you know, where people are, just for like self-driving. This shit was detecting people at a abandoned cemetery, bro. It's like picking people up on a scanner. Oh boy.
Yeah, the technology is crazy. It's scary.
Scary, bro. Yeah, that thing Vega was talking about with AI, man. We just started scratching the surface of what this thing is gonna be able to do. Yes, go break out, go.
Yeah, once this shit
Imagine what it's
becomes,
gonna look like 50 years from now.
once that shit
People
becomes
50 years
it's gonna
ago,
die.
It's like the horse
the
drivers
shit
that are not
we're
looking at
seeing
cars.
now, 50 years ago, people probably couldn't even imagine.
I don't know, bro, because they thought that we were gonna have like flying cars and shit.
We do.
The Jetsons,
We got that now. I think there's this
Like
one
the-
company.
like the Jetsons, bro. I don't think so.
Nah, not like the Jetsons, but there is this one. I mean, this one company has a car that kind of looks like, you know, some Jetson type technology, but I don't think they have like a lot of companies that are coming out with different designs. But there is this one company that has that. We got hovering boards and shit. Like it's crazy out there.
And basically, it's just like a big flying drone.
Yeah. We're gonna have to change up the air laws.
Are we back? Damn, man, Apple's such a fucking killer, man. Fuck, what a...
If you just think, like, when you was, I'm a little older than y'all, but like when you was a kid, the shit that, like cable TV used to be like a rotary knob and a box on top of your TV.
Yeah.
And now you have Fire Sticks where you only have to pay for TV.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the old beta style VHS tapes. Now you just stream the shit over the internet, and it's quick. Cell phone. I remember when cell phones like was a big old. I had a brick cell phone, I had a bag cell phone, and I had a car cell phone back when I was in high school. And now look at cell phones. It's just like little tiny, little computers. And basically that's all it is, a little computer.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. 65, $2 move on Apple. Pretty nice. $3 ATR. This thing still has room. I guess that's what's popping off SPY. It's starting to come down now, though. 413.62.
This market, it fades in the morning and it just grinds back up.
Yeah. That's why you gotta you gotta pull a trigger on pullbacks where you think it's like a good level to enter, because and hopefully a lot of traders are away from entering at spikes. You're gonna get crushed on that pullback.
Yeah, it's hard to it's hard to try to short right now. Because even when a short looks good, it finds a way to grind back higher. And like I said, that's why I took the Microsoft. Because I was like, all right, I'm going to just buy one contract. I bought it out like till next week sometime. So I paid like $500 and something for the contract. But the thought being, Theta is not going to kill it. So it could sit through a pullback. It could sit like through one of them decent sized pullbacks and not really drop too much.
Yeah, you lose like
It's only
10
going
to
to drop based on what the delta is. But then you got time for it to just grind all day long.
Right.
Yeah, man. Gotta get away from this day trading shit. Like I was talking to Gio
Last night, and I was like, man, I think I might just get into the whole like buying 3 positions for the month, and you know, cause like that's been successful with the strategy that I have, and just kind of just watch the market, and you know, just do. I'll do futures, but as far as options go, man, I'm taking a step back from the day thing, cause I'm playing with 0 days, and if I'm wrong on direction and time, I'm screwed. If I'm right on
Yeah, but
direction,
like I said, with 0 days, a lot of times I'll buy one and I'm negative, like instantly.
yeah, not me.
Or like that Tesla one. The Tesla one is really the one that just killed me because it was moving in my direction and still going red. And then but when it clicked, the shit went crazy. But do you want to like watch this thing go $100 against you as the trade is going in your favor? Because then you like, well, this shit's just gonna constantly keep doing this. You don't know that it's gonna bounce 700%. So I was like, nah, man. And that's why I've been buying high price contracts closer to the money, because I think the only time that you really need to buy those 0 days is if your account is like a small account. If you don't have much money in your account, and you can buy like a $30 contract and it expires and you lose $30 on it or something like that. But otherwise, you almost shooting yourself in the foot to begin with.
I mean, I think
And then,
you should probably never play with 0 days if you have a small account. My personal opinion is you can either get really, really lucky, or you're just gonna keep on burning your capital, because what you're hoping for is that Theta doesn't clap you, and you're right on time and direction. And even when you get that, you get your little spikes, and you know you have to climb so much to get into the money that you're fighting an uphill battle. If you have a small account, you can definitely trade SPY. You can trade, you know, mid cap stocks. I think even Apple has affordable at the money contracts.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Even a 0 day at the money feels fairly cheap. So it's
Right.
not like you buying it way out of the money.
Right.
It's just that you have to catch it and not really worry about no pullback, because it's just staying stagnant, like you say, just consolidating, and you losing money on it.
Yeah, you're dead. You're dead in
So
the water.
if you have like $1,000, I think even $1,000 account, you should be buying contracts that's going to expire 3 days out at a minimum, because you still can get it for around $200, especially on like SPY. You can get it for around $200 and still make like $50 off that thing, risking $10.
Yeah, you're gonna kill it with SPY, because I know like that's all that got my account up, was being able to buy intrinsic value at the money contracts. And you know, again, once you're right on direction, that thing is gonna just keep on building and build. Like today was a prime example. Bought these damn contracts at 118. They shot up to 185, but that was because it was like 412. It was a 412 contract. We were literally at 412. We just had to beat 412, get into 413, and this contract went nuts.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying right around $200, you can get a good contract. But that's like even that Apple one that I bought a week out. I paid $500 for it, and it got up to $60. That's 10%. Like, where can you make 10% on your money in like 20 minutes?
Yeah, I took about.
Risking maybe $10 or $15 off of it.
I was pissed, bro. I mean,
I just don't like it though. I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, I never hold contracts. So, and I don't want to get into like paying more money for a 3 day contract that's going to either A, appreciate slower or B, depreciate slower. You know, like if I'm wrong on a move, I'm wrong on a move. Just kill the trade. But I don't want to hold because I'm wrong on a move because I have 2 more days to see if this, this could come back. I did that with that Google trade, and I mean, just the 2 days of pain alone. By the time we friggin' got to break even, it was like, all right, let me just kill this thing. So I would,
Yeah. See, I do it just to keep that theta from crushing me
got you.
off the initial move. Because like you said, it can, Tesla opened my eyes up because Tesla immediately went in my direction.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately. It never went against me. It never went back and got below my entry. And I was down like $60. And then I ended up just cutting the trade, not because it was a bad trade, but because it came back and I was down $40. And I'm like, I'm gonna just go ahead and take this $40 L. But then a few hours later, that shit's up like $700.
Yeah.
And it was the same day expiration contract. And I'm like, had this been a 3-day contract, this never would have went red. From the time I bought it, it would have just been flat or would have been a little green, and then it would have popped.
It wouldn't have triggered
because
your emotions.
As soon as I bought it, theta kicked in, and theta is not like, people think like if it got a 0.55 theta, it's just gonna take $55 off of it. It like throughout the day randomly picks times to like take a chunk out of it.
Jeez.
And I'm like, nah, I don't need that problem.
Yeah.
If you guys want to know a strategy of a guy that we've talked about called Maggie, on the daily, if you look at Amazon, this is something he would trade. Not saying he's in it, but if you look at the daily on Amazon, this is like one of his setups he would take to long on dips. So, for what it's worth, that is something that I didn't even notice that when I didn't check the daily out on Amazon today, but this is something that Core Maggie would 100% trade.
Well, what's his setup? Like, why would he go long?
Because you have a daily high or low with a consolidation period at levels. Like there's literally you kind of get this from basically 310 to 412. You have a high or low. And then you get like a tight, like this whole thing is tight consolidation range. So once he sees something like that, he likes all dips, on daily channels or on daily time frames. He likes the dips to come in, and he'll soak up dips for it to ramp up off of its consolidation.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so then this is something that Call Maggie looks at, and this is very, very identical. Like this is, he I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up putting this on his watch. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, for me today, it opened up. It pulled back into the money zone on a daily. That's a clean trade to kind of see if trend goes back into the upside. I also highlighted 2 other areas that would have been successful until that big cyan candle came and took out the money zone. But then a white came and brought you right back. So if you had time on this might be another strategy here too, LMD. Like just looking for bullish trends that are at the money zone, putting at least like a week into it or 2 weeks, just kind of walking the fuck away from the computer, bro. Just come back 3 days later and see if the contracts are doing good. And just call it a day.
But you're stopped in the system, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
Like I said, all the swing positions I'm in right now, I put a stop in the system, and it's either gonna stop me out or it's gonna work. I ain't gonna worry about it. It's just I got those 2 options. It's gonna stop, and I got my first area of concern on the chart, so I kind of know, like, okay, this is my first area of concern. If it gets up there, like on that CJJD trade this morning, it came literally right to that damn area of concern. I just was stubborn, and I took my stop to break even, as opposed to saying, okay, let me get out and make some money off of this position. But like I said, I'm in that other one so good to where I'm like, that shit has to basically tank back out for me to lose any money. But yeah, that's why I say for me, I'm gonna start more focusing on those higher time frame trades where I can get in and not worry about it. It trigger me in, I'm gonna take the trade, I'm gonna put my stop below. If it's off of a weekly chart, I'll put my stop down below that weekly candle and let it ride. And it might take a month for it to play out, but it's gonna be like a damn 10R, 12R type of trade.
Right.
Just letting it grind out. The first area of concern, I'll probably take something off to lock profit in, and then the rest of it, I'm gonna just probably daily bar by bar it.
Yeah.
Find a good happy median where I can see that I can bar by bar it, or like do daily pivots. Because even on a weekly chart, a daily can pull back. So I have to find out which way I want to manage it out. But nah, I've been doing decent on those little swing trades. And usually I've been getting out like in 3 days, and then the thing still goes for a month later. Like
Yeah.
just how I was saying,
AMD.
it pull back.
Yeah, remember we talked about you're in AMD?
Yeah, I'm in AMD.
Copy. Remember we talked about EA potentially still going, but I just wanted 126, which was my target. This thing's at 129, Doc. I would have ran out of time though. April 14th was my expiration day. I probably would have gotten like $2 more out of that thing. We just broke SPY's level that was holding us back on the 15-minute. So ES is definitely, yep, that trade hit 1R right there. See, if I had more contracts, I'd take this thing out. Either way, I'm not gonna let them pull me back. That was a sick play, bro. This money zone is just, we might just start taking that shit all day. Even if I go in with one contract and just continue to, get out at 1R, it's still a great trade. Fuck, that SPY contract's about to be at $2. I had that shit at 118. Sucking up a bitch. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and take this profit here.
I just looked at that, the Apple contract, they just, and that's the thing, that's why I'm like, man, now let me grab some shit with some June, because I'm buying it that far out because I see what the weekly chart looks like. And I'm like, nah, man, let's play this for the big move
Yeah. Oh man.
and let it work.
Every breakout that happens like that, bro, they friggin' to take profit. I think that the take profit herd, they killed the move. Sheesh. I got out at the top. Let's see if they get back up there. This thing, the last time it did this, they just brought it right back up.
I'm gonna try to let AMD ride the 9. I'm gonna stay in it as long as it can ride the 9 on the 5-minute. If it starts getting below, I have a really good average. If it gets below, then it is what it is.
You caught the money's on entry on the 5?
I got in at, flip the candle.
89.40s?
I got in at, I got in at 47.
Sweet, brother. 47. Yeah. Yup, they brought it right back up. See that shit? You can't get afraid of none of this shit. You just gotta let the market go. You got no damn control.
As long as this can hold the 9 EMA on the 5-minute, I'll be in this trade. If it lets the 9 go heavy, then,
Kill it.
Yeah, no, that's a solid strategy. That's kind of what keeps me in the trade. Just in the beginning, though. But once I get pops, bro, I'm taking profit, especially at R1.
I mean, yeah, I took a piece off on that push. I always take a piece off on a push that's gonna have volume like that. I definitely took a piece off.
This Tesla bounced off the money zone, 15-minute money zone again. So why the fuck are you using the 5? To know when the bulls are in control. Man, that SPY trade was a monster trade today, bro. That shit's about to be at $2.
Hey, LMD, would you say it's harder to see a 3-bar play on a 5-minute versus a 2-minute or a smaller time frame?
Nah, 'cause it's the same play on any chart.
I think if anything, I think it's easier to see on bigger time frames because it's showing a macro view of how it's moving.
Yeah, we just broke
Yeah,
out
but it's
again.
gonna be the same. It's the same pattern. It's just on a different chart. Like if you look at Netflix 2-minute chart this morning, it gave a perfect 3-bar play to the downside, and my internet went out. I had an order in. My internet went out, and it didn't trigger the order, and it just flushed to the bottom side.
Yeah, but like
But
that wouldn't be that same. What time was that? Because like that wouldn't be something I see on a 5-minute.
you're not gonna see it on the 5-minute.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. A 3-bar play is the 3-bar play for that time frame.
Okay.
So if you look at Netflix on the 1-minute chart, it was setting up for a 3-bar play on the 1-minute chart and it didn't trigger.
Okay.
But then you look at the 2-minute chart and you get the actual 3-bar play that triggers.
I got you.
So you can get a 3-bar play on a 5-minute chart, and on the 2-minute chart, it's just gonna look like something else. It may look like a pullback and then a go. That's usually what it's gonna look like. It's gonna take off, it's gonna pull back, and then it's gonna take off again. And when you look at a 5-minute chart, that's gonna be a 3-bar play on the 5-minute chart. But on the 2-minute chart, it's gonna be what it was, because you gotta figure on a 5-minute chart, it takes 3 bars. But on a 1-minute chart, that's gonna be 15 bars.
Yeah.
So in that 5-minute 3-bar play, those 15 bars on the 1-minute chart are gonna be doing something totally different. So that's why I said it's just as valid on any time frame. It's just on that time frame. So like I said, if you look at that 3-bar play on Netflix on 2 minutes, and you look at the 5-minute chart, yeah, it's just gonna look like a big candle just going. And then the SPY had a 3-bar play off the open too. I think either on the 1-minute or the 2-minute, but it kind of went early. So if you look at a different chart for that same time frame, it'll look totally different.
Yeah. That was a section.
But I know there's people that's all they look for in the morning is 3-bar play.
Looks like the 15 minutes.
For that one particular pattern, and they make money off of it.
It's a flag play. Like if you look at a 5-minute 3-bar play, it basically flagged on a 2-minute, 1-minute, and then you got the next the next leg up.
Yeah.
And if you look at the 15-minute, like
Hello.
this, I don't
Hello.
think you would consider this a 3-bar play, but we'll see.
Yeah, and that's why I say when you look at it on a higher time frame, it just looks like a different style of pattern on the lower time frame. And it's usually a decent pattern on those lower time frames. And that's why, like, over on Live Traders, they'll say, like, they'll see something on the higher time frame, and then they look for the entry on the lower time frame to get a better entry. Because if you get a daily 3-bar play, you have to wait on it to trigger on the daily, but you might get a decent, thank you, you too. You might get a decent entry on the smaller time frame to give you a better entry and a tighter stop. Because you got to think about it on a daily. Like with me, I took some weekly plays, and my stop is huge because I got to use the candle of a weekly chart. But if I could find an entry on like a 4-hour chart, it'll give me a tighter stop for that same move.
Yeah.
But nah, that Netflix one, man, I was pissed on that Netflix trade.
I think me and Evan was in the chat when that one was going. And he had saw one, I think, on Spy or it may have been on something else. And we was like, yep, that's decent. And I'm like, oh, snaps. Netflix about to have one.
Yeah, I think I heard you guys calling that one out. I can't believe this shit, bro. This is fucking crazy. Swing low target would have been somewhere right there, bro. Check this out. Is this so this would be like a 15-minute 3-bar play with a 5-minute flag pattern on the right. That little area there. But it didn't really give you an even top on the wick.
Which chart?
The left chart is a 15-minute, that highlighted area where the arrows are. It's like between 412 and 413. That first green candle didn't really quite get it to the high of the previous purple candle.
Yeah, if I see it now.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, it's yeah, you can't get in until it breaks the high of the actual purple candle though. But that's a nice 3-bar play, but it ain't like A plus.
right. But like if you compare it to the right side, it's just a flag play, right? It's the market is holding higher lows after a surge candle, and in this case, the 5-minute shows 2 surge three really, but a pullback off the highs, and then it dumped right into the money zone. Yeah.
But the 5, see, the 15 is halfway clean. The 5, just because you can see how much of a difference it is between those candles.
Yeah.
So you notice like the first 2 candles are quite a bit higher. So that one, you just have, I take that one when it breaks the high of those candles, and I put my stop on the bottom of it. At the bottom of the lowest candle. So I'll have my stop at the bottom of that 3rd candle. And my entry. That's like a live trader's trade.
I think it's relative because
just
like
not clean.
that 15 candle probably looks that way after that dark green candle pushes back up. But you know, like I guess my entry would have been once they hit that green money zone, I'd have been like, all right, time to get in on this contract, because that's when the options would have been low enough, and we would have gotten that. Yeah, we would have gotten.
You buying it at
that.
8. And that's but see, that's why I like live traders, because they wait on confirmation. So you miss a good meat of the move, but a lot of the time, like your trade is gonna work more because you get the confirmation. And the only reason that I said like that 3-bar play wasn't like an A plus 3-bar play.
Yeah.
One, like you said, it's not even tops. But 2, that resting candle is like a little bit more than 50% of the size of the first candle.
Yeah, I see the wick.
So like you want that candle to be more than 50%, but it's still nice though. And you see, it would have worked. I don't know if it would have got you 2R. I know right there it looks like it's up at least 1R.
You mean you could have rode this for this next pop though? It never really broke your stop loss, so you would have just been consolidating.
No, yeah, that's why they say it's like in live traders, you just put your stop there and let it go.
Yeah.
Like Jared, who's been trading forever, he'll move his stop once the trade goes 1.5 in his favor. He'll take the stop to break even, and then he's just watching it go to 2R. And he don't take nothing off of a trade. He just it's either gonna go hit his target, he's gonna get out at 2R, or if it start going against him, he'll get out at like 1.7 or
Evan, look at
1.8.
AMD. Evan, look at AMD right now. Look at it. You have to bring it up right now.
Oh yeah, right. VWAP. Oh
Look
yeah.
at look at. Did you see the bids?
Yeah, 40.
Oh damn, they friggin' broke boot to the money. You still in that?
No.
You got stopped.
I told you as soon as it got right under, I was stopping myself out for small green.
Gotcha.
Oh, 52.
Damn, where the hell did that come from? That big dump. NQ went up. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, it's just AMD is relatively weak, I guess.
I guess because Tesla's not performing the way the market is either, but we'll see. I'm anticipating it had a decent pullback.
Apparently, the VIX is at its lowest point since November 2021.
Yeah, that shit was at 16 yesterday, dude.
So 1631.
That's good for us. Market goes up when the VIX goes down. I mean, whoever's long. So the ad is starting to base out sideways, so I think we're probably due for a nice rest. Or it's been doing that since 10 o'clock, though, 10:30. Anyways, let's get back to SPY.
Did anything have earnings last night or today?
Netflix.
Or is they all tomorrow? I mean, after hours today?
Tesla today.
After hours?
Yes, sir. Y'all either gonna get a really nice chart from me tomorrow, or well, I just lost $100. But I'm not fucking leaving. SPY is doing the damn thing today, bro. This contract is printing. I don't think we have any other economic news, no big news coming until like next month. First green candle, get in on a flag. You barely even see drawdown. It's a little bit more structured too.
I try to, for what it's worth, I try to get in on AMD at 89.05, but it never got to where I wanted it. I was gonna get in on size and risk 5 cents if I was wrong for this, which would be up literally fucking 10R right now.
Yeah, those buyers that you showed me right there, they really it up in our extra 10 cents above VWAP.
Yeah, but I wanted it at 89.05. It just didn't get there on that dip. It got to 09.
First red candle,
4 cents away.
5-minute flag.
It got to 09.
First red candle was this one. This is your flag play. You'd want that. Okay. Man, if you think about the psychology of market structure, right? Like today it's making higher lows or whatever on SPY. If you got in at, I mean, for a breakout trader, he gets in at the break of a flag, let's just say consolidation or the basing out. He gets out when it breaks the highs of that. Market gives him his surge, immediately pulls back, taking half or maybe all of his profit, consolidates sideways, pulls back even further, and then gives him his leg up. That breaks higher highs. That makes higher highs. The psychology that person has to go through, if he's a scalper, he's getting out while that breakout is happening, right? Like he's scaling the hell out because he went in with size for the breakout. Breakout is occurring. He gets up, 10, 30, 50 to 90 cents. That's a good trade. But if you're a day trader and you're kind of like holding for these things to kind of like make higher highs, bruh, the amount of sideways flagging that occurs before your breakout, you literally gotta like just not care until they break structure for you to really get that move. After realizing that, that's why I'm more in line with taking the lows of a flag, and then if they do break out, I'm basically like nice. I never see that level. Like my entry never gets touched again if they're gonna make higher lows. But that's something to kind of like think about, I think, and consider as a trader. Like those flags is what makes you lose your coins, because you're like, oh man, they're gonna come down now. All they did was come down to a level where more buyers got interested, and then they just send the market back up. And who knows where this thing is going, but at some point you got to take profit, though. That's one thing I would say. Let's see if we hit 414 today, man. Damn, MNQ is ripping.
Just think what the market did this morning. Like, tank pre-market. Just to ramp up and, like you say, just continue to set higher lows.
How about
I think the people that came were saying, okay, this is going to be we can go short today because the market is red. That shit instantly changed.
If you were playing a bigger time frame, I think like the daily was definitely green. I think maybe the weekly is still down red, but this bull market has been going on since like shit. This rally, I would say.
Yeah, nah, that's why I say we in a uptrend. It just seems like every day that it seems like it's a downtrend until it turns back into the uptrend and keep going.
Right, you said that this morning, and that's what's hard about day trading. Just when you think you like every day, you got to try to like, are we going to come down today, or are we going to keep going up on this uptrend? Because the macro shows that we're going up. And even if you just said, all right, you know what, we're in an uptrend, I'm going to wait for a basing out and then take longs, I think you would have success in that kind of like strategy. But if you swung and then, you had like 2 days of a down move. Yesterday's, I took the lows on Tesla. Today we gapped down. Now I got to fight a freaking uphill battle. You know what I'm saying? But we're in an uptrend, so it should come back, but maybe I didn't buy enough time. Who knows? But yeah, if you just buy time in an uptrend, you throw darts at this thing, you should be fine. It's gonna leave.
But like that, so your Tesla contract this morning when it opened, you remember what the price was?
I mean, I bought at 105. That thing opened up at 50, shot up to 80.
Yeah. So see, for me, if I had conviction still in the trade, I'll buy another one.
I wanted to, but this is an earnings play. So I was like, look, why put more money into this? And if today we just base out and we don't necessarily, like, this isn't conviction. This is straight up, if earnings smack, I'm going to get paid. If it fails, all right, I lose 100. But then I didn't want to put up another 50, and now, my emotions get involved in the trade. I don't care where Tesla goes right now. Yeah, so that's the only reason why. But if this was, remember that Google trade? It was like, okay, all I needed to do was get in again and average down. And that's what kind of made that trade, pay out. But even still, if I'd have averaged down in Tesla, I probably would be getting out break even or a little bit green right now, But I feel you. If you got conviction, take that.
Yeah. They tell you not to average down, but I'm like, okay, that's just a pullback, and I was in early. Like when I do my swings, a few times I didn't took swings, I didn't did that on.
Yeah,
what I haven't looked at lately is that damn INTC to see what it's doing.
Oh, it's been good so far. Speaking to the average down situation, I think some people would be against, averaging down on a losing trade, blah, blah, blah. But the SMC traders? SMB traders? When you ever hear those guys talk about building a position, they don't care what the trade is doing today. Every time that thing hits a level where they feel like it's cheap,
conviction in it.
Yeah, they know where they know what the end result of that trade should be, which is in 3 to 4 months, if this thing doesn't swing up, then I'm losing on this trade. But every time it's going down, the bigger picture that they see, they're buying and building and building. By the time that thing swings up, their average cost gets blown through, bro. And now it turns into a monster trade. But they got capital for that type of shit.
That's what makes long-term investing so good, doing dollar cost averaging in, because that's all you're doing.
Pretty
you
much.
Averaging in on the way down, and then you averaging in on the way up. And just over time,
your average cost is just gonna be superb.
Yeah. All you need them to do is swing above your average cost, and you have like accumulated 1,000 shares.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause like people will always say, like, I'll just wait on it to go lower. But in that time frame, you never get into the position. So somebody might say, I've been dollar cost averaging in for like 6 months or a year, and I'm basically flat. My thing is, yeah, I'm flat with some shares of it though. You still just got your money there. And then if this shit ramps up, then you're gonna be like, well, nope, it's too high for me to get in now.
Yeah.
So that dollar cost averaging in helps you get into the market.
Would you say that there's probably a good strategy or rule to only average in if condition X is met, whatever that might be for someone?
Nah, because you can't, it's not averaging in at that point.
Well, it is. Like Wall Street trappers, they said anytime a stock falls 10%, average in.
But that's not dollar cost averaging in. That's just buying at a level. So like live traders, like they say the same thing. So what they do, I say they, like somebody like Jared, like say he'll dollar cost average in, and even if you look at, I think it's called a Minority Report or something like that. And that's who got me into doing dollar cost averaging. You dollar cost average in, but then if it hits like a key level, so let's say that like you dollar cost averaging in on Amazon or Tesla, and you might say, okay, when it hits 120, I'm gonna just buy 10 shares. So instead of dollar cost averaging in, you may say I'm gonna buy $1,000 worth of it at this particular level. So you still buying it at a key level, and then you still kind of dollar cost averaging in. So it's almost like it's two different strategies. So you have like dollar cost averaging where you say every week I'm gonna just buy the same amount, or I'm gonna buy 10 shares every week, or I'm gonna buy $500 worth every week. And then you also could say, well, if this thing drops and it hits this key level, I'm gonna buy X amount at that level. So it's like two different strategies. Some people do both of them. Like for me, in my M1 finance account, I just strictly dollar cost average because it's automated. But I could come back and say like, all right, well, damn, Tesla just tanked out. Let me just buy 200 shares of Tesla at that amount. I think it's all what your risk tolerance is.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. Like with the even looking at the daily and swinging, a week or 2 weeks out. Just whenever something gets into a certain daily trend, I'm from the camp, Doc, where I'm gonna put up what I'm willing to lose because I don't have time to be losing sleep over a pullback or getting stopped out only for the next day you have the sickest rally that gets you back into trend. So, and again, that means that I'm probably gonna go for something less than $100, right? Like I'm not putting up more than $100 if I'm, because I don't care. I don't lose any sleep or feelings behind losing that. But if I start putting up like,
just though you have to kind of, let's say you're buying a stock that's like $50 a share or something like that. Like, so then you would just buy 2 shares?
Oh, I'm not talking about equity. I'm talking about for like options. So I'm talking about like that strategy I was telling you. Like if I think we were looking at Amazon, where he was saying that the guy would have bought Amazon at that level. All good on rule for you on them. Tesla earnings word. That would have been a good reason to enter, and you would have been up today. But again, like I would have put up anything that made sense to me. Your risk tolerance. Putting up $600. If this play didn't work out, I would definitely have a stop then. But I think like sometimes you get into stopping out and then the market shoots up the next day, right? And then you also get into the psychology of, well, I bought time in the event that this could shoot up. but you're down 50%. You need to be stopping out, right?
Yeah, but then that plays into, that's why I kind of use delta when I get into a position. So like I know if the delta is, let's say 0.25, I know if, let's say my stop is $1 down,
Yeah.
then I know I can only buy, and I'm risking, let's say I'm risking $50. I know I could buy 2 contracts because I'm gonna risk $50. If it goes down $1, it's gonna stop me out. And then if it stops me out, then like we always say, then we was wrong. Realistically, we supposed to think that we was wrong on the trade. Our thought was wrong on the trade, so we should stop out anyway.
Right.
Instead of just letting it play on out. So that's why I was saying, like, so even if you switch it around, so I'll buy, like with Microsoft, I'll buy that $500 contract with time on it, knowing that it has like a 0.25 delta, and if the stock goes against me $1, I'm gonna lose $25. And now I just have to say, okay, well that's it is what it is.
Yeah, get yourself out of the play.
$10.
Yeah, like maybe this is my ignorance on understanding how the Greeks affect contracts the way you do. Because like being a surgeon the way you are, knowing that you're gonna lose 25 cents if X condition is met, bro, I think that's a gift in option land. It's me.
But that's why they give you those though.
Yeah, I
That's
hear
why,
you.
like the delta, and it goes both ways. Like some people say that delta tells you what your chances of being in the money are. So a 0.25 means you got a 25% chance of reaching the money. And then the other way is a 0.25 tells you if it moves in either direction, you're going to make or lose that amount. That's the way that I like to use it. So some people will use it for the chances that it's going to go that way. But I'm like 25% is like way, like, wouldn't even be interested in taking the trade if I thought it only had a 25% chance. And that's why a lot of people don't really understand options, because they think that it has to hit your money to make money. It has to hit the price.
I don't know.
And once I understood, like, no, it doesn't have to hit the strike price to make money. Once you understand, like, that delta is telling you what it's going to make for every dollar that it's going to move.
Right.
And then now you know if it's, all right, well, it moves 50 cents. If I see 50 cents in a move and I'm trying to make, let's say I see 50 cents in a move and I'm trying to make $50, then I know I need to buy 4 contracts because I'm only playing it for that 50-cent move. But if I know that it got the range to go $1, then I'm gonna just buy, like, if I'm gonna risk $25, I'll just buy the 1 contract. But then on the other hand, like when you look at, so Delta, we know will tell you how much it's gonna make if it moves that dollar direction. And then Gamma tells you how much to add to it after it moves that dollar.
Like the delta
So
changes.
Huh?
You mean the delta changes? Like the delta increases?
Yeah, so like if you look at the delta, it may say 0.25, and then if you look at gamma, it might say like 0.17 or some other number.
Yeah.
So basically, if it moves $1, then that gamma gets added to the delta. That's what the delta is going to go up by. for every
17
move
cents
that
is
it
added.
makes.
17 cents is added to the 25 cents.
Yeah. So then it makes the delta 0.42. So that's how the delta moves up. It moves up based off of what that gamma number is.
I never really introduced the gamma column, but I do have theta in there. So theta is if it goes against you, you're going to lose that amount of cents.
Nah, theta is just what it's going to lose every day.
That should feel like every hour, Doc.
Yeah, but that's why I said, so they'll give you theta and like that theoretical number, but it's not all in one fell swoop. So theta might be 1.02 on a data that's going to expire. So they don't just take $1 off of it right away. It may take 0.3, this 15 minutes, then it might take 0.1 this 15 minutes, and then over a day's time, it's going to lose that 1 point whatever it was or whatever the theta is on it.
Yeah. Well, we need to start shaking some butt on Tesla because my theta is gonna kick in at the end. I think at 2 p.m. that 2:30, I usually see a theta clap come in. My theta.
What's the theta on it right now?
It's not gonna matter if it's an earnings play for you.
Right.
And the reason why I say that is
yeah.
because if that shit ends up rocketing and Tesla makes 20 points, you're not gonna care about the theta.
It won't matter.
Nah,
It won't matter.
because you're going to start catching all of the damn gamma and all that other value that's built in it that's just going to skyrocket it up.
This thing is gonna be at $7 if Tesla ends up at 205 after earnings.
Because what's the theta right now?
Theta's 62. Jesus.
Nah, but see, that's fairly low. Like theta that shit's gonna jump up to like $1 something before long, and theta is basically capped out. What you can make on it is not capped out, and that's the good thing on it.
Yeah.
So you just wanting it to go in your favor so that you can start seeing that boom out of it.
Shit, I feel like I should have just waited till today. I would have.
On those, you bought way too early.
Yeah.
Like I'll buy, like when I sit back down and if I see like Tesla's chart looking halfway decent, and we know the damn earnings is the earnings, I may buy a contract. But I always say that I think the smart thing to do is to buy in two directions. So like buy a $50 call and a $50 put. And hope that one of them snaps. Because on one side of the fence, you're going to lose $50. You know you're going to lose 50 on one of them. But if the other one gives the big pop, it's going to make that $50 back up and plus. I guess they call them I don't know what they call them, straddles?
Iron condors. Yeah. But I think that's an iron condor.
Yeah, where you kind of play both sides of the fence and you hope that the stronger fence makes up for the other one. And another thing, I still would probably buy it with a little bit of time on it. I wouldn't buy it to expire out on Friday because Theta's just gonna kick your butt either way.
I might fuck around and buy 3 more of these just in case. Nah, I don't want to gamble too much. Tesla's got to get through 182.69 on the 15-minute.
Did you ever pull up that calculator?
I did, but I'm like stuck on something. Let me see. I put all the information in Tesla, blah, 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 blah. Option price per option. I got all that in there. And then it says stock range. I thought that's all I needed to put up there.
Hold on. I just walked in the house. Let me see.
Mm-hmm. Looks like SPY's cooking again. Oh boy, SPY's at the 414 level. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, this is crazy. That's crazy. SPY moving disrespectfully.
The Tesla Get price. What contract you in?
I'm in the. Hold on 1 second. I think I got it over here. Oh, 205. 205.
205. Okay. And you got one contract?
Mm-hmm.
What you paid for it?
105.
105. 105. Calculate.
Made like 20 cents on the thing yesterday. Should have just killed it and reanalyzed today. That's all you had to put in? Because that's what I put in. Manual settings, select options, calculate. Oh, I had to agree to some terms.
There we go. Yeah, so in order for you to break even today, it got to hit 184. In order for you to break even tomorrow, it needs to hit 191. So where it's at right now. Yeah, so that's why I say that gives you an idea of where, so like say earnings kicks in and tomorrow it's up $10. So like you'll be up 31 bucks, which is basically 30% on that contract. But it kind of gives you and that's how I use it. I just like to use it for expectation.
Yeah, no, it's good. I wonder if we could put something like that on the TOS chart.
What you mean?
Like once you're in on a contract, it tells you where you have to hit to break even, or you know what 20% is, or 50%, or like so you could have an expectation on the contract itself.
I got you. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just go over here because it's so quick and easy. I don't know like all of the math that's used in this website to figure out these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that they damn accurate. So like if I take a play in the morning overnight, like I do my overnight holds, I can come in here and kind of expect where I'm gonna be at if it gaps up or down like I want it to.
Mm-hmm.
So like on the 21st, this thing needs to be up to 202 for you to break even. Actually 201, you'll make $7.
Okay.
202, you'll make like 38 bucks.
Am I on the right website? I got optionprofitcalculator.com.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
They tripping cuz. Long bullish. Okay, cool. Symbol TSLA.
Yeah. Then hit get price.
Yeah, they got the wrong price up there, but okay.
180, 193.
Yeah, that's where we at.
Yeah, that's where I click. When I click it, that's what it's giving me.
Shit, it's at 182.08. That's close
And
enough.
see, this could be not really. It may be like every 2 minutes or something it grabs the price.
Got you. All right, then you got like buy, select option.
Yeah. And go down, select that contract.
21st. I got the last 181 strike. 181, 205 right here. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
then change the price to the price that you actually paid for it.
Total cost 84, price to 1.05.
Yeah.
And I feel like the market volume just like dry the fuck out.
And then click calculate.
Okay. Hold on
And
one
then
second.
if
Let
you
me.
scroll down, see the chart.
Oh, hold on one second. Hey, babe.
Hello,
Hey, how you doing?
it's me.
So I see that. I hit that estimated return. Entry cost 105, maximum risk 105. Oh, and there goes a red bar down here. Okay.
So it like showing you the 3 days that's left plus the expiration.
3 days. Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
where it says chart value, you got yours set to profit loss.
Chart value. Where do you see that?
So like, you see estimated returns, and it got your entry, maximum risk, blah blah blah,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and then below that it says IV change, and then chart style, and then chart values.
Percent of maximum risk. Yep. Wow, nice pop on Tesla. Let's go.
So change that to click that drop down, and you change it to profit loss.
Okay, I just did that.
And then what kind of chart does it giving you, like a line chart?
No, it's giving me that like green and then red kind of chart where Tesla, it has the strikes on the left side.
Yeah, and then the dollar amounts.
So today on the 19th. Okay, I see it now.
You got to get to 184 to get even.
Only $3, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Basically, you get flat at 184. Yeah, and then so tonight it needs to get up to, like, say 190. It needs to get to 191 to get you back green.
Okay.
And then on the 21st, it would need to get you to 202. So this is taking theta into account and showing you how the numbers are gonna look.
It's showing you how much you get screwed if you don't hit today.
Yeah. It shows you how big that theta is.
So like one of the things that I do to like know what I could get, like how much money I would get if I get in the money. So like if I look at the options table today and you look at the money contracts, right now they're at around $8. That's how much this contract could be if we hit 205, right? And if you look at this chart, if we hit 205, it's like at 654. So
yeah, because theta kicking in.
Right. I mean, I'm assuming that. I mean, I'll take that, dog. That's a nice lick off of 6x right there. But we'll see, man.
Yeah, but that's why I say that's why I like this, because it gives you that you can realistically see what the expectation is on it.
Yeah, I wish I punched this in on SPY, because like I was planning on taking SPY to the moon, at least to target, and for me that would have been like your 414 was the macro target. R1 would have been like the 413 area. And the way the contracts move, man, that thing affects the hell out of me. If I was doing equity, I had nothing to leave, no reason to leave. We made no lower lows. We didn't break the swing low of the previous candle. Money zone was holding on to 5, and then it finally kicked in.
Yeah, and see, that's crazy though, man. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Microsoft and at the SPY. It basically has made back everything that it get pre-market.
Gap fill.
Everything, and it's back at the previous day's close. That's wicked. So, and that's what I was saying though. If like you just buy the low every day on a gap down, it's paying. That's crazy.
Wow, SPY is having a hard time at 412.20. I don't think it's done yet, but I'm looking for evidence on the 15 minute. If the 15 minute gives us a supply line.
Nah, it's having trouble at 418. You said 414.20?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's previous day's close. That's why I was saying we right back up to previous day's close right now.
100.
It needs to break that. It got to break that area.
Bro, I think it's. Say what I. It could do it if we just keep getting this type of stuff. I've been watching volume on every single like candle, trying to see if I could figure something out here. And the only thing I would say is that on a 1 hour chart, there's always been more buyers than sellers. So like every chart underneath that, you would see a swing between both. Whenever we had those massive drops, on a 15-minute chart, sellers would outweigh buyers. But on a 1 hour, wasn't the case.
And see, that's what I try to look at is like on each candle. So if you look at, I'm looking at a 2-minute chart at the 1238 candle.
1238. Mm-hmm.
That's a seller's candle, and look how much volume is in it. And then if you look at the 1242 candle, that's a bearish candle. So like those, the candles with a lot of volume in it has been those bearish candles.
Mm.
And then you see like actually all those candles coming through there all been bearish candles.
Well,
Even the two green ones,
yeah,
are both bearish candles.
well, we're
So the
going
bulls need to step back in. But yeah, looking at the hourly chart though, this was like a killer move.
Okay, question for you. I just saw Jason's email about the deduction. And he said we don't have to claim the 24 days. Did you see his email? Do you want to just call him real quick and ask him how not claiming it will affect the return?
Not claiming what?
The 24K from the Connecticut house, the renovations.
Was it?
I responded to him this morning.
Yeah, was it the invoices you sent them? Was it for the basement renovation of 1192?
No. It was for the renovations we did on the Connecticut house of Wedgwood.
Okay, yes.
And I responded to him, and then he just emailed us back and said we don't have to claim it, like since it's our personal property. But my question is, will not claiming it allow our refund to be what he had initially quoted us?
I don't think so, because the claim would go against, is deducted against your income. So it's kind of like they're deducting your expenses from your income to say, okay, well, like let's tax them differently. So just give them a call back. I would just write that in an email for whatever clarification you need, but
I feel like if it's possible for you to just call him now, because emailing back and forth is nothing. He has a file extension.
Okay, cool.
So I feel like if you can just quickly call him and get the, and whatever makes the most sense to you, we can move forward. I already signed, but you would have to update the paper if you decide to change it. So,
All right, cool.
yeah, all right.
Later. Wow, nice little spike back up. Sorry about that, LMD. Wife is calling. We're finalizing the taxes.
Oh, good.
Um,
Got away last night.
Yeah, the accountant is making sure everything is like on the up and up before we push the paperwork through. I was looking at all those red candles you were talking about during this last, I think, 20 minutes. And, yeah. It's just definitely pushed the market down, but then you have like one green volume spike that pushes it right back up.
Yeah. And but see, what I look at that is the volume on it. That one had decent volume though. That like not this last 2 minute candle, but the one before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had decent volume. Check out.
I was just short on AMD. I might have got out early. I probably did, but I was just getting kind of annoyed with the price action. It's kind of in a 10-cent range. We're in an uptrend. So I got in at the high end of the channel at, let me zoom in so I can give you guys where I got in at. I got in at, I got on a fucking position. I'm trying to find it. I got in at 89.97 and I got out at 89.90. I was in 2/3 size, so 10 cents is still good, kind of, but I just didn't like how it kept touching 90, bouncing, touching 90s, bouncing, and then I'm sitting here looking at the NQ. The NQ's green, and it keeps trying to get to that 13,200 level, and it's not going right in my timeline. Like I said, I'm probably gonna be kind of irritated because this is probably going to go in my favor. I just did not like how it was kind of in a 10-cent range, not moving. And then the way that the NQ is kind of grindy, holding green and really firming up to possibly be able to get over 13,200. I was like, man, fuck this. I'm just going to call it. And now it's kind of coming down, which is really annoying. But it was probably best to take off the risk because it just was not moving the way that I wanted it to move on AMD. But it was still a good profit.
You got in at where you said 89.97.
Yeah, 97. Yep.
I'm gonna snap a picture just showing you my infamous trend line.
But so annoying, dude. Because like that's what I don't like about conflicting things, right? Like while I think that this is a good short on AMD and it looks like it's working right now, right? I just did not like the fact that the NQ is not failing hard at this 13,200 level. Like I wanted to see like a bigger flush, and I don't want to see it get soaked up the way that they soaked it up at 13,190s. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna let this trade go. Like there's no need. So I made a bid on that, but it's really annoying because I probably while I could have stayed in the trade, given my risk was literally high a day, which is 907, which means I have a 10-cent risk, which is really good. It just was like, do I need to be in this with everything looking like it wants to stay firm? Is what I was kind of asking myself. And then once I started to realize that 90s is holding way too like we touched 90s like a million times. It just was not trying to give that up. And I'm sitting here like, if this not trying to give up 90s with ease, like I'm, because the last thing I want to do is be in a trade and it's in my favor, and then out of nowhere we get one of those green swipe candles and somehow we break higher days, and now I'm sitting here like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I just posted a picture of my 2-minute chart for AMD. That's why I would have looked at AMD, how you looking at it. So you got in at the top of the channel, where it bounced off at the top of the channel, and you got out at the base of the channel. So it was fighting to go lower. It just was literally just fighting, and now I just snapped another picture. So you'll be able to see now, like that candle that's going right now, it's fighting to get back into the channel.
Yeah, you see,
that was me just like looking at it real quick, seeing like, okay, that's the up channel that it's in right now.
Yeah, I didn't like I just did not like I said, I made money on it, so it's not a bad trade, but the market, unless you're long, you probably have to scalp shorts in this market right now. Especially because I did mention, we talked about it yesterday. flush downs are met with rip ups, like gap downs are met with ramp ups, and then gap ups are met with flushes down. So with that being said, I mean, while I do have good RR on the trade, I am very aware of the possibilities that the NQ could easily get back up above this 13,200 level and kind of push back to its ultimate supply zone, which is 13,300 and above. So with that being said, that's why I kind of took off, because I was like, nah, it's just not worth it. Even for a 10-cent risk, which you can get a very good RR. Like if this thing goes back red and goes to VWAP, like you're getting an amazing RR out of it. But I just thought it's not moving the way that I want. Like I was hoping to get I wanted to get a flush candle so I could get out. Like if I can get like a 15-cent flush candle, it would have been a nice get out. But the way that this market's moving, red candles are kind of being soaked up right now. So that was my process behind that AMD trade. It's not even worth posting, which is why I'm not gonna post this. Just not even worth it. It's not even worth the time to sit there and copy and paste from one PC to the other. It's worth it. It's a waste of time. Yeah, like it's not like I made money on the trade, but it was such a fucking stupid trade, honestly. And that happens, right? You get into trades that are green and you just are like, man, it's so fucking stupid. Either it didn't do what you thought it was gonna do, or it goes against you, and it's just boring. You know, how many times have you been in a trade and it's just like a boring ass trade and you're sitting here like, you just cut it just because it's boring. I've done that so many times.
Yeah.
I'm just like, where you're just like, this is not moving, so I'm just gonna get out of this.
Yesterday,
that's how I felt.
Yeah, yesterday after the dump, bro, that was the wickedest consolidation. We went for 5 hours. 5 hours consolidating between high and low, literally bouncing like pong between those two zones. And I mean, it wasn't like molasses going up or down. It was we caught the longs, right? Straight from demand.
Yeah.
And that shit was a nice little run up, but then it just like kept hitting his head up there and coming back down and hitting his head again. But it took a while for that shit to really kind of give you one. I think something happened midday that we had like a wicked volume spike. It dumped and then it brought back up.
I know we dumped because China said like they announced that China's trying to undermine our currency.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. That was some crazy dump, bro. They brought it right back up though and hit the highs again. This is what we're flirting with now, the 414 level that rejected.
Now NQ's trying to go red. But see how it just gets caught up? Like if this starts getting firm, man. But like I said, the 13,200 level was the key level today, in my opinion. I think that the 13,100 and the 13,200 are the key levels. Which for NQ, 100-point range is kind of dog shit, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I think got a 200 ATR.
Because I mean, you think about it, right? You think about it. If you were to say, if you were to say small cap, right? Like 100 points for the NQ is 10 cents in small cap. That's trash. That's trash. You want to see like 500-point range days type shit. That's what you want to be seeing.
I want to see this thing keep rallying. So we took out 413.
Good thing I got on my trade because it would be testing my fucking patience right now. It's back at my entry.
We took out 413. I want to get to 417 on SPY. I don't know if we're gonna make it there today, but definitely this week I want to see that.
Nymeria, I've given you a bone. I've given you.
This is why I prefer stocks, man. Look at SPR. I'm in a long-term trade on this. Options out till I'm out to June on this one as well. But an entry on this would have had a 30-cent stop, and I would hit target already. But on the option, it's just slow grinding.
Actually, I don't know. I can't say that because the option contract is up 20%, which ain't bad. But it's just stocks. It's so easy for me to see it.
Yeah.
What a
And I'm actually, I hope this thing can go like $3 in the next few weeks.
Apple, you said?
Nah, it's called SPR.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. So I took this off the hourly chart yesterday
Spirit Aerospace.
for this breakout. Because you see, it just tanked the last few days. And then kind of double bottomed down there yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Grinded its way back up over the what is that? The 200, daily 200 moving average.
Is this like the Spirit airline that nobody likes to fly?
Nah, this is like some Chinese.
I forgot what Spirit's ticker was. Isn't it LUSD or some shit?
Yeah, this the Spirit. Nah, that's Southwest.
Oh, what the fuck is Spirit? I forgot what Spirit was.
I don't know, because I used to own Spirit shares during COVID.
Spirit's trash, bro. I would never fly with them.
Nah, I wouldn't fly with them, but I made a little bit of money. But nah, this is like some aerospace company. And I guess they, when Boeing took a hit, because Boeing took a hit because of the 737 MAX, they took a hit with it a couple of days ago as well. So I'm like, this is going to grind back up. I'm going to buy some contracts with some time on them, and I'm going to just let it work. Like I say, it's up like 20% right now. But had I took the stock trade, it would have been a clean profit.
Bro, if they have BlackRock calls and you would have had a call when I got in, you'd probably be up fucking several $100. Several. Because I got in.
They don't do options.
I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, hell yeah.
BlackRock has options?
Yeah.
What's their ticker number?
BLK.
Yeah. Bro, I was in at like 660.
This shit is, it'll cost you like Tesla type shit, but it definitely has them.
Yeah, they just thinly traded though. I wouldn't fool with them because of that. Like open interest is 100 to 500 open interest contracts.
Even when you go out further.
One like super, if you play one like for long-term positioning, I mean, you'd be fucking going crazy even with the spread.
Yeah, but you got to get out of it.
Pay for it. You're gonna pay like $2,000.
Yeah, $5,000
for a June contract that is out of the money. So June, $730. You're gonna pay $1,000 right now for it, and it's only 109 of them in the market right now. So the spread is not that bad. It only has a 50-cent spread, but it's just not enough liquidity.
Yeah, but you're not trying to, I'm not saying you fucking take 100 contracts. I'm saying like you could take maybe 2 contracts or something. If you would have got in when I got in, you'd probably be up several $100 on your contract.
Yeah, it's just hard. When I say no liquidity, it just be hard to find people that's gonna buy it from you.
Yeah.
Once you in it, you'll have an order out there, because I didn't bought something that's like this, and you have an order sitting out there, and it will never get filled.
Let's fucking go, Spy.
Because
broke the 14.
You waiting on somebody to come and snatch it up from you.
Son of a bitch.
And that's exactly why I got out of AMD. So, while I hate the trade that I took, I also really like it because, I realized fairly quick, like, this shit is, all these flushes are getting soaked right back up. Like, all red candles fall right back up. So as soon as I kind of gauged that out, I was like, let me just get rid of this profit.
Yeah, I had a, when I went and looked at the AMD contract, I looked at the chart, I was going to take a long on it. I was about to buy 2 contracts long. I just never did load it into the in there.
Let's fucking go, Tezzy.
AMD is in a short-term uptrend. And watch, I'm trying to see where this 2-minute candle is going to base out at.
Let's fucking go, Tezzy. Tezzy now has the fight of his life. 15 minute supply level. It breaks through this, is clear skies ahead, bro. 187 is the next line of defense.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna be dipping. I'm gonna go get my tuxedo for my wedding. So I'm gonna be out of here.
For sure, brother.
All right, man.
Later.
Yo, that contract is up 110% from this morning, bro. I scraped fucking 12% out of that shit.
Yeah, that's why I said I probably would have grabbed me one, even though I understand that's like $50 you throwing out there. No, I would have did it just knowing that it was gonna kind of bounce back.
Which one?
The Tesla one.
Oh no, this was the SPY contract I had. Remember, I was in SPY longs this morning.
Oh, okay.
I just couldn't fucking stomach the breakout. But the Tesla one, yeah, we would have been up. Let me see where that contract is at now. It's struggling to break out of 85. It just made it to 90. So now it's gonna pick up some steam and see what we do. I would have had to FOMO into that this morning, bro. That thing shot straight up from that 52 level. And I saw Tesla when it was dumping this morning. So I was like, man, I should grab another one. But I was like, yeah, you put on more risk to this shit, you definitely gonna get out of this trade.
Almost like throwing 50 at the wind.
Yeah, I would have brought my average down significantly, right? Like it would have been around 70 something, I believe. Yeah, because it was a 50-cent contract. I'm in at 105. Yeah, we would have brought the average down to like 70, 80. So I'd have been basically trying to get out right now. Just not, and then I would have missed the whole earnings play. Probably is going to be a good thing. Maybe not. Who knows? But yeah, I couldn't trigger that emotion. So I fucking SPY, bro. Yeah, I gotta continue to keep practicing what I've been doing, bro, where I just put the trade on and I hit 2R or not. Because I think what we've been doing so far has been amazing. Catching really good levels, just leaving a lot of money on the table, running out of these trends.
Yeah, and that's why I say it's all about your trading plan. Me personally, I don't think like one trading plan is better than another one. It all just depends on your trading plan.
Yeah.
So
I think there's two camps that you can size things down to, and like if you're a size trader, the idea of like letting something kind of go with the trend it's scary, because those pullbacks that we had today, it wiped out any, like if you were in on size, like this dude 150 option contracts, bro, that pullback, if it didn't eat 50 to 75% of your profit, like it's gonna scare you out. Like you see 75% of your profit just go, you're gonna take what you can and run, only for the market to continue to go up. So I think the best thing to do when you have size is to scale out when you see, especially like that guy, he saw $4,000 for a baby move, like that.
Yeah, you can't let that kind of money go against you.
Right. The fuck, what are you doing? Like you're making basically what the average consumer does not make. You scale out 90% of that, you locked in $3,000. Now the rest is like, okay, let's take this back to break even, and it's a great trade. But if you taking, $20 worth of risk, $50 worth of risk, and the other side is $200, $300, $400 if you let them hit target, and the data, this is what's important, I think. If the data shows that you hit target, why are you afraid of losing the $50? You're gonna make $300. That pays for the next 3-4 trades.
Yeah, and like I said, it's big money people out there, and that's just how they trade.
And imagine that guy, the guy that he doesn't care if he loses $5
Their
grand.
system tells them that, but like I say, I don't argue.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
It's all about what's comfortable for you.
Right. I mean, the one thing I would, and I think this is like the honesty part about traders, like you have to be honest with, like if I stare at this chart, I'm going to always take profit where I see it's a nice gain. And I'm going to avoid taking profit at target where the data shows we're going to hit. I'll show you 2 trades I took this morning, and I basically scaled both out at like 1R or target 1. And this thing is now almost about to hit target 2 on ES. Forget about NQ, that thing was a monster. But I wouldn't recommend this to anyone that doesn't have an edge that shows that that's something that happens more than not, because
You know, now you're just throwing money at the win, you know, but your edge pays you 2R, 3R, and you hit target. Yo, man, get away from, stop blocking your blessings, you know? Look at this. The first trade, I scaled out maybe 1.5R on that trade. And then all we did was consolidate. Didn't even break up, it didn't break structure, didn't make a lower low or nothing. Like that runner should have been at break even, and I would have gotten the second leg that hit target. Consolidated again, broke through target. Consolidated again, and when they pulled back, I said, damn that, I'm taking this 15-minute money zone trade. Look at where we're at now. This thing is like 2R right now. And the top of that green, that second green trade, would be like 3Rs. Risking that red zone. But my entry was insane. Like I saw virtually no drawdown. All because of that money zone entry, bro. Even if you didn't want to like go all the way up to like, you know, the top right now, I think like getting hit with a major leg down might be something that, you know, you should consider.
But see, like out to, so on that chart though, like what's out to the left of it?
Let me zoom it in. Yeah, we're coming up on resistance right now, I think.
Like the bigger picture. That's what I'd be liking to see. So I'm gonna show you. This is the that SPR trade that I'm in.
Yeah. That's to the left right there, bud.
Okay.
Yeah, we're coming up on that top resistance we just like fell from on ES. They're gonna blow right through that though. Once this, I be feeling these days, like once the market gets ramped up and you have a trend day, you're gonna need a big seller to kill this trend. The 15 minutes still not showing us any kind of like supply line here, so it looks like they're just gonna keep letting this thing go.
So this is that SPR trade. But see, like if you look, so like it's actually at my first area of concern right now. So if I had more contracts, like how you said, I probably should take something off, but it's breaking that area right now. But if you look like the upper right chart.
Hold on, I'm coming right now. Yeah, I see you.
That's the hourly chart. Like, I want to see this get back up to the third line. So we at the first line right now. I want to see this get up to that third line, which is like $33.
Yeah.
So like, but like how you were saying, like if I had 10 contracts, I probably would have sold 3 of them right now. I would be out of 3 contracts. Because this is up. I'm up 35% right now. But I only have 2 contracts though. So my thing is like, man, do I get out of one of the contracts right here? Or do I try to let this thing keep on working?
It's a fair question, man. My whole...
And that's the dilemma.
Yeah. Looks like you don't have a lot of volume in that contract too.
None. You see over there, I'm the only one who bought yesterday. My 2 calls is the only 2. But
look at that flush.
But look at the ladder though. You see the ladder over there on the left?
Yeah.
Look at it's buyers and sellers out there.
So why is there no real print?
I don't know, cause like I said, I could throw an order out right now for 90 cents and I'll get filled. Cause there's some buyers on there wanting to buy at that price right now.
Right.
So I could throw my order out and I'll get filled. I'll make like $40 on that one contract.
Yeah, I don't like the way we just swooped down, Doc. That's a key level to be getting that kind of volume. Let's see if they start tanking here. either way, that play was crazy. It went all the way up to 240, 250 on the contracts. Fuck, bro, a 118 entry.
What you looking at, Tesla?
SPY right now. I'm thinking the whole market kind of had a pullback like that though.
You still in SPY?
Oh no, Doc, they got me out before I even the play even went crazy.
Yeah, but nah, see, the SPY right now is fighting to get back green.
On
It's
what,
fighting over close.
on what time frame?
Days.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's green on the day since the open, but we still down like 0.03% since the market opened. That's why I say I like having this percent since the market opened on here. But I keep both of them just so that I can kind of see where we at overall. So we technically red on the day, but we green on the morning.
46% change, right? 45.
Yeah, yep.
Yo, so I coded it into the chart. Fire.
Wait, it shows you on the chart?
Yeah. That way I don't have to like open up that side window, cause I don't know. I just never had. Well, I just spy isn't on the watch list, and I don't see it, and I'm having like to look for it. But now it's like on the chart. I think you can see it on one of the charts that I posted before, actually. But here you go. So it's the one that says change right after that blue one.
Oh yeah, up there, your bars across the top.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was combing through some videos, trying to see if I'm even using the indicators, the labels up there in a way that can sharpen my edge, and kind of seeing like this get ready right here, right? Every time you see this get ready, cyan, it means that this is where you would want to buy for the bullish trend to continue. It's in line with the money zone, blah, 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 blah. If you look at that 5-minute chart that I just posted, every time a cyan candle came, if you entered around that area, putting your stop at the previous swing low, we got right out of that condition and back into like the bullish trend.
But that's my thing though. So like, this works for stocks too, right?
Everything, yeah.
So I would just be taking them trades if you trust the system.
I do, Doc. This is why I took those longs this morning. It was nothing but green candles at the money zone. And the dark green ones is just a pullback, money zone pullback entry. So I just took that. I was like, all right, cool. But I got a 118 fill. The lowest we went to was 107 on that contract. I'm like, I'm not leaving. Then we started shooting up to like 130. I'm like, all right, this is a good 15, percent.
I'm saying I'll be looking to trade stocks too.
Oh, I
because
do.
If it works across the board, like you can find some not necessarily low float, but like small caps that's running on the day.
Yeah, I'll look at yours right now. You were looking at SPR, and again, this thing could change like in a blink of an eye and show you a different condition. Like those yellow candle means that we're getting overbought. But for you on SPR today, this is what you look like.
And look at that, man! It came right there and tapped
31. Yep.
my concern and just rolled over.
You would have been happy about taking that damn one contract off.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the bigger picture though.
Right.
The same way that this thing flushed down like that, I think it can grind back up. Now it won't be as drastic, because how they always say you take the stairs up and the elevator down.
Right.
So you notice how it just tanked, and now we kind of taking the stairs back up. So I bought these contracts with enough time to know that I need to just take the stairs back up.
But that's SPR right there.
Yeah, it's SPR.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this would have told you no place to get in then, would it?
Well, yeah, white candles are also accumulations. So it's getting at a white candle, and in this case, the first couple ones, we're still producing red signals. Purple means that the bears are fading. Red, of course, the bears are winning. Green, the bulls are winning. And then cyan is a good pullback, and purple is the bears are fading. So that's probably a good pullback for another down move. But occasionally, like if they get overtaken, you'll see that transition. On ultimately, like if you see green, you can just get in on a green candle, and because that condition means that it should. All you want to see after that is a green. It's green, 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 green. Like that's it, because it's accelerating right now. Same condition for red. And it's an easy way for me to just stop out of the play. You know, whatever games they're playing, if they're not trending in that direction with deceleration mode or acceleration momentum, especially for options, you probably don't want to get caught in that chop that happened this morning. But once they started going, if you pull the trigger on the final white candle or the green there, it ended up going in your favor. But this pullback right here is flashing cyan and dark green. On this day here, I'll give you a bigger picture from yesterday. And again, like these conditions change a lot on a 5 minute. So like you really gotta pick your time frame and kind of just let the time work its way out. So when you saw green after that first white spike yesterday, you see that? So yesterday, to the far left, they gave you your first white spike. That was a massive candle, massive buyer. And then after that, you got a yellow, which means it's too hot. They're gonna pull back. They gave you the pullback, but the pullback remained green because it's above the money zone. And then it was a wrap. They just kept running up. So ideally, you want to find those conditions where you can be with the bullish momentum that's gonna give you this type of acceleration. And then you had a nice little cyan consolidation, and then they had a few spikes up, but they didn't really go crazy. Overnight, you had like that red bearish condition. But if you kind of step back from all of that, like the colors are telling you what's happening with price. But look at those lines that came up, the supply and demand. Price ricocheted from those levels.
Gotcha.
So for me, I'm really trying to develop a play at those levels, and then if the candles start to formulate the patterns that I need for it to formulate, then I'm like, okay, I'm on the right side of this trade. But if we break down any of those lines, I'd be thinking to go bearish. But again, like if you're swinging, this 5 minute means nothing. It changes, it shows you other opportunities, and then the macro comes in and kills the hell out of that. So. But I think you're good on SPR so far, man. It's looking really, really healthy. I like the play.
Yeah. Like I said, on that one, I'm in. Now, probably, like I said, if I was in with more contracts, I definitely would have went on and locked in that profit right there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm going to try to sit through it and see what it can do.
For sure. There goes another cyan pullback on the 5 minute. This is at a key level though. This 414 is a big level, man. We've been getting rejected up here a lot of times.
Did you guys take any more trades?
No.
I don't know if the ES trade that I posted, I took that at the 11:30 pullback.
Oh, nice.
Man, I got out of there once we broke out of the highs, and this thing just ran like another, looks like 74 to 80, about 8 points. This thing looks like it's just grinding. Every pullback is getting bought up.
Yeah, I stepped away from the desk and I just came back, surprised how far we're still moving up.
Yeah, check out that SPR. That one made the move I needed it to make right up to my first area of concern. That one I was showing you this morning.
Oh, yeah. Good.
It tapped that first area kind of right as it was doing it. Me and Spark was looking at it, and I'm like, man, I should take one of these contracts off. And didn't do it, and it came and tapped it perfectly. But I'm going to still play for the bigger picture. Not much volume is in that candle.
What are you holding to again?
33.
I would like to see it hit 33.
Oh, okay.
So like, I posted it in sure, like you can see the lines on my hourly chart. So it tapped the first line. So I want to see it break that, tap that second line. And I think if it taps that second line, it's going to gap up to 33. What I didn't do is what we was talking about earlier, Spark, and go into the long calculator and figure out what that amount would be paying me.
For holding. And how
Yeah, to hold it up to 33. But it's still green.
This is
still,
insane.
it was, when it was up there at the top, it was up like 33%. Right now it's up 16%.
Yo, SPY
So-
just got right back up there. Got bought up back to 50% on a day. Let's see if we can.
Yo, yeah, it's back green. It's actually right at green on the day. But that's why I said it's gonna keep fighting that. So now, watch what's gonna happen. It's gonna come up to that 414.44 area, and it's gonna use that as resistance now, and it needs to break that and then retest it, and then we can get back up higher again. But it's going to use that as resistance right now. What is AMD doing? Man, look at AMD.
It's shooting, right?
AMD is trading in this channel perfectly.
Yeah, I liked AMD long when he went for it. That downward candle, bro. Just
when he went short, I'm like, you got out where you needed to get out of it because it's about to bounce and go back higher.
Yeah.
Because he bought it right at the top of the channel, and then he got out right as it based out to go back higher. I think it did 3 or 4 candles, and then it shot back up again. But when he said he was short, and I pulled it up and I looked at it, and I drew those channels, I had loaded up a contract to go to buy a call. I just didn't put the order in the system because I was going to put the order in based on what the actual option chart was, because it's easier for me to pick where I want to get in at. And now I hate that I didn't, because let me see.
It's running, Doc.
Man,
AMD.
I would have got in this. Let me see where I would have got in this at. I would have been in this at 111. I was going to buy 3 contracts, and it's at 144 right now. So I'd be up $100 on 3 contracts.
Jeez.
And this thing is it's literally trading this channel. That's why I say Jonathan like to laugh at these channels, but they are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. I'm gonna snap another picture just to show how it's literally acting off of for support and resistance. Because I think at one time he was like, well, why would you want to know, why would you put it on the other side of it? And I'm like, I do that so that I can have the expectation to know where it's going to kind of fail at. And it's literally trading right up in it.
Yeah, I like the longs because for me on my end, it was like cyan pullback. So the Bulls had control. That downward candle that happened at 12, though, that was a spook candle. But this is where I say, like, putting your stop at the swing low is clutch because they did not break trend. They definitely went down to the bottom of the Bollinger Band. Buyers saw opportunity, and they filled that thing right back up within 5 minutes, producing, continuing to go on with trend. So, like, even though his entry was solid to me, I think it was a great entry. They gave him a little up move, but then that down, I don't know what the hell that down candle was, bro, but that was a spook, probably a stop hunt. Anyways, they didn't break trend, so, like.
Which down candle?
So his entry was around that highlighted cyan where you see a bunch of like green wedges, like triangles to the downside. That tells you bulls are buying here. That big cyan empty candle that came down at around like
I see which one you're talking about. The empty one that went into that green zone.
Yeah, like that one right there never broke the low of the previous swing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just had a decent stop loss, you would of course have to go 2-1 now because you're willing to lose structure in order to be proven wrong. And you would have hit at least R1 on this one.
I'm doing the
Okay, I see that big red one right there. Okay.
yeah. So that's one. Yeah, 1R. He would have hit our 1R when he went short, actually, which is crazy. And then
But he didn't get in though. That candle that you talking about though.
No, he got in
You're
before
not
that.
saying he wasn't in the trade then though.
Yeah, he was. He took longs first.
Huh?
He took longs first.
Oh, okay. So he took a trade earlier in the morning, right there, going long,
Yeah, and then
he got back in short at 12:45.
right at supply, where there was like supply, but a 2-to-1 trade, based on just respect and structure on very basic strategy, on the cyan entry, that down move never violated the previous swing low, and that's what that trade would have looked like for me. And where he went short, I would have been scaling out at least whatever, depending on how many contracts I took or whatever. But now they're about to hit the 2R. This trade would have been a monster trade. It would have paid for the next 4 trades. But I know you guys do equity, which is a totally different ball game for me. You get 80 cents on a move. You're like, all right, I'm done. But based on his entry at 89.42 to a 90.51, that's about a point, right? You would have got the point that he got off Apple and yesterday. But yeah, no, I mean, again, in a way, if he's in with size, he's gonna take that damn candle down. It's gonna nuke your account. So I would just have to scale down the amount of shares that I buy so that I could survive that structure kind of strategy. And SPY's been doing it to people all day today. SPY downward moves, bro. That shit right there. It's definitely spooking people out of their coins. But it's still holding structure. Marksman, I hope that I post most of these trades and stuff like that and possibilities, so you can just constantly see how when structure kicks in, bro, that swing low or swing high, that's your only friend.
Yeah, yeah, that money zone is that's nice.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been paying attention to that 90 EMA and the 5 minute a lot more now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just put those two on your chart, it's probably all you need, which is what I have here, but it's just in the form of a cloud, so I don't have to see lines.
Was it the 90 EMA and the 20, is it?
The 5.
Oh, the 5 EMA.
Yeah. When I looked at it, it's actually mine is actually the 8 and the 5, but the 9 and the 5 is fine. And
okay.
Cross between those two shows you who's in control of the trend. So if the 5 crosses above the 9, you have a stack, right? And that's a bullish stack. And if the 5 is below, it's a bearish stack. And you can use other EMAs and stuff like that, but.
Right. No, I like that a lot, though. It's pretty cool.
It's simple.
Yeah.
It's just if price gets into that zone and you want to get in on this trend, this might be your best opportunity. As scary as it might seem, Doc, as scary it's gonna feel scary because the price is shooting down. But somehow it just turns around right there. And you'll never have the opportunity to get in the way it shoots back up. You're like, fuck, I wanted to take that. And I when I first started experimenting with this, bro, it would leave me every time. And then I finally said, yo, you know what? I'm gonna put my order there. A little bit below it, around that area. But once they get in there, I'm putting my order in there. And you'll just see price stall, and that's how you know you're good. Okay, it's stalling, it's not falling anymore. All right, we're good. And then you see I started achieving the swing back up, where now I'm not chasing that swing. But then another experience happened where I would put it there, and the market would keep falling, and I'm like, oh my god, this shit's about to keep tanking. Let me get out. But then it would just swing back up. And I'm like, damn, what the, why is that happening? And after I kept reviewing that, it was you can't control how far the market's going to come down. But you could say, when I look left, it never broke the swing low sometimes. And it was oh shit. So I got to put my stop there. And that's when it was
that's when it was like, all right, cool. If I do enter at the green zone, look left, previous swing low, that's your stop. However far it is, you can't control that. But the wider it is, know that the market has strength. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because the EMAs are kind of moving away from each other a little bit.
No, the what? So like, this entry here. All right, I'll give it to you this way. I think I could just gonna snap a picture of SPY to show you what I kind of mean. So SPY here, right at the 413 entry, 413.03 entry. Where's that white candle is at?
113.03.
413.03. It's like where the white candle is at.
Oh yeah.
Right. So like we just discussed that if I waited for that white candle to form, I'd be getting in way up there, right? And I don't do that. I just kind of get in as the price comes down into the money zone. Apparently, the very low of that was the 15-minute money zone entry. So I took that, which, it's not too far from this green one, this 5-minute money zone. But that 413.03 entry is very far from the previous swing low, way down there at 412.50.
Right.
So you're looking at a 53-cent loss just to be invalidated. If this thing is not going to go into trend and it's going to start, coming down there, you're going to have to suffer that L if you entered where I entered, which was 413. Like, it was literally right down there. All right, cool. So now I'm going to have to go at least $1 or 50 cents for 1R. But since it's that wide, the move up should be just as big. So if we look at where we are now, we went from 413.03 and we're at 414.20. We surpassed 2R got hit.
Right, so I don't have to worry about the R to R on that, because usually, I never knew that actually. I never knew basing the swing lows kind of gives you an idea of, how high it's going to go.
It's an indication of strength. Now notice the swing lows are getting skinnier over here towards the end of the day.
Right.
You probably aren't going to get like big swings anymore. It's getting exhausted, and we're at a 414.20 key level, which I pulled from I think the 15-minute. So if we break through this, which I think we are going to, I don't stop a trend until a trend tells me it's over. But we just double bottom. This kind of based out at a higher low. We'll see if we get another leg up, but it's losing some sort of steam here. But yeah, if your swing low is far, you can't control it, but you should be trying to go for at least a 50-cent move to a $1 move, because I'm not moving my stop, bro, and I'm gonna take that hit. That's the one thing I've seen throughout my trading, where it's like, yo, stop trying to control the profit. You know where you're gonna stop out at, and you need to take at least that 1R, because the next trade has to pay for, this trade has to pay for the next potential 2 to 3 trades, and I think that kind of changes the fear of coming in tomorrow and trading.
Yeah, for sure.
You're like, oh man, I just made fucking $400, $500. I could lose my 150 3 times over. It's my daily loss limit, and not be affected by it. But every trade I take, it's either a set $50 to $80 loss, generally, but the other side is anywhere between $200 to $400. And today, I don't know why the hell I didn't on options, I'm a little bit finicky, but on futures, I'll hold that damn thing, because it's like playing equity. But on options, bro, these pullbacks are clapping the hell out of your profit. So you're like, shit, should I just get out?
Yeah.
The answer is no. It's the same thing. Don't change anything. But it's easier said than done. But yeah, I just, swing lows, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely like that a lot, because I was getting whipped out a lot on pullbacks, and like you said, we just pull back further. But you're really not wrong until it makes a lower low on the day.
Right. Whatever lower low you conclude, like this might be your lower low, where you're like, meaning the 115 low that they just established. If you got in at that, 13, the 135 low, bro, if they break that other low, that might be your line in the sand. It wouldn't be a bad trade. That would be the low you chose.
Right.
And if you look at a 1 minute time frame, that's where I think you lose a lot of money for no reason, because you see a lot of lows that they just kind of
Get chopped around a bit in that for sure.
Yeah. So you kind of have to take a step back a little bit and say, all right, look, like this is a good. I mean, if they defended it for 15 minutes, then it holds value. 5 minute holds value. 1 minute, it does hold value, but you kind of see too much on the chart for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting away from the 1 minute after about the first 10 minutes of the market.
Yeah.
Once we get like 5, like maybe, let's say 10 1 minute candles, because that's going to give me 2 5 minute candles. And that'll give me 5 2 minute candles. I usually try to quit looking at that 1 minute. Usually looking at the 1 minute for like a quick morning 3-bar play, basically. Because after that, it'll start trying to scare you out of trades.
Yeah, I like the 1 minute a lot. I like how I feel like it gives you a little more accurate information. Like you see where the topping tails are and like which volume is for each specific candle.
Yeah, and that's the thing for your strategy. It's perfect.
Yeah.
You're looking deeper into the candles, like you say.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see why. Like for other strategies and stuff. Like the 1 minute might give a bunch of 3-bar plays, post 10 o'clock, but they're not really all valid.
Yeah, or it starts giving you, like for me, what happens? It'll start giving me trends. So on the 1 minute, it might be in a downtrend, but on every other time frame, it's in an uptrend. And the 1 minute is just chopping around, causing those little downtrends to happen, or those little uptrends to happen. So that's where I had started falling in the trap, because I'm usually staring at my thumbnail watch list more than anything else. So I'll start seeing what looks like, oh snap, this is in a downtrend, or I won't see a trend at all. So Spark will be like, yeah, we're in a nice little uptrend. And I'm like, ain't no goddamn uptrend. And then I take my eyes off of the 1 minute chart and I look at the 5 or the 2. And I didn't even took the 15 off, and I put the hourly where the 15 used to be at. But on my 5 minute, I'm like, yeah, we in a clean uptrend. But on the 1 minute, it'll look like chop sometimes, because you're not getting those like stair steps as often.
Right.
So that's why for me, I just did that this morning. I made a 2 minute thumbnail watch list so that I could just swap over real quick, hit one button, and all of my charts will switch over to a 2 minute thumbnail. And it just makes it easier when I'm watching them. But for your strategy, Evan, I can see why, because you're looking at each candle minute by minute. So you want to see that real time frame.
Yeah.
Not so much looking for actual patterns or things of that forming. You looking inside of the candle. And that's why I always go back to saying, it's like, there is no right or wrong way in trade. So like when somebody say that it's crazy that somebody does it, I'm like, there's no right and wrong way. Because I can look at the way that you trade and say that's crazy, but it works for you.
Right.
So like, no, you got to use the tools that's available. It's like 2,000 different studies in these programs.
Yeah.
Use what's available. Some people like RSI and other people don't. But does that mean that RSI is crazy? Nah, it just means that it don't work for what you're looking for.
I know a quant guy that doesn't even use the chart. He just uses numbers.
Really?
Yeah, this dude is insane. Like, if the numbers are increasing at whatever X percentage, he's like, okay, this is strength. I'm going with the herd, and he'll just put his order in and just wait.
How does he base his stop loss and stuff? Like, how does he like manage risk that way?
I didn't even get that deep into his strategy, but when I was talking to him, he was like, bro, I don't even look at the charts. I just, if the algo shows that the stock is appreciating at X percentage or with this kind of volume, or increase, I'm going with the herd. I was like, man, shit, isn't that an easy way to trade? To trade?
Right.
You know, and
Yeah.
he's just like, looking at the chart gets him, you know, confused too much, and you know, it influences bias, and then all of a sudden you see big falls, and then you're like, shit, maybe I should go the other way, and it was only a bounce, and it's like it's just too much to deal with for him. So he was like, but the numbers don't lie. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Because there's some people that use those like handle charts. Like
yeah.
it's not a candle. It's like, I guess they stick candles, where it's just like a straight stick, and then out to the left it'll have like the high, and out to the right it has the low. No colors on it. It's just a stick. And they used to read in charts that way, and they make it work.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Those are weird. Those are.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read them.
but
I would
think
give
about
a
it
shot.
though. When you first started, how weird was a candlestick?
That's
When
true.
you first
They-
started trading, how weird was it to look at a chart and you seeing red and you seeing green, and then you see a huge green and you'll see a little small red, and it was like, that's crazy. But once you understand it, it's not crazy. So it's the same way with those. Like, they just have studied those. Because I know for myself, when I first looked at a candle chart, I'm like, and anybody else, when they come over my house and they see it, they like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, they know it's trading because they didn't seen charts before, but they don't understand what each one is. And then once you start learning, then you start learning like, yeah, that's a red candle, but that's actually bullish as hell. Or that's a green candle, but that candle that's a bearish candle. We about to go back down again. So it's just a matter of studying and learning it.
Yeah, it's crazy to like look back at like all your notes from when you first started, and just to see how far you've come.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to keep it all in perspective and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, when with the candle stuff, right? Where, you know, obviously everyone should learn where open and a close is and what the wick means. I think like you definitely need to understand that when it comes to candles, what a full candle what a full candle means, and you know what a bearish candle, engulfing candle looks like. I think for me that's about as far as I think I wanted to extract from that candle understanding, because like you can see a big candle come down and then you get another big bounce, right? Like right back up. But if that down candle changes your perspective on where this market is going, you're going to go short in what's an uptrend. And you know, that trend is your friend is the truest statement, because as many dips as we saw today, we just keep seeing this thing get bought up and bought up and bought up. And I remember joining this Twitter group one time, and these guys were like, I don't care what you see. If this trend is going up, buy the dip. And I'm like, these guys are fucking crazy. Like, this is about the reverse. This is coming down. Yeah. And bro, 2 hours later, the market would be above the swing high. And I was like, yo, I just sat and listened to these guys for like a month. And no matter what the day produced, the only time they lost was in chop. And everyone loses in chop. But they never went against that trend. And, you know, by 10, 11 o'clock, you kind of know where the trend is headed. Today, you still had opportunities after 11 o'clock to you know, kind of catch an upswing. Greed might have told you, I'm not leaving until we hit 416 or 417. But you made money today if you caught a pullback, even after 11 o'clock.
But that's why I said this morning, you could just buy the low.
Word.
And based on what this market is doing, just sit in it and put your stop at the low. But that was one of the videos, that's what S&B was doing. When they say they like use the ad and all of that, they just buy the low. Buy the morning, put your stop at the low, and this thing just trends higher.
They don't, bro, when we just talked about the strength fading or whatever, I don't care about none of that. Buy the dip and this thing will keep on. Like, don't get in front of the big money that's working, I guess is their philosophy. And you don't know when that big money is going to stop working until they show you. And I think a good example would be the way we've been falling in the morning, and then all of a sudden the market will rally back up at 1 o'clock. Like, that's a clear sign that there's a shift in sentiment, I guess. But even then, those guys were like, well, I just got clapped. But they were right for the first half of that day, just going with that simple rule. And ever since then, bro, I was like, well, I'll never go against the trend. My A1 setup is a pullback entry. my B setup is a reversal play, and I'm pretty good at that as well, because I only use a macro to show me when I'm gonna even try to attempt to do that. But if I don't see that on a 15, and this is where the rules come in. That's why I told you, like, bro, try to become so rule based that the chart you're just looking for that condition at that point. Oh, this is an uptrend. Cool. Pullback, entry, go. It just becomes that simple after a while. But then your emotions get in the way of it. Like, oh shit, I see $200. Let me take this. Oh shit, I see $100. Let me take this. And that could be fine, but as long as you don't lose that whenever you're wrong on a trade. You can't have a good P&L when you're making, $200-300, but you're losing $4 or $5. Like, that shit gets crazy. It's like a hamster on a wheel. But like, I hope that kind of makes sense. Once you kind of have like the rules to what you're seeing, like, okay, I see this. How do you trade that when you see it? You just start, exercising orders, bro. Just put in the order. Did that work? Yeah. Write that down. And if you take that 100 times, you're going to figure out every single way the market goes against that entry. And that was kind of also key too. Like, you can't do this with a real account, but if you get into a play account, bro, just put in orders. You're not going to eliminate emotions, but you're putting in orders just to see the different ways the market can play with your strategy. And I think that's really super helpful.
Yeah, it's definitely something I still have to work on, is like defining my setups and stuff, and like creating rules for them.
Mm-hmm.
But you're definitely right though. Like, the more you see a setup, the more you'll know like when it works and when it doesn't. You can like make it like super specific, so it's got like a pretty like higher success rate.
Yeah, my group on YouTube, whoever's like following, I'm building a natural subscribers that are starting to come in or whatever. Like, I don't change anything up, and I think if you trade with me for like a week, you know exactly what we're looking for. If the market starts to trend up, we're getting in at a pullback. Where's that pullback? Money zone. You choose whether you want to get in at the 5-minute or the 15-minute money zone. But, ideally, that's it. That's, as simple as it goes. If it works, then it works. And some days it doesn't work. But I've gotten to the comfortable level where it's like, okay, look, this works more than it doesn't. Why would I not give someone the opportunity to understand that play? So I don't fear calling out the plays anymore. And then whenever I see that 15-minute line comes up that shows a possible reversal, I'll call it out. And whoever wants to take it, take it. I'm going to take it. And then I'm going to just lose if it fails. But, you start to learn how to take it. Okay, double top is probably a better way to take it. Don't FOMO into it. Wait for that basing out scenario that you guys wait for. And then you start seeing better success rate with that. But I think all of last week when I was showing you the reversal play at 1 o'clock that kept coming in, bro, that shit paid crazy money. It was going bananas. Like, Jesus, this pivot is crazy. Like LMD said, you could have just went long and waited.
Right, just go long with your stop loss at the lows.
Yeah.
But like Evan, like you say, you saw some trades today, but you didn't take them. Did you like note those down?
Yeah,
like,
you wrote those.
Your chart showing like where you would have got in at.
Yeah, I've been writing it down, like reviewing it and stuff.
Okay.
What trades you
take the
took?
trade? It's almost like you took the trade.
Yeah.
You didn't put money on the line, so you know where you would have got in at.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to cry? This market's not stopping, bro. Like,
You
Jesus.
see, out of all of the times that you done did that, like how many of those would have worked today?
Right. That's real data, bro. What trade were you thinking about like taking?
Let's see. I have Meta. I had listed at 1032 to 1034 for the higher low. I think LMD was looking to get into that too. it made that higher low over VWAP.
Yeah.
I was looking. I thought it would go higher. I just never took it.
Do you have a name for that play?
No, not really. That's the tough thing about trading like levels and stuff, like Johnson style, is like there's not always like a name for it. Like it's always a bit different. Like I'm just like playing the levels and stuff. Like it's like this is a higher low over VWAP as the market's moving higher.
There you go. Name it that.
Yeah, that's actually.
Keep it simple, but just you want to name it something that you know when you hear that name is because you see it on the chart, right? And the reason why you're taking this trade is because it made a higher low over VWAP. Your thesis behind it, your theory is that it's gonna hold VWAP and start shooting up, correct?
Yeah.
Now that you got a name for it, and every time you see that condition, you're like, oh, this is that higher low over VWAP trade. You're going to execute. But now, how do you get into that trade so that you limit the loss?
Yeah, for this one I had it, it was basing out. So I've been noticing, because I've been going through like my old setups and stuff, trying to see like what I'm good at, what I'm bad at.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed a lot of the stuff that works, it consolidates for like at least like 4 candles. Before, whether it's like a higher low or it's joining a trend or something like that. And so this consolidated for 4 candles, and I could have gotten at like the base of those, and then with my stop loss below, like right below VWAP, at like that next level, and that probably would have worked.
That was around 10:45, that pullback.
10:31 to like 10:34. It kind of based around.
On Meta 10. I mean, I would have to. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, and the pullback that I see around that time was definitely around the 10:40, 45 pullback candle, and then they just.
I'm looking at that 10:30 5-minute candle. That kind of like touched that 9 EMA.
All right, let me pull. And you're looking at a 1 minute, right?
That's in the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute, yeah, like from 10:31 to like 10:34.
10:31, 10:30. Okay, so yeah, that wick that came in on a 5 minute.
Yeah, almost like a kind of a pseudo 3-bar play a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, got you now. All right, cool. So I guess that was the condition that met for you, where this thing is breaking out, guys. Where it was
holy crap!
Yo,
dang.
That contract went to $3. I can't look at this anymore.
That's crazy.
Great.
Man, I literally pulled up the meta chart, not to interrupt y'all, but right when you was talking about it, I went to take a trade, didn't get filled, and it then went like 10 cents.
You was on equities?
Nah, option contract.
Yeah.
I was gonna use, cause I'll use the option chart to get in a trade. And this thing, man, I wonder why I didn't get filled.
What's the Fed Beach book? What is that? Because that came out at 2:00 today.
Fed Beach book.
Yeah, that's what's listed for 2:00 today on the economic calendar.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is though.
I just
It's making market move.
Yeah,
that was just happening.
It just popped up like the SPY just popped up like 60, 70 cents.
417. Here we come. Look at I just posted the area that you were gonna get in at. That's that bottom and tail candle for what looks like a possible 3-bar play. So you got the name of the play. You know why you're getting into the play. How to enter this, I guess. Let's just say you don't see a 3-bar play setup, and that condition is true, meaning you got higher lows above VWAP.
Right.
That's one curveball the market could throw at you. So until you take that condition, like 50 times, because there's so many variables, at some point you're going to reach a level where it's like, okay, I just have to get in when that condition is true. And the best way to limit my loss is if they violate the swing low. So ideally, just try to get in as low as possible to that swing low. And, I think when you saw that basing out on a smaller time frame,
there's really no thinking. There's just risking. It's, I have to take this trade because I've seen this work 1,000 times. Well, let's just say 80 times out of the 100 times that you took it. At that point, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, you got an 80% shot of this working. If you're a gambling man,
Right.
that's where you want to put your money. So you get in on the trade and you risk the loss, and you just make the trade pay you more than that loss, and that's it. You basically got it. But I would say start by naming the trade, because that goes with the reasons for you taking that trade. Like a money zone pullback, that's the name of that trade. You know what I'm saying? And we know why.
Yeah.
We know why.
How do I because it's always going to be like, I feel like slightly different. Like taking these levels. So like should I just be more general with it and just call it just like a higher low over VWAP? Or
Well, that's what it sounds like. The reason why you're taking that trade is because it made a higher low above VWAP. I don't use VWAP for you know.
Oh, okay.
Right. So like for me, I couldn't name it that because it's like, where's that on the chart? But for you, I'm guessing you took the 214.36 as risk. So that would be your swing low that you don't want to see price fall below. That was where the bottom of that white candle is, basically. And your entry would have been, I'm assuming if you went for a 3-bar play, when price broke above that bottom and wick candle.
Well, actually, I was looking. It kind of formed into a 3-bar play, but I was looking at to take it like before it officially formed.
Okay, so that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So you were, I think you were trying to get in where the money zone was. So I'll give you the different scenarios on this one here.
Yeah, like 214, 7 or 80. I was looking at.
Yeah, so 214.80 is where it started getting into this 5-minute money zone. And that's the first thing I would tell you is that you're thinking about entering the market at the right levels if you were thinking there, because the money zone, the reason why that zone is there is because that's where the bulls are stacking their order to send the market back up. And usually you'll see a wick come in that beats all the sellers. There's no sellers down there. There's nothing but buyers. And they're willing to hit the ask to send the market back up. So if you see that happen and your order was already in there, congratulations, you were in with the herd. But notice that every time we keep coming down, and it's not going to be perfect, right? But every time we come down there, they just base out and wick back up on these charts. And you had the opportunity 1, 2, 3, 4 times to get in on an uptrend in this market. And it's now 2 o'clock. So even when you think oh man, this is probably not the right time. This is probably not the right time. If you just, didn't put up real money and you just studied this for, about a month, you'll see that there's always time to enter a trend. You're either going to be right or you're going to be wrong, but at least you've ironed down where you're going to enter. Like, you're not just entering because it spiked up and you're like, oh, it's working. You're like, okay, well, come back to my zone where I know all the bulls are, like the buyers are waiting, and I'll enter there because 4 times so far it worked. Like, it's probably going to work again in a bull market, right? Like, you just don't know which one is going to work, and that's the random probability factor. You're going to risk money because that's what you want to do. You want to day trade. But you want to risk money with odds in your favor. And right now, this is 4 shots that would have gotten you paid. So where you were thinking about entering the market was the right level. Now, what you risk if you're wrong had to be that swing low to me, right? Unless you're FOMOing out of your play. And it worked immediately for you. It like shot the hell up. And then, if you waited too long, it came back down to your entry, stood there for 20 minutes, and then shot back up, making a higher low and a higher low and a higher low. So essentially, you would probably get out on that spike candle because you guys made from 80s to almost like 250. So you've made 70 points on that move, bro. 70 cents on that move. I know for you guys, you're like 50 cents, I'm out. Right? Like, so.
Yeah, definitely would have exited probably like 10:36 out of that, around that area.
Yeah, you've been out of there, right? Like, because for you, it's just like you got your 70 cents. And if that's your strategy, bro, that's your strategy. You would kill it because every time you enter, you knew that within 10 to 20 minutes, that spike should come. And if it doesn't,
start to think about, all right, this is funny here. Why we're staying here this long? And now you're demanding, you're going to start demanding that the market, every time you would have gotten in at that money zone, a white candle came in within like 20 minutes or less and sent the market back up in the condition that it was supposed to be in. For me, every time I see a cyan candle, that's a good, or a dark green candle, that's basically the money zone, like get ready to buy. And then the market should go in trend. So it's like less thinking for me, right? It's like, okay, I'm going in now. And I know.
Yeah, definitely learn how to make it more systematic. Because I'm not really entirely sure what I really haven't like created like a edge yet. I'm still working on it, but I'm definitely looking forward to making it like, you know, systematic and simpler. Just to take away from my own emotions and having to make that choice.
Yeah, that's, you know, you asked me once before, like, how did I get away from, you know, being afraid of entering this market? And 100% was just, I took a lot of trades, bro. Like, just making sure that what I was seeing had the odds in my favor. The market is random, but there are probabilities in a trending market where you can kind of develop an edge to get in. And it's not, I hate to say it's not that hard, but I think we make it complicated with our emotions and fears. Oh shit, it's pulling back now. Do I enter? Well, shit, what did you see the last 20 times that this happened? Like, it bounced. Get in there. You know what I'm saying? And then it was just like, well, why can't I pull the trigger? Because you're afraid to lose the money. You're afraid to get wicked out. All right, well, how do you eliminate that? Well, they never really wick people out that put their stops below that swing low. And then it just becomes the sacrifice of the swing low. But it was just constantly answering those questions that, you know, as a trader, you have to go through. Like, yo, I'm afraid to enter here because the market is coming down. Maybe I want a cheaper price. And I go through that still. Like, sometimes I'm like, I'm not moving my entry. They're going to have to come to me a little bit more. And they're like, fuck you, guy. We're leaving from this money zone. All right, cool. Like, all right, whatever. I guess I don't get in on this one. I totally missed a down trade yesterday, bro, on SPY because of that, trying to be a little cheap.
Oh yeah, when it was flagging yesterday morning.
Yeah, like it was the big drop, then it flagged, and then it gave us another leg down. I'm like, I want this leg, but I'm not trying to like pay up for it. And the contract went 70 cents in my face, you know. And it's like, all right, cool, whatever. But you know, you work through those like conditions over and over. My thing is on options, I can't hold contracts for shit. In my futures account, like, so I feel like I'm about to go back to just trading equities like you guys, because where you guys are getting out, I'm holding. Like, I'm gonna be like, all right, this thing has more juice in it, like, because, you know, but I'm gonna have a target. I'm gonna have like a 2-to-1 target because I have to make the trade work, pay for when I do lose. But I mean, based on what we just talked about, I think you're just name the play, bro. Just name that play, because tomorrow when you come in, you know, the market's going to move. But if it's not a higher low above VWAP, you're like, oh, I ain't got no trade.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like the thing I've always been like curious about is like, I don't take every like higher low above VWAP. Like they're all like super specific entries, like the market's be moving up, or like I just feel like I'm going to have so many different like, kind of setups to track because they're all going to be like slightly different. Mm-hmm. Sense.
Yeah, I would say that. So I only have 3 trades, and this is I wouldn't go in depth of trying to explain to you like my 3 trades, but it's the money zone pullback, right? That's what we see. The market moves in higher lows, lower highs, right? So if you can catch it at a trend, you want to catch it at the money zone. That's the reason for that. So that's one setup. Then it's the reversal, because markets reverse. I need to see a 15-minute line in order to initiate that trade. All right, cool. So there goes that. And the market can go into this parabolic state where it just pushes and flushes, right? If you look at the yellow candles on that chart that I sent, this is the 5-minute chart. It triggered a red line that indicated that the market was above the Bollinger Band. If you can see that.
Oh, yeah.
All right. In that state, I call this a push phase play. You're never gonna get the entry at the money zone when the market is going batshit like this. It's going nuts. Like I don't even take these trades anymore, because if I get caught with the pullback, I'm gonna get crushed. But these trades, they pay, because if you got in, so the way to enter this one is if price falls below that red line and it's pushing, if the market is going batshit to the upside, you have to enter below that red line. Once you enter, the rule is the very next candle has to break above close above the previous candle for it to work. And after that, that's all you need to keep seeing, because in a push, every candle is closing higher than the previous candle. When you see that condition start to fade, the push is over and you might want to get out of there. But if you got in at that like bottom and wick when the push started, that was one opportunity. Every candle kind of gave you an opportunity because the market kind of consolidated within the previous candle. But and then the second condition was true. For 20 minutes, this thing went on a bull run. 5, 10, 15 minutes. It went on a bull run. And now look at this market coming back down. So there's no holding that trade. You have to move fast on that trade.
And I just did. I've been in Meta since we was talking. I just did what the hell you talk about. Like, just go ahead and lock in some profit. Just take that profit. That shit dropped $20 more. Like, literally. After I was in 5 contracts. I sold 2 of them. And then it just tanks.
Yeah, they pulled back hard from that big spike that they gave us. That was crazy.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, but
Meta's, were you playing that channel on Meta, like that 5-minute channel?
So, Meta, I looked at like the 2-minute and the 5 looked like they were in uptrends, right?
Yeah.
And then I looked at the hourly, and the hourly is clearly in a downtrend. So I totally changed my thought process, and I'm like, this is at the top of the hourly down channel. Let's go short. So I've been in it short.
Nice.
Yeah,
I was looking at
contracts.
up there. I couldn't find a decent entry for it.
yeah,
But that's solid though.
if I show you the reversal play, like the reason for it, that would have been my trigger. Like, bro, this thing is. Anyways, but I wanted to tell you those are my only 3 plays, because I feel like the market doesn't do anything else. It trends, it reverses, and it pushes and flushes. That's it. Like, other than that, you're creating a setup that may absolutely work for you, but to have too many setups, right now you're looking for a million things in a market that's already random as hell.
Right.
So develop those setups. Go with the 20, the 30, whatever amount it is, but then iron it down to say, okay, well, this one works almost like 70% of the time. Why am I looking for the one that works 20% just to get into a trade?
Yeah, and my thing though is master one.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Like, master one
That's
before
hard.
you start trying to add other ones. Like, because that's where you end up running into the problem is. Like, you'll work on that one and not quite master it, and then say, okay, I'm going to try this one now. Because you might not be seeing that one all the time.
Right.
But the thing is, that's fine if you don't see it, because it's people that they only trade one setup. And they might go days without taking a trade,
Jeez.
but when that setup comes, they bang it.
And they not scared to enter.
And they may have two other systems as well, but they have mastered that one system. Like, they have in and out. They understand every nuance in it. And that's what you got to do, Evan.
Yeah.
Like, you need to master one style. Like just hone in on that one. That's why I don't try to influence you with how I trade. I'll mention what I'm doing, but if you working with Vegas style, just master that style and make it your own style. Because that's why you always hear me say 2 people could trade the same way, but they'll never take the same trade most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because you got people in live traders that, like, you got Anmal and Jared. They the 2 people who run live traders, and they trade totally different styles, but their core is the same. Like, their core way of trading is built on the same strategy. Same way like how Vega follows the IU system. So his core is built on that, but him and Nate don't trade the same way. So I always say you need to focus and lock in on that one strategy that's going to be your go-to until you got that locked in. Like, it's second nature to you.
You know what I think though?
And then start building on other systems.
Yeah, LMD, but I think what it is, I think what he sometimes is asking without probably really just, I guess, using the right words is how to build that system, right? Like,
Yeah.
Right?
I don't always see like not everything like a buy setup is this buy setup and like live share style, which I really liked because like, you know, you could see a stock moving up with like 3 or 4 bars up, and then like it was always like 2 or 3 or 4 bars down, pull back 50% retracement. But like, and I always loved it how like identifiable it was. But like with this style, like I don't always. It almost feels a little more discretionary or not as systematic because, like.
But if you hear Vega talk, to me it seems systematic.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. Got stopped out of this damn trade. Dang it. So I think it is once you understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Like once you fully understand it and make it your own, then I think it will become it. And I won't say systematic, but I'll say it becomes like more method based.
Yeah,
right.
Because you're not gonna get in, like they say, be a robot, which I kind of agree with, because then you just it's no emotion. It's just ones and zeros. It is or it ain't. But to an extent, does that mean that I got to get in at this hardcore number? Because you hear Vega always tell you like it's a number, like it's a range.
Right.
I wanted to just point out the last picture.
Because he wanted to get in at like 05, and it came down to like 09, and he didn't take the trade. And I'm like, dude, that's the same shit you be telling Evan not to do. But I was like, I ain't gonna stir up that hornet's nest. But like, it's systematic to an extent. And that's the thing, once you got it locked in, then you can start playing with those little rules, within it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think you just need to focus, like how Spark was saying, like, what do you call that trade? Even if you don't have a name, just make that trade that trade. It could be trade number 1. This is what I call my trade number 1.
Yeah, that's a name. You gotta create a name.
Master that trade.
Yep.
Like master that trade. Go back and look at charts and find that particular setup. And see, I think for y'all it's a little different because, and I may be interpreting it wrong, but it's almost like you have to see the market working. It's hard to go back and look at a chart and see an entry because you got to be knowing what the time of sales was doing. You got to be knowing what the level 2 was doing.
Yeah, I don't even look at none of that.
So you can look at a chart and see, like, okay, it based out that the high was there. At one time, the low was there. At one time, it closed right there. At one time, it opened right there. So you can see all of those different price points, and you know, okay, that was the zone that it was soaking up at, or that was the price. But I think that's what you just got to go back and we always talk about it, just that chart time.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's one setup, it's the one I texted you, I think a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Me?
Where it bases out and then it like, you know, kind of flushes, but then gets soaked right back up and then like still holds that same consolidation level and then it goes higher. I love trading that for a while, and I was able to create rules for it where like, okay, don't take it in a downtrend, but I can take it if it's like a consolidation, kind of like a wider downtrend, if that makes sense. Like yesterday on the SPY was technically in a downtrend yesterday. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, it was down and then consolidated.
But it was still like, you know, that wide range consolidation.
Yeah.
And then I made that lower low at 1140 and then got soaked right back up. And I was like, oh, there it is. Like, that's my setup again. But like, I don't see that too often anymore. Like, I saw it for like 2 weeks straight. I really liked it, but it's all since like I kind of I'm not seeing it as much again anymore.
Yeah, but see, that's when having like multiple ideas, and I know you say you cut it back to 4, then you just got to watch those 4 for that pattern, for that setup.
Right.
Because you know that it doesn't happen on one particular stock all the time. Then you gotta figure out a way to see more of those opportunities.
I saw them a lot on like the small caps, like the low floats and stuff. But so I was thinking about watching those more, but I just I don't want to switch around like my styles too soon because I'm so used to trading large cap right now.
Yeah, hello. Who's calling?
Look at Jonathan. He switched from options back to big caps, and now he's back to small caps.
Right.
He's probably the same way. He wasn't seeing that as often on big caps, so he kind of switched over to start seeing if he could see it on small caps. So that's how I would look at it. If that's the strategy should work across any time frame, and it should work across any instrument. So I wouldn't think that I wouldn't say that you're necessarily changing your strategy up.
Like I was just flipping through the Market Watch tab for like the low floats that moved today, and I see it right here on VYNE. It ramped up, consolidated, made that last lower low bottoming tail, and then the next candle left a little bit of a tail, and then it just like moved up to like $5 from like 410.
So you say you'll take the basing of that basically for another up move?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take the base consolidation after like a lower low got soaked up.
Okay.
Kind of risking to that lower low.
Yeah, that so based on what you I try to kind of picture what you described before, but now that you showed me exactly what it seems like, you have to wait a long time for that play to develop. Does that make sense? Right?
Yeah.
Like you need to see that ramp up, the sell off, the holding, and then the possible next move to the upside, and vice versa, the fall down. So you're missing all of that. You're missing the fall down, then the buy up, and then it's holding, and then you kind of want that next leg down. And it's just a really long play to wait for. So like it's not a bad thing, but I think that's where you get into like, well, what else am I seeing? Like what other play can I take? Which is cool. I think you need to have at least 2 to 3 plays that you can extract money out of this market in.
But if you're not mastered of one of them, though.
Yeah, you just. But this one I think is going to be hard to master.
Thing is like master that one, because I agree. Like you need a couple, especially in this market. You need a couple of different strategies or different plays, but I still go back and say like, because they always say, what do they say? A jack of all trades, but a master of none.
Yeah.
Like lock in on one of them, and that's my only thing. Because what I done seen, and we've been chatting. I don't know if it's been over a year now. Probably has been.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like you'll get one and start making some money, and then be like, something will go wrong, and they'd be like, well, I'm gonna try this strategy now. And then something will go wrong, and then you're like, I'm gonna try that strategy now. And I'm like, you gotta find the one that you like. And it sounds like you found the one that you like. So now it's just a matter of locking it in. And just like how Spark was saying, and that's why I don't care for that style of trade. Because I like to get my shit early, like 9:30 to 10:30. I want to be in and out of the market.
Yeah, you missed the whole up move.
When you listen to Nate talk, they stalk trades for days and weeks.
Yeah.
Not just like how you said, Spark, like it might take 30 minutes for that thing to set up. They stalk trades
4 weeks.
I'm gonna get
But
bored.
then they kill it when they take the trade. So if you got to sit there and watch it for 30 minutes, but again, that's why I say if you have a couple of different ideas, let's say you're watching 5 different stocks, they're not gonna all move the same. And that's what I kind of don't like about big caps, about tech stuff. Because I don't want something that's moving all the same, because now you're watching basically all the same shit do the same stuff, just a different name. So that's why I kind of went back to watching my gap list stocks, because I want individual stocks. I want stocks that's beating on their own page. I don't want to have to worry about that the SPY is coming up to a key area and it's going to affect my trade. Now, it may affect it a little bit, but it shouldn't, like, dissuade me from taking a trade. Like, the SPY is about to come up to this area. I might not want to take this trade. Like, I want trades that's beaten to their own path. And that's why I think if you're watching, like, say, even if you're watching just 4 of them, but it's 4 different stocks that's doing their own thing. One of them gapped up and it's doing this, and one of them gapped down and it's doing this. And that's why you see live traders, when he builds his watch list, he might have 5 long ideas and 5 short ideas. That way he playing both sides of the fence and not worried about what the market is doing.
Oh, Tesla beat
Right.
the fucking level.
So that's what I would say. And I agree, like, because like you said, you gotta wait on that play to form out. But if that's your strategy, you know coming into the market, like,
Yeah.
and I guess that's one of the good things why Vegas says he don't trade before 10 o'clock. Is because he's waiting for that play to play out. And he knows, for one, he don't want to get caught up in the chop of what 10 o'clock may do. But 2, that gives the market 30 minutes to kind of play out and show its hand, as he says. It gives the market that 30 minutes to kind of show its hand and set up. Because in that 30 minutes, you might get that exhaustion move where it then ramped up for 30 minutes, and now it's consolidating, and then 10:02, you get the move in the direction that you was looking for it to go in.
Right.
So
Just wanted to show you really quickly, like the meta trade, right? I told you I will not take a short unless this condition is met. If you look at the 15-minute, it gave me my rule number 1. If a 15-minute line comes up there and that's now supply, then the very next empty green candle comes down, I'm taking that entry, and the swing high is now my stop. I would have gathered, maybe 15 minutes worth of a down move into that money zone. Now, if I hit that money zone, I'm scaling out because I know for a fact that bulls are still in control of this market and they may come back. I could be wrong, bro, but whatever you do, when you create your strategy, tell yourself you know what the market is going to do. I'll promise you it's going to make a big difference, because like you're going to have confidence in the trade, entering the trade, scaling out at the right levels, because you've seen them do. Like, I know the enemy is waiting here on shorts, and we got a nice little bounce, which could fail. They could continue to come down on this meta trade. But so far, I think LMD reason for entering up there was because he had a 1-hour down channel. My reason would have came in with that 15-minute. Now, I just gave you all 3 of my plays. If the market's trending, I'm entering on a pullback. If I see that 15-minute, that pullback could be over. If I see a push play, I rarely take those, bro. I'll let the market go as hot. Sometimes these pushes last for an entire hour, and you'll never get a money zone entry. Like, it just keeps on building and building and building and building. And you just start looking at the market like, what the fuck did I just miss out on? But I know that if I take that trade, that's my C setup. If I take that trade, I'm going to get clapped if I'm wrong, bro. So I just don't take it, and I'll just let the market lead without me. But I would have been a part of that if I took the money zone pullback, right? So they rarely kind of ramp up without me, or sometimes I get lucky and I'm in a lot of them. But now, like, bro, this is all I look out for. Market can do whatever it wants to do. It can go up, come down, and then base out and da 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 da. But if I see X, Y, and Z, that's why I'm pulling the trigger.
And I have a name for every one of those conditions that the market is throwing at us randomly every day. And at that setup that you described where you're looking like, I mean, it looks like it took like 30 minutes to, over that. It looked like an hour or 2 hours for that play to form. I think you'll start getting bored sitting on your hands if you try to master that play. But if you, the VWAP above VWAP, higher lows setup that, that kind of worked out today. I think LMD said something that I think I want to touch on too. He mentioned that you guys look at like the level 2 and the tape and to see, whether or not you should enter or if there's strength, et cetera, et cetera. Analysis paralysis is a real thing. And it could cause you not to enter a trade that end up, kind of going, or make you miss your entry before, and now you got to like FOMO into it. I'm not saying that thing doesn't work for you guys or whatever, but if you could for a second, when you were in a trade and you looked at the tape, were you faster than the tape, than the price action? Like, if you saw an order that was large against your trade, we know that could be a spoof order. We know that could get eaten up and your trade could still work. So is looking at that really valuable? I think is a question. This is a personal question that you have to, kind of experience. Because sometimes you will cut the trade only for it to keep running. Or you won't get in the trade only for your trade setup to kind of play out. I don't use anything, bro. I took volume off my chart. Like, I don't look at volume. I don't look at like level 2s. Occasionally I'll pull up the times and sales. And again, even if I'm seeing the tape go up, like, from on SPY to 16, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, immediately, bro, it's at 10. I'm like, holy shit. Like, how do I react to that? Like, right? It's too fast for you. That type of data is just way too fast for a person to pull the trigger. So I'm even leaning back from trying to just take the trade or take the profit out of the market because I'm profitable. I'm leaning back from that, like, because I'm seeing me hit target way too many times and leaving hundreds of dollars on the table. Like today, I didn't want to go red again on that friggin' SPY trade. Took 12% out of the trade. The shit hit $3. I had a 116 entry. I'd have made friggin' like $300-400 on that trade. Like, no, not that much, but like $200 on that trade and change. So then it becomes like, all right, I'm in my own way. And, it's you're going to discover a lot of different things. But I think for you, it should start where, what play am I good at? What do I see every day that looks like it works? You don't know if it works until you actually take the trade. And then you're going to see the market throw so many curveballs at your entry that you're going to hone in on that, dude. You're going to be like, okay, that entry failed because of X, Y, and Z. Let me try this. Let me try that. Let me try this. Let me try that. And after gathering that data, you're going to be like, okay, this works almost 80% of the time. The way to enter is here. If the market does X, I'm out. If it, you know what I'm saying? If it does Y, it's working.
Right. That kind of answers a question I was thinking about, because whenever I saw a setup not work, I always assumed that the setup itself was bad. That I was like, maybe I'm really not seeing that. Maybe it's just, maybe it's just not a good setup and I was just forcing this. But you're right. Maybe it is just like, I need to hone in on when the setup does work. Like, maybe it might not work on like large caps for whatever reason. That's just a random example. Or maybe it might not work on like days where the stock market is like flat or something like that.
Yeah.
So maybe just focus on like what variables don't work with that setup, as opposed to, oh, this doesn't work like anymore, if that can make sense.
Yeah, no, I think you can make money in this market. If you just wanted to make 10%, those setups are really cool because, the market moves 10% in your favor depending on your entry all the time. It's just some people don't want to take 10% out. But yeah, if you get into it, again, this goes back into having to make sure that you're taking that setup over and over. Like if I told you I take a money zone entry, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like you can tell me a set. You should be able to tell someone your plan, and they can kind of understand why you're taking it, right? But the variables that the market throws at you, and how you react to it, they will never understand that because you've been through that trade 100 times. It's like a person that comes back from war and you don't understand why they're all messed up. I mean, shit, they saw some things that you don't want to see. So you're battle tested when you take that same setup, but it has to be that same setup. There is no like variable. There is no like, oh, it looks like the same setup. Like it has to be that same setup. If that makes any sense.
But then that comes back to like my same question of like I feel like I get too specific with my setups, so then I end up having like a million different setups.
But so you say you get specific with a setup.
Yeah, remember like
have more setups.
Yeah, kind of like remember I was like, and this is like months ago, I was talking to you and Jonathan, I was like, you know, I have like 20 different setups right now, and you guys are like, oh, you got to be more, or I think I was asking Jonathan, like, how do you classify your setups? Because, you know, a higher low that he took this time is completely different from a higher low he took this other time, but
that's when you digging too deep into the weeds, though.
Yeah,
how I
so
look at it.
What I ended up doing was I ended up classifying my trades as like either a higher low reversal, a level hold to long side, or a level kind of like reject to the short side, or like a trend join. But even then, it's like when I join a trend, it's like they're not always the same.
Yeah, and it's not going to be. But that's the thing. It's like, just understand that particular trade may have 20 different nuances to it.
Right. That's
that don't make that 20 different setups. That makes that the same setup with just different aspects to it.
Right.
If, like you said, he has higher low setups or lower high setups, and that's what he called. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. But yeah, they're different setups, but they're all still the same base, if that makes sense. It's all based on the same thing, but different aspects to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So like, even for example, I'm looking at meta right now on the 5 minute, and it almost kind of looks like that kind of consolidation play I like to take. Because like from 1150 to 1230, it was holding that flat bottom, and the stock was trending upwards on the day. And then from 1235, to 1250, it made that lower low, but then if it got soaked right back up, and then that 1255 candle is that pullback testing the basic consolidation, and then it moves higher. So it doesn't look like the one I took yesterday, but it does at the same time. So would you consider that still like the same play kind of then?
Just describing, yeah, as long as like the fundamental of it is the same, I would say so. And then maybe it like the entry might be a little different, but and we always talk about it, like you'll get technical with it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it comes down to my personality, where I'm very like black or white with a lot of things.
Meticulous with it. Like it needs to be this and that and this and that. And trading is kind of hard. And it go back even to what Spark had just said. You should be able to describe like your trading system to like anybody else, and that's true. And that's like Jonathan. He will say that his strategy, my strategy is so simple. But to me, it seems complicated as hell. But you'll never hear me say that because that's his system. And to him, because he's mastered it, it is simple.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's simple. It has, and so we've been talking, I always say, I like to simplify. I like as few moving parts in something as I can make it into. And for you, Spark, your charts do that. So you don't need time and sales. You don't need level 2. Just like you said, you took volume off because you don't need it. You don't need the moving averages. Yours, when it hits this area, I know to take the trade. When it does this, I know to take the trade. With me, if I'm using just the trend lines, same way. I know when this comes back down, I can start buying this now because I trust it. But that's our system. Everybody's system ain't built like that. So, and again, I always say I never try to dissuade somebody from their system because it's their system and I don't understand it.
Right.
So, like for saying like about the time of sales, yeah, for me, I don't really use it. Time of sales are level 2. I got both of them on my charts, and I don't think you was in the room when Vega was talking about it today. And I was saying I might even start looking at it in the sense of seeing when something is coming down to the base of my channel, to start seeing like, are buyers stepping in right here? Because if I'm starting to see green on the tape, that's kind of giving me confirmation that this is going to bounce as it gets closer. But if I'm still seeing red on the tape, then I know that sellers still are having control of it. So and I said it earlier, it's like 2,000 studies out there. I think everybody should use the tools that help them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even that kind of reminds me, even today when I was looking at that pullback on Apple, and I was asking Jonathan about that buyer on the level 2, because I try to use the level 2 in tape, but I'm still more so in like a learning phase of it, instead of like just like using it, if that makes sense. And so I saw that happen. I saw it basing out on that pullback, which is, you know, when I take like when I join trends, that's what I like to see. But then I did see that level 2 kind of confirmation where like that 50 lot step up, and then the stock shot up right there. So yeah, that just kind of reminded me of what you were talking about with using the tape in level 2 when it kind of bases down at your channel.
Do you think you would have had
How many times have you wanted to take a trade and Vega would be like, nah, I'm not going to take that trade. I wouldn't take that trade. And it would have worked. Like,
yeah.
And it's the same way that he said about Nate. Like, he asked Nate about a trade, and Nate was like, nah, that's not probably a good trade. But it worked because Nate didn't see what he saw.
Right.
So in the same sense of it, you might see something that Vega don't see. So and that's why I always say you have to make your trading plan your trading plan. Because
yeah, that's like today.
What you see is not going to always be what somebody else sees, even if that's the same person that taught it to you.
Right. Yeah, because like when I first started out, and even still now, like you guys definitely know a lot more than I do. So like whenever I ask these questions, you know, I always assume, you know, like, to like, you know, like kind of lean towards like what you guys are saying over like my own thoughts. But even yesterday, you know, when I saw that setup, I love taking kind of form. Even though a few minutes beforehand, Jonathan was like, I don't like longs here.
Yeah.
I think Clark, you took a long down there too as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I muted my computer because I was like, if he hears me buy it, I know he's gonna say then I'm gonna end up getting out. So I was like, I'm just gonna just kind of focus on it and just like take it myself and see what happens.
It worked out.
Yeah.
Right. It ended up. Yeah, I think I remember that. That was the longest that we took. I got out early again on that one. And then you guys rode it higher, which was nice. But yeah, I don't know what that setup was for you. For me, that was a reversal play. I was looking, right. So it was just a matter of when they come down, I'm taking this trade, and I didn't care what anyone else saw because statistically that play banged all week. I'm taking this trade, and it ended up working. So it's just again, like you start to get confidence in what you see beyond having to ask someone, hey, what do you think? And even if you do want to ask someone that just to get some perspective on what someone else might be seeing that you might be missing, you're still going to say, you know what, I'm leaning towards the data. Every time I take this trade, I either win big or I lose X, but it hits a lot, so I'm taking it. And you know, you have to reduce it down to that. I was listening to you talk about that meta trade, right? And if I could understand correctly, on the 5 minute, around 11 or 12 o'clock, we pulled back, and then we went up, and then we pulled back again and kind of like held that base before it running up again. But you were talking about, like, I don't know, seeing X amount of candles do that.
Oh yeah. Like four candles kind of base out.
Yeah. I, I would run a test, right? And I'm assuming you have already, to see how many candles generally you have to base out before a run up or something like that. Because from my perspective, I'll see like that V shape come immediately. Sometimes you'll see 2, sometimes you'll see 3, sometimes you'll see 4. But what's consistent is that area that you was watching, that's where the reaction came from. So maybe it's not necessarily the number of candles you put towards it, because that 4th candle might send you away 50 cents from your entry. And now you have to deal with a 50-cent pullback for them to kind of break the lows that you were trying to get in at. And this, again, might be your own personal kind of like style to wait for, like LMD likes to wait for confirmation. Bro, I'm taking these zones and I'm risking less, because, but like with LMD, once he takes his confirmation, he has a different stop setup than I would. So again, all of this is personal. There's nothing about trading that isn't personal, but you got to find why you took that trade. And the first step I think is going to be for you to name that trade. So VWAP, higher lows above VWAP, even if that's not, like if we're just saying that because that was the example we use, if that's not your setup, then that's not your setup. But I'm giving you an example of like how you name the trade, because no matter what, you come in tomorrow, if the price is above VWAP and the stock is making higher lows, you're entering that trade. Like there's no if, ands, or but about it. And you know what I think that the trick to trading, right, is knowing what to expect after you enter the market. Anytime I enter a cyan pullback, I need this market to go back into green. And if it breaks a lower low, I'm probably not going to see what I'm going to see, what I want to see, or what I expect to see. And you just have regular basic red and green on your charts, right? So for you, it would just be levels. Every time you enter at a level, like you guys call it basing out, you don't want to see the market swing lower than the previous low, but you definitely expect it to swing higher than your entry and possibly break out the previous swing high to continue to make higher highs, lower and higher lows. And that's a trend trade, right? Like that's the very nature of a trend trade. But when you were describing like, it broke up and came down and based out and I needed 4 candles, all you were describing to me was a trend trade. They pulled back into, a decent pullback. The market started buying, and then the market went back up again.
Actually, that's a really good point. that definitely simplifies it. I was just joining the trend.
Yeah, it's just like even this pullback. Did it make a lower low? Did it double bottom? No. This market could still go up. There's nothing stopping this other than that 15-minute demand line, supply line now. So when if Meta touches 217.30s again, take profit, bro. Because if we don't break out of that, what I've seen statistically is another massive dump. The reaction told you how the market reacted to that level, and this is where price action is kind of like, you can read price, you read it well. You enter at the right zones. You see the basing out. Oh, I like this. Let me try to enter this. You're basically saying, I like this area that buyers are stepping in at. Let me put my money up with them. And if you decide to, try to get in as low as possible with that herd, because if the price starts to come down some more, you really have to stop out if they kill the double bottom. Like that simplifies everything now. In a trend trade, a double bottom is your last line of defense. If buyers don't step in there, yeah, they can wick lower. They can probably make a lower low before a freaking rocket ship sends the market back up. But you start getting into that game where you don't respect structure, bro, you'll find yourself cutting at 213, just hoping for the market to come back up. So the line in the sand for you, and the easiest way to do it in a trend trade, again, this is all I'm describing, is that structure. For me, the reversal, if I got in up there and the market started coming down, my target would have been the 5-minute bottom of the Bollinger Band, because statistically, I see a wicked bounce there all the time to continue trend. And right now, we're getting that bounce on Meta. But I would have already locked in profit and put my stop on the runners at break even. Either way, I'm walking out green now.
Right.
Right? And now it takes the pressure off of having to FOMO out of a trade because you feel lucky that you got a spike. You know what I'm saying? Like to the downside on a short trend or an uptrend. You got it. I was talking to my boy one time and he was like, yo, SPX makes me feel like, I got lucky that I got that spike. And I was like, of course, because the 1 minute you get a micro pullback on SPX, bro, you're losing 75% of your gains. That's a huge chunk having to wait for that pop. So you start to FOMO out because you feel lucky that you just got 100%. You're like, all right, I'm out. And next thing you know, the stock literally runs 1,000%. And now it really messes with your emotions because you're like, next time I'm holding. And now you're down 100%. Trying to hold through a 75% pullback. Like, it's a lot of different tools in this market that can like play with your emotions. And I really do think that these guys study psychology, human psychology, because they know putting people through a flag after they just entered where they lost the value of that spike up, right? Pulling back for another higher low, bro, you gotta be strong enough to hold your coins because you know another swing high is coming.
Right.
Right? Like, you're like, no, I got 50% there. I could take this, or I could just, continue to wait for the market to keep swinging. And, the market starts pulling back, you exit just because you want to lock in that 50%. And they come down maybe, 30%, 20%, only to swing back up to that 100% that you knew could have been a good target. This market, it messes with you in ways, bro, that like you think right now is the crux of like getting your edge down is going to be, I'm going to say 80% of what you need. But the other psychological part after you have your edge, like not cutting too soon and holding too long and stuff like that, like I think the only way I've been able to answer that part is risk management. Bro, I risk very little. The market can't take more than $80 from me on any trade. And
Right.
so, it's like, okay, I could sit, like when you've been watching me sit through some amazing like pullbacks, like, okay. but being able to only cap the amount of downside that the market can take, if I'm right and I'm making double that 80, 160 to 200 to, like 400 sometimes, bro, take that $80 because it shows me I don't need to leave yet. Look at this.
Right.
Look at this move on Meta, bro. This shit is going crazy.
Oh, wow, dang.
Is Meta still going down?
It's going up.
No,
Doc.
Oh, okay, I was about to be pissed.
No, I made a higher low. So a buyer stepped in again. This market is not stopping right now, bro. This is crazy.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The market looks ugly right now, but the market is in an uptrend.
Yup.
So
Yeah.
every time I think to go short for a long term, it's like, no, that's stupid. The market, just like how I said I was going to go short on AMD on a shorter time frame, and I looked at the hourly, and I'm like, oh, snaps. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, I apologize. I gotta actually head out to work right now.
Oh, no.
But thanks I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, simplify.
Yes, sir.
Name the trade. All
Yeah,
right, man.
will do for sure. I'll definitely start doing that.
Later, brother.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, peace.
LMD, this market's ripping, bro. I'm like 11% down on Tesla now because it's about to hit that it's at 183.12. So I'm, like you said, I had to hit 184 today, right?
On Tesla.
Yeah, I still got that chart up.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Tesla does on these earnings, man.
Man, if Biz, if you still holding SPY, bro, you're an animal. This guy, I think he took SPY down there with me, man.
Sure.
Oh, exciting.
Yes, I'm good. How are you? I hear you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Tesla earning. Gio and I are gonna be rich.
He in with you.
Oh my God, bro. You never, LMD. We hit the second. Remember the second play I showed you in futures? One of the pictures on that spike that ES had or Spy had. We hit target, bro. See what I'm saying? I'm over here taking a quarter of the play, bro.
I don't even want that conversation no more. That's why you didn't see me comment on Vegas post this morning.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I like the way you always say, like, you know, it all really just depends on someone's, you know, trading style, and after a while, you know, you kind of just get it. But, I mean, this dude is trading friggin' 150 shares, bro. Nah, I'm not even comparing that guy.
Yeah, it's a whole different beast, and he's experienced. Like, he's an experienced trader. He out there teaching people. And all I was trying to say is just different styles. Different folks got different styles.
Yeah. So. I mean, I think he's coming from the place of size too, right? Like, I think Vega's a size trader. So when he sees, like, I'm like, the stock didn't even move anywhere when they, you know, get excited about 50 cents. But that's because I'm in a different world. 50 cents on an option contract, it's not much shit. Like, I need that whole dollar for that delta to kick in. Unless I'm doing SPX or something like that. But, like, from what I'm seeing, right, and where I'm getting in at, like, we got a $5 ATR on SPY. And this morning, we moved almost, like, since 412. We moved like $2 so far. This thing could still keep going. It's crazy. But, you know, again, if you go in with 10,000 and, you know, you made 1,600, whatever that comfortable number is for you in 50, 60, 70 cents to $1, bro, get out of there. There's nothing wrong with that. But if I'm gonna only lose 80, bro, I'm not putting them no 1,000. It's a totally different boat.
Yeah. That's the thing. Each person is trading their own plan, their own strategy.
Yeah, like, I hear you.
I never criticize somebody on how they trade because that's how they trade.
Yeah, I hear you say, like, yo, I'm only gonna lose 10 cents on that, and I'm still like, how the hell does this guy know he's only gonna lose 10 cents? I look at these option contracts, and by the time I could sneeze when it's going to my swing low, it should be down like 20 cents already on the contract. And I'm like, I might have to cut this thing. You know, and then it ends up, you know, just taking what it takes. But usually, I guess if you look at the contracts now, you could definitely hone in on it.
Yeah, let me look at Tesla's big picture.
This shit right here is gonna need, it has to beat earnings and people have to kind of like it. But right now, that 182.60 level that was the one that we needed to beat. And it looks like we're taking it out, but 184 is right there, bro. I'm only down 11%. 10%. And the contract is holding now. All of a sudden, my contract is holding value.
Which one you say you in? 202.50 or 205?
205s.
Okay.
Bro, if we hit 205 on this earning call, bro. And then, you know what's crazy? Friggin' Netflix dumps like 40 points yesterday. 40 points, I think, yesterday. And when Gio and I were watching it, we were like, watch this thing get bought back up. Within the hour, the fucking thing was like nothing ever happened. I can't let that cannot happen on Tesla or I'm screwed, dude.
But look at what Tesla did today.
77.
They then filled up that whole gap.
Still got some wood to chop. 83. 83.80, and then we good.
Yeah.
Here goes power hour. Market's coming down after consolidating sometime, so hopefully we get another swing up. But
And see, look at theta. What you said theta was at earlier, like 0.5. See, now it's at like 0.72. That's why I said it'll be around it'll be at $1.
Yeah, when you said that was nothing, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I said, that damn theta is crazy. But
Nah, theta is gonna be at like 1 point, because you look, it's only like maybe 2 more spots above it. All of those are in the dollar numbers.
that's not good though, right? A higher theta?
Nah, because that means before it does anything, it's gonna drop $70. But like I said, it's not at one time. They spread it out over the entire day. But in one day, it's gonna drop $73 on theta.
You telling me take this $10 loss right now and walk away from this potential banger?
Not necessarily, because it can gap up and start going. But look at the contracts that's higher than yours.
Yeah, they're like $1.
Like, yeah, and look at how much the delta is compared to the theta.
This is crazy. These contracts are set for failure.
Yeah, that's what kills you. Let's think about it. If this thing has a delta of 0.72 and a theta of 0.72, but your delta is only 0.12. So if it goes $10, that'll put you. If it goes 10, that'll get you about 195. Excuse me, about 195. Thank you. So that'll kick you back up. But yeah, you need some big, substantial moves.
Man, Wody.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing why I'm like,
Take the YOLO.
because what you call it's like, at least with a stock, even if you bag hold it, that should eventually possibly go back up, especially on like names like these, I should say.
Yeah. Options.
Like they will eventually go back up, but on a stock, nah, it's kind of hard.
On an option.
Yeah, on the option, is you set up for failure as time just keeps kicking in.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, if this goes up to if it go up, yeah, that's just about what I figured. If this goes up to 195 tomorrow, you'll make $100. Because that's a 10-point move.
Yeah, this thing has a probability of 10% of being in the money.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was saying that you should only look at contracts that have an 80% probability of being in the money. I'm like, shit, well then you might as well just look at contracts hit the money.
Yeah, that's if you buying it like long, because once you understand how options work and how you understand like how the delta works, if it moves $1, you know what you're gonna make, and now you start breaking it down. So let's say I always go with 25 because that's what I used to like. So let's say that the delta is 0.25 and you know the move only has 50 cents in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know you're only gonna make $12.50 off one contract. So now, how many contracts do you need to buy to make what you want to make in that move?
Right.
And that's how you have to start breaking it down. So if it has 50 cent worth of move in it, you buy a contract that's 0.25, and you want to make $50, you got to buy 4 contracts. And it's the same way. You know, if you're risking $50, you can buy 4 contracts. And if it goes against you 50 cents, you're going to lose that amount of money. So that's how I look at it. And that's why I said when I increase my risk, instead of increasing the number of contracts, I just went closer to the money. Yeah. So like looking at that same contract that you in, like a 0.26 contract, and it's funny how they always have the most open interest. So 0.26 has 37,000 open interest. Then if you go up to 0.50, it has 5,000. So I would buy the 0.47. It has 19,000. Because I always want one with a ton of open interest.
0.26, what you talking about, bro? Tesla contracts?
Yeah, the Tesla contract.
And when you said 0.27?
0.26 delta.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, that thing has
Yeah.
37,000 open.
Yeah. Yep. And then if you look at the 0.51, 0.50, it only has 5,000. So I would buy the next one below that, the 0.47, because that's where all of the that's where people at.
Yo, so why nobody has interest in the 185? The point,
185?
yeah, the 0.51, 185 strike, the 51-cent delta.
It do.
I mean, only 5,000 versus.
No, that's the 183.20, 183.33 contract.
Yeah. Maybe.
So it's because it's that crazy number.
Oh.
You look at the whole number, which is the one that I would get, and then same way you look at 187.50, it's got 9,500, but you go right below it to the 190, and it got 43,000.
Yeah.
You look at the 18, that one has all of the interest in there. That has the most. That got 50,000 people in there trading that bad boy. That's where everybody's showing interest at.
There's no open interest like that on the puts on the other side. Well, yeah, you do got like the 160 put 40,000.
Yeah, see, I was looking at that one.
Oh, they in here. Man, I probably should have went 50 cents on both sides and seen what the hell they gave out.
Yeah, because if you get a $10 move either way, you're going to lose 50, but $10 on that other one is going to smack you hard. So think about it. Like you buy this 160 one, you risking, what, 80 bucks? But if it goes $10, that's going to be $90 that you make. Or not $90, yeah. Yeah, it's going to make you 90 bucks. And then the theta over there is going to kick you a little bit. But that's the thing with those. It's like you taking, but going in, you taking that chance.
100. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the way I like to trade is just put up what you're willing to lose, because and I mean, I think you've done a good job at explaining how you don't have to think of it like that. You could just put up the at the money contract because you have a bigger shot or a better chance or a better shot, higher probability of kind of either winning or not. But if it goes against you, the Greeks don't kill you as much.
Yeah, and then if you just know where you're gonna stop out at, because if you think about it, when you buy it and say you're gonna buy it based on what you lose, you automatically going in with the mindset that it's gonna expire worthless. So you don't have a stop in place.
Yeah, which is kind of like what I think avoids having to deal with wicks and all that crazy shit that the market gives you. But again, I'm only doing that after seeing data that, when I told you that monthly swing, 20 something days or better. If you do that when condition ABC is met or whatever, if it hits more than it fails, but you can't control how long it takes.
But the thing is, and this just go back to how I was taught to, they always say it's three things you should have before you take any trade. You should know your entry, you should know where your stop is, and you should know where your target is before you take any trade. That's like the live traders thing. You need to have those three things. Everything else is secondary, but that gives you proper risk management. Because if you don't have those, then it's like a crapshoot.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I was saying, when you take it, basically, it's like you said, it's almost like a lottery ticket. And don't get me wrong, I do it all the time. But you can buy a contract and risk what you want to lose. I say you bought that contract for $100. You could buy a $500 contract, and you know that your stop will cause you to lose $100.
Yeah.
And you'll be the same way, but now it's been like a methodical kind of thought out trade.
Only down 4% on Tesla. Tesla just went up. Yeah, I totally agree. I think just introducing that different perspective where you don't have to necessarily decrease the probability of being right by going so far out of the money. But another part of that strategy is that you do want to you do want to get a strike that you know has a high probability of being hit, right? But not necessarily. So I guess there's two ways to look at it. I don't have to deal with the market's consolidation for 2-3 weeks, because like sometimes that can burn the hell out of the contract, right? Only for them to then start kicking back in without them even necessarily stopping you out. Because they never really made any lows. They just kept, consolidating up and down, up and down, up and down. I think ES went through that for about 2 weeks before finally getting on its bull run. And when it starts, the contract, of course, kicks in after it hits a certain level, where I think the higher paid contract probably wouldn't have lost too much during consolidation, and then it probably would have accelerated even sooner, because obviously that contract would have been in the money faster. So yeah, I mean, I guess like there's that variable of dealing with consolidation or the market coming down, wicking people out, and then going back up, or like if you're just wrong by $1 and then you just kill the trade because you're down 20%, 50%, whatever that percentage may be, only for you to be right and then have to get back in. It's like, and then it was like the end result too. If I only have to put up less than 100, not care if I lose it or not worry about stopping out or not, but at the end of the rainbow, I'm getting anywhere between $800 to $1,500 in a month. Man, that shit beats day trading to me right now, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just kind of a different perspective and way to think about it. But I'm really leaning towards what you were saying. It's more than about like just doing more of a macro trading as opposed to like this day shit. And I think that might have just taken some maturity in itself, because like I really enjoy day trading, only because I have this system now though, but man, I'm still dealing with some like learning curves of like managing the emotions while I'm in a trade. I mean, look at SPY. That thing went crazy today, and I got out only because I didn't follow my take profit at target rule. Look at this thing. It's still here, bro. It's bouncing every time it enters a cyan condition. Meta probably back up at highs. Nah, but it's pushing. Come on, Tesla. You know what? I feel like if Tesla doesn't survive the last 30 minutes, it's going to be that bullshit ramp up that happens before earnings, and then everybody kind of just kill the contract.
Yeah, but looking at Tesla, it's going to pull back right here.
Yep.
Just because of, based on how I'm looking, it's like at the top of that little intraday channel.
Yeah.
So I kind of see it needing this pullback.
I'm only down 5% on this damn thing. 5%. Averaging in down there would have been sweet, because I could have got out for a nice little change.
Yeah, you'd be green on the trade today.
Yeah, but
at least on that, especially on that one contract.
Yeah, I would have had to sell both though to sort of see that profit.
Yeah, depending on how much they were up, but you could have sold the one and locked in against losing on the other contract.
Well, like the other contract average was 105. So if I bought one at 50, I think it would have brought my average down to like 70 something, 75, 78. And now it's at $1. So I still would have lost like 5 cents on the first contract, right? And that's the one that goes first. So the only green.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they sell your first one?
Oh, hell yeah. They make sure they get their money, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, unless you sell both of them, you lock in the full, price. So if I kept that second one, I'd be up 50 cents. Now it's at 102, but I'll be up, 52 cents. But if that starts coming down now, you gotta kill the trade.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's $50 on that trade, and you just lost what, 5 cents, $5 on the other side. It's a great trade. It's a great reason to average down, et cetera, et cetera. But you can't now let that good contract go bad. Like, what?
Yeah, but look at what Tesla did. It almost has filled the gap.
Yes, sir. 184. I'm almost there.
we're gonna lose $70 anyways, but it all depends on his earnings.
What you up? What is it at right now? What's your P&L?
I'm down $6.
Okay.
Oh no, it's actually $3 since open. I don't know which one is the one I should look at. Let me see. Believe it's
Yeah, just like your P&L open.
Yeah, it's $4.
Yeah, so you straight. You back flat.
And basically, if I get out right now, why go through all that pain to miss the earnings play?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you in it now.
Yo, shout outs to Gio. What the hell is that? I don't like this, bro. Every time we ramp up before fucking earnings, that shit go. Unless somebody knows something and they just trying to get in early.
I'll be right back. I got a call. Oh, no, I'm on a different line. Hold on.
Jeez, my guy. All right. A couple of cents away from 84. Yeah, this thing is coming up so silly, bro. Like, for a move like that, you would think this thing would be green now.
Yeah, I like to look at the volume profile. It started off high this morning. Just kind of, I would have wanted to see like a curl back up. We got a couple of pops, but we had previous low of day right now, so that's why it's kind of stalling out. You got the hourly 50 right above it.
That's the big boy that changes the colors on the 1 hour. If we can get through that and these things get, the 1 hour gets green candle, that's it, brother. Remember this morning when I was telling you, like, you were like, yo, SPY, I don't like how SPY is trading. This thing is just like, you know, moving crazy or grinding or whatever. And I was like, you know, we always say that until we look at this shit 4 hours later and it's like $3 higher than where we lost interest at. I feel like that right there is kind of the story of the market. You know, it moves the way it moves. When you come back later, it's either gonna be far away from your entry or it's gonna be, you know, you're gonna get stopped out. And I was like talking to Gio about, you know, this is kind of how I want to trade for real, where I just set my targets and I walk away and, you know, like, stop me out or hit my target. But I can't watch this shit every day, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I say for me, I'm leaning more towards getting back into the swing thing.
Yeah, I just can't watch this every. I mean, even if you do the daily swing, like, you know, you're either gonna get hit or you're gonna get whacked, and all this emotional. Oh, market just got clapped, only for it to be, you know, breaking highs again 30 minutes later. It's like,
Exactly. And see, I'm in 2 option swings. Both of those are green on the day. And I'm in 4 stock trades. 2 of them are green, 2 of them are red. And like I said, stops are in place. It is what it is. I'm going to lose what I'm going to lose. And I'm going to make what I'm going to make.
full control.
Yeah. And then I just use the weekly to kind of build my bias on how I want to trade it.
Yeah, that's how we gotta start. I think like those are your successful traders, man, because what they bang out is just incredible. What I've been banging out going in on futures, bro, just making sure I just kind of like let them go hit target. I almost never want to trade options, because like I'm using my chart to kind of chart, and then I'll just be like, okay, this is the condition to go in for futures. Like that big dump that we had on SPY earlier. That's the reason it was a 15-minute money zone, so I got in on ES. Immediately, that thing's shot up. You know, it's like, but if I would have held the target,
Take a look at WW when you get a chance. What's your chart showing that? I'm looking at it though. I can already see I based out on the hourly.
yeah, 15-minute too. Looks good though.
Yeah, it just based out on the hour. This is a long-term play right here for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got in this off the weekly because it broke the weekly 50. It's just been grinding for the last like 5 or 6 days. Just sweet.
Today was killer. Once that white candle came in earlier after that yellow over soul signal, that 5 minute. Oh my god, dude, where'd you get this thing?
Huh?
This thing went 100%, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah.
In like 5 days.
Yeah, there's one that I've been in on a swing play. I got in because it crossed the weekly 50 moving average. Like that's my signal. And then I look at the chart and then I just try to determine if it's gonna continue going higher.
You put like a $4 entry on this thing?
Where am I in on this one? Nah, I got in like 565.
Wow, bro, good stuff. The yellow candles just mean that like this thing is extended. So every time we hit yellow conditions, we could fall like a rock. And so on penny stock, you probably won't even see it coming. You said it's a long-term play. Like you got the fundamentals on this company?
No, I trade straight off the weekly chart.
Got you.
This is Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers is the company that it is.
Oh, okay.
But if you look at the weekly chart, I liked when it broke over
the 50
moving average. And then if you look out on the weekly, there was a candle on March 6th.
Yeah.
It broke over that and it's holding now.
Yeah.
So now I'm just in it. I'm in it to win it. But if you look, where is the next pivot at? The next pivot on the daily is 1092.
Facts. That's what I got.
So
okay.
That's why I said I'm holding long term.
Is at 9.15. You got what, $2 more in this thing? 10.15.
Yeah, it's at a high of 9.15 today. Yeah.
And I mean, you should be up nice, depending on how many shares you got here.
Yeah, I'm in small because I risk small on these.
Gotcha.
But the thing is, I'm trying to get a minimum of 5 to 10 R out of them.
Yeah, see.
Because I'm holding it, and then I don't have to worry about it though. Like I'm not sitting here stressing off what it's gonna do today.
Right.
Same thing like with that SPR. Like it didn't pull way back, but it is what it is.
Take a look at Snap. Tell me if you see that possible same condition. I think I kind of see that happening on a daily.
We're above the 50 HMA of the weekly.
See, now for me, it's not above it right now.
The
It's
50,
tapping it, kind of rejecting it.
the 50 whole moving average, the weekly.
So I use an EMA. I use
Oh.
exponential.
Okay, got you. I got a 50 haul in there, and I'm like, wait, it's below us right now.
I had never. Where is that at? Oh, there it is. Whole moving average. I'm gonna put a 50 in there just to see what it looks like. 'Cause like I said, I ain't never used that whole moving average.
Yeah, it should be like at 997 or something like that.
Yeah, yep. So it's squeezing.
That's what I'm thinking, bro.
It's squeezing in between the whole and the It's squeezing in between the two of them. But see, for me, I wouldn't trade it because I don't see no clear direction.
Yeah, it keeps wicking at like $12. My average on this thing, I
Yeah.
think, is like $12.
Okay, so you in this one?
Yeah, I've been in it for a while though, like since I think the beginning of the year.
Yeah, see, that's what I about. So, like for this one, this would almost be one where you buy in and put the stop at the low because it's just consolidating, just range trade.
Yeah, my average is 1256, so I'm at the top of this damn range that they keep wicking because I guess I got in right before. Yeah, as it was falling, then I got in a 1552 dollar cost average at 960. I should have just kept doing some dollar cost averaging during this entire consolidation because if they snap out of here and go back up to like, I don't think you're gonna see, like, this is Snapchat. I think this thing could go right back up to 40 levels and stuff like that, but I might just have to hold this a little longer than I anticipated. A stock that tanked, dogs, that I was shocked at was BBBY. Do you see where this thing is at?
BBBY. And see the thing with that snap one. So why I like the 50 EMA is because whenever it gets to the 50, it pops over it. Like look at the one you just said, BBBY. If you go back out to like August,
yeah,
like see how that thing tapped the 50. Oh, you don't have it on your chart, but it broke the 50 and just ramped. If you go out to March 7th on the weekly, every time that it tapped the 50, it like snapped over it. So that's why I like that 50 moving average, that EMA on my weekly chart.
Yeah, I got this thing just dragging down, bro. Just dragging since February. Just dragging.
Yeah, but they actually they doing bad. They closing stores. Plus they were caught up in the meme stocks. This was a meme stock.
Damn,
So
that's
when
messed up, bro.
AMC and all of those were making those crazy moves, this was right there with it.
Getting crushed on that. On Amazon, I got an average of 114. I think I should have been averaged down on this thing.
And see, let's see. Wow. Man, I should have grabbed something that was closer to the money.
Wait, what's that on?
I grabbed a put on Tesla.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
starting to
I
come
grabbed
down.
a put up there at 183.50 as this was failing the previous low of day.
Yeah. How bad did they come down? Let me just pull it up right now.
182.75 right now.
Okay, yeah, we're still holding kind of the trend.
Yeah, I just kind of knew it was at the top of this little intraday channel, up channel.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's at the base of it. So it's doing exactly what it was supposed to do. But I should have bought this more so for a day trade. I bought it as a cheap contract. I didn't pay much for it. Paid like, what did I pay for this? A bill? And I was just up 10% on there. It was just up like $10, 10.20. And now it's in this channel. And I'm debating if I want to get one going in the other direction just when the market is about to close. And the thing with earnings, it could take it in either direction. But if you look at the weekly, like it's in no man's land. It's in no man's land.
Yeah. Oh, the weekly. Let's see.
Yeah, it's in a downtrend. It's trying to start an uptrend, and every time it's tried to start an uptrend, it's got slammed down.
Yeah, they hating on Tezzy. Let me just see if we can get some of that momentum back up to the 4-hour shows were extended though. A 249 move will get us to S2, so we can make that play. We're below S1, so I don't see any reason why the 4-hour can't make a move back up to at least 194. 200 is your line in the sand on the macros, and 212-ish, 213 is the daily.
You looking at Tesla?
Yeah, I'm looking at the bigger picture now, like the daily. I feel like we bounced from down here, so
I'm gonna draw out. Let me see. So yeah, and that's what I started trying to do a little bit more of too. It's like starting at the very high. So like start at the weekly, and then just kind of break it down. So if you look at the weekly, what kind of trend we in?
oh, we definitely. I think the whole market is in a downtrend on the macro.
No, nuh-uh.
Let me see. Hold on, sorry.
If you look at the weekly on just about everything, we in an uptrend.
So I'm looking at something like this on Tesla to show my downtrend. We're in the same channel, so I'm just gonna go live. So I ain't gotta do too much. I just went live so you can see like why.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Yeah. So you see that? This is your weekly 3-year channel. For me, this is just
Yeah. So pull up the SPY though real quick.
Okay, got you.
So see how the SPY was in a downtrend?
Yeah.
And it's broke trend, and now it's starting an uptrend.
Gotcha. Okay. I see that.
And see how wide you draw yours?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really draw mine that wide. Let me take a look at my SPY real quick. But notice how the SPY is transitioned, and we've been in an uptrend since October 16th is where I got my uptrend started.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and then take a look at, take a look at Apple. Apple is not really a good one though. But same way, Apple broke trend in January.
Damn, this is a big range, bro. I've been trying to get Apple at 120 forever.
But see how big you draw that channel though? See, I don't draw mine that big. Cause see, all right, this is how I draw my channels. So your bottom channel, there you go. I try to find as many points as I can that's touching.
Right.
So you know when you drew that first lower channel, that was a breakout of the channel. That's an actual breakout of the channel. And then it got back in the channel. So those bigger ones are like the breakouts. That's how I look at them. They're like the breakouts. But see how Apple has been in an uptrend since like January.
Yeah.
And right now it's trading along the bottom of it. So pretty much everything has been
breaking out
in an uptrend. You look at Microsoft, it's the same way. Tesla is in a downtrend, just like you kind of drew, but the up channel is still inside of the down channel. So, like, watch when you look at Tesla. If you try to find the up channel, it's still inside of the down channel. See what I mean?
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, and that's why I call it no man's land. So everything else is broken out of its down channel and started moving higher. Except for Tesla, and there's a couple other ones out there. But so looking at Tesla, it's in a downtrend. So now look at it on the daily chart. daily chart, you get the same picture, still in that downtrend, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I look at the 4 hour. I just keep on going because those higher time frames are the ones I'm gonna base it off of. But 4 hour, we still in a downtrend.
Mm-hmm.
It had an uptrend back over there where your mouse is at now, but it broke that and now it's in a downtrend. And then I'll look at like the hourly and then the smaller time frame. But notice everything has been in a downtrend with Tesla. Except for like today, it's in a decent uptrend.
They just clapped Tesla. This thing is back to 80 something cents. Fucking money zone on the 4 hour got killed. Damn it. Oh.
Yeah, I'm up like 12% on this contract.
Fucking earnings, bro.
I could go on and sell it and like, all right, added about $20 to the account today, but I'm almost YOLOing like you. But see, like yours expires. When did you bought yours expire? When?
Friday, I think. 21st.
Nah, see, this one I bought expired May 5th, and I paid $116 for it.
Right.
So that gives me some time based on the macro. I bought it out that far based on what the weekly is showing me. So even though it's earnings tomorrow, and this thing could gap up based on the earnings, it has to gap up to over 221. It would have to gap over 221 to make my trade like outside of my down channel.
I mean, shit, listen, if we get an up move the way that this earnings could send it, I think your contracts are going to get IV crushed.
Not going out to May.
Got like 10 more days, 20 more days. 15.
Yeah.
Nah,
it could.
Bro, if we go up to 200, what's your strike?
150.
Oh, hell no, LMD. We go up to 200. We ain't dropping 50 points on Tesla in no 20 days.
Yeah, but see, it can go either way.
Yeah, I know. If you get, bro, if they go down, you're going to get paid. They're already starting to go down. And,
But again, see, like I said, the way that I thought it out, though, is if you go back and look at the weekly chart.
Yeah, the macros. Mm.
Yeah, look at the weekly chart on it. And it needs, because again, like I said, it has to go over, these the numbers based on how I draw my chart.
Mm-hmm.
It has to break 207 or call it 208. It got to break 208 to get back into the weekly up channel that it's trying to start. And it has to break 220 to get out of the weekly down channel.
Yeah, I'm on that.
And then the base of the weekly down channel is 120. Look at where your whole moving average is. It's at 150, right?
This one here is, the one down
153?
Here. That's the weekly, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not out of the realm for this to go back down and touch that.
Yeah. It's
so
definitely
that's how I
not.
looked at it, because I see it on the big picture. It's in a downtrend, and again, if it may take, because again, I got time on it now, so I could let this go all the way to May 1st, and it hit down there, and it's still gonna be green. It ain't gonna kill me that much on it.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't buy one that's gonna expire like on Friday, because I'll give it time to kind of work. And if this thing just wants to drop tomorrow and be at like 180, I'm good. We'll probably sell it. And if it go the other way and go up to 200, I'm still good.
Nah, bro. If it goes to 200, the crush that you're gonna see on that IV is just you're gonna have time to come back down. It's just, I don't know about 15 days though.
Because the strike price is the strike price.
But you have a 150 strike price.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be 50 points away from your strike. in 10 days, in 11, 15 days, you expect that move. Tesla has an ATR $8. I mean, you got to have everything happen right. Straight $10 falls. Boop, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the whole play. Same way, like,
Yeah,
it's hard to say that this is gonna go $20 to the upside.
that's true too. Shit, it could go $20 and fail a whole 50. So who knows? But
Yeah, and that's why I say I'm just based on the longer term picture. And that's why I was saying earlier, like, you can't never really trust the earnings, but just based on the chart, I kind of know if this gaps up, where it's gonna gap up to. It's gonna gap up to either 20, what's that, around 203, because that's gonna put it at the top of the that's going to try to get it back into the weekly up channel. And if it breaks that, it's going to come back up to 211. Because if you look at the weekly, that's an area where it kind of based out at. And then if it get above that, it has to break around 220. 220 will get it out of the down channel.
yeah,
And if we get out of, and that's a huge, look at weekly candles.
this thing.
Like, the only candle that's that big is going out to January 23rd on the weekly.
Fucking
Look at what an average candle is for Tesla on a weekly
weekly.
basis.
It's the same. The ATR, I think, is going to be $8. Let me see.
Yeah, but see, I'm going by the weekly ATR. So a weekly ATR is around $25. It moves about $25 a week.
Yeah, I'm not sure
That's
why this isn't picking up any. My code doesn't pick up anything on the weekly. Man, this shit is tanking like a rock, bro. This was what I was afraid of, that it doesn't hold the last couple of minutes of earnings and the market kind of dumps, because this was the earning play right here. A ramp up before earnings, then a dump.
Yeah, but again, like, we all know, like, this shit can change. But I'm gonna show you. Excuse me.
Yeah, now I see a weekly play though, man. That shit could go crazy.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna show you my what I drew for, because remember how I said to look at each time frame, look at the weekly, look at the daily, look at the 4 hour, and look at the hourly. I'll send you a picture of all of mine, because that's why I like to look at them, all of them at the same time, because I can look and see, like, okay, well, this looks this way, because like I say, on a shorter time frame, it could be looking killer, and then you look at that other one and you like, oh snaps, what did I just do? AMD was a perfect example. But I just and I just drew this channel on my 4 hour chart. It was not on there a minute ago. I did it once when we were talking.
These rat bastards. Somebody close the
And then
market.
you'll kind of see why it's doing what it's doing.
The top of the channel, definitely the intraday. I think that was a 1 hour top too. Yep. Yeah, that was the top of the 1 hour channel.
Yeah, there you go. So like the two oh, that was the wrong one though.
Man, y'all some bastards, bro. Y'all gonna take me back to 50 cents. I should have just killed this trade. Got back in this motherfucker.
Yeah, I just sent you that's my trading screen. So that's what I'm looking at when I'm actually trading. But that's my pre-market layout. So if you look at like the upper center chart, which is the hourly, and the upper right chart,
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh.
I'll get to it.
those purple lines told me like this is about to come back down because it's testing the top of that channel. Again, what it does once the market closes, anybody guess, but I'm up $20 right now on that contract.
Crazy. This shit is tanking like a friggin'. This is an easy short, bro. And
Another thing,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, see, I started looking at the volume now, and look at the volume has picked up drastically in these candles.
Yeah, everybody's shorting the shit out of it. I mean, they getting rid of these contracts, bro. Anybody in long is getting out of there. Shorts are probably picking up.
It's at VWAP right now, so that's why it's kind of bouncing.
I'm like, yo, somebody close the market. Hurry up. This thing is gonna double bottom, bro.
Nah, VWAP trying to hold and volume is coming in.
Yeah.
Like this candle right here might be high of day volume on the 2-minute chart.
Somebody close the market.
Other than like the pre-market candle.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than the first candle of the morning, let me see. Oh yeah, yeah. We are getting up to we getting up to I like that I dropped those lines on my volume charts too. Yeah, that candle right there just missed hitting good solid volume. And that candle had more buyers than sellers in it on the 2-minute chart. So they're trying to hold on for you, but
No,
if you look at, like I said, if you look at my charts, you'll kind of see why I took the short on there.
Yeah, no, I was with you when we got up there. I just figured, I'm on a YOLO play, stick to the guns, yada yada yada. But this dump is so fast that we're back to negative 30% on the contract, and we literally hit 105. I could have got out break even, bro. Incredible. This thing drops any more, man.
Yeah, if it breaks VWAP, it's over. It's headed down to 178.
We're gonna double bottom. This market needs to close like right now, or this shit is over. We got 10 minutes. The bot's about to go crazy, bro.
Go VWAP, but again, this could be that setup too, where it's trapping short, saying you just never know if these is people getting out of their long positions or if it's people accumulating short positions.
They always say this before earning, it ramps up and then it dumps.
See, I really should get out of this. I'm up. These are the ones where I'm like, man, why didn't I just buy 2 contracts? Because I can get out of one and lock this money in. Because it's up 20%. On like I said, on a $150 strike price out to May.
You might as well ride this to close. Oh yeah, you're not seeing no theta crush. Not right now, at least. This thing is gonna bend the fucking bottom of the Bollinger Band, you guys. Bro, I could have cut this shit a long time ago.
Look at that candle, the hourly candle though. Like this 1 hour candle and took up 3 previous hour candles.
Yeah, that's why I like going for that 1 hour play, man. When the 1 hour kicks in, that's the hedge funds, man. They moving the hell out of the market. So all this waiting that you were doing just to take that trade is worth it.
Yeah, it's that lottery ticket here because you don't know what's gonna happen when that ding 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 happens.
They're getting out. They get out.
No, I'm saying though, but you don't know what's gonna happen with the stock. This thing could just shoot to the moon out of nowhere.
Bro, slow it down. Somebody stop this shit before we double bottom. This contract's gonna be 50 cents again. What the flying? Yeah, I know. In the grand scheme of things, this little $3 that it dropped, $2 that it dropped is fucking nothing.
Nah, because it's still green on the day since open. It's red overall. But it's still, man, that's a huge drop, though. It's down 2% today.
Shit. That's because
Netflix
dropped too?
is down 3%. That's crazy. But the other thing that Tesla has in its favor is the weekly 200 is at 177.76. That's key. That's like key support.
SPY just came down like a tank too. The whole market trying to exit before goddamn earnings. ES, all that shit just came down like a tank. ES is bouncing, but you know. Let's see if we get. You go outside.
Yes, I need to do this more often. Like thoroughly think out my trades, because I can get out right now and be up 25% on this trade. So this is technically a good trade. I will be a fool not to get out of this trade right now. I really would be a fool not to get out of this, man. I'm just watching this thing just. Oh, man. This is crazy. Man, tell me to get out this trade, man. Dang. Look at that waterfall. What's the SPY doing right now?
It's bouncing and holding, but we got that 6 more minutes right here.
Yeah, the SPY is bouncing perfectly off of a it's doing what it was supposed to do. I send you a picture of my SPY charts, and you'll see where I drew on the 4 hour
Still falling.
a line, and it is, when I say respecting that thing perfectly, these charts look crazy because I had those zones on it, and it's trading right in a zone right now. But it's my SPY chart, and you'll see why it's bouncing right where it's bouncing at. If you look at the 2 charts up in the top right,
Let me get there.
I didn't even draw a channel. I just drew the lower trend line. It's bouncing right at that trend line.
4 hours.
So it's, yeah, and on the hourly chart, it's doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Catch support.
Come on, don't leave without me. Don't leave without me. 5 more minutes left.
Tesla is such a beautiful trade that I should be getting out of it right now.
Yeah, don't let them bounce back on you, man. Got 5 minutes in the market.
I'm YOLOing it.
Get it. Let's get it.
Because you think if this thing hits 150, 170, and look at the volume. Yeah, the volume in those last 3 2-minute candles have been nice. Let's see what the 5-minute volume looks like. Oh yeah, that's wow. Not quite high of morning, because high of morning is like stupid. And this is something else that's like very interesting. So like that last 5-minute candle,
Mm-hmm.
it has the same amount of volume as the opening candle, as the very first candle of the morning.
That's that guy. He was buying all this shit up. He sold everything.
Let me see. So that first candle this morning had 2.5 million shares in it. And that last 5-minute candle had wow. So the last 5-minute candle had 2.564 million shares. The first candle had, or not the very first, the second 5-minute candle, 2.607 million shares. So That's where all of the volume, and that was a red candle too. Man. I think I had said it. Like I wanted to see a curl in the volume.
Yeah.
All right, this last picture. It's almost time for me to clock out.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have T minus 2 minutes to death.
Perfect time and my internet goes out. I wonder if it's because I'm pulling so much data, they just like be killing my stuff.
I go, this guy is pulling too much.
But yeah, that's the 5. So if you look at that 5-minute chart, see how the volume was higher and then it created a bowl. And I was saying I wanted to see the volume ramp back up in a bowl. And you'll see it, how it ramped back up right there. That's what I like to see on the volume. And it was doing it to the downside. So more sellers was coming in. So that was another kind of way I was looking at it. But yeah, it then kind of based out right here. Well, I am technically up 25% on that trade. Not gonna get out of it. So technically it was a good trade. Like if I got out right now, I would be up 25%. But I'm a YOLO it.
I'm about to get out of my account on Tradeovate before I fucking take some longs at the close for the Tesla breakout on MNQ.
You said take a long on it?
If this shit goes up, you could just friggin' take a long on MNQ and this thing will go crazy, but it's coming down like a rock. 40 seconds, guys. 40 seconds. Just hold your coins for 40 seconds.
What time is the earnings call?
Yeah, they usually say it's like supposed to be at like 17. So what's that?
5 o'clock.
Yeah, that thing's gonna come out right now. As soon as the market closes.
I really should have got out of that trade. Oh God. What did I do? What did I do?
You got 2 seconds, 7 seconds.
It is. I didn't unhook my mouse now. And watch it ramp back up and be like, yep, you big dummy, you should have got out.
Here we go. Here goes nothing.
Did you double down? Did you double down and get you one more?
Oh, me no, man. I'm not adding any fuel to this fire. Stay disciplined with that at least. That's been protecting my account.
Yeah. I hate I didn't get 2 of them. Because I could have sold the one, went on and locked that little 25% in. And then whatever it do tomorrow, I may just give back some of the gains or add to them, but we'll see. Another good day in the market, though. Finished it green.
Yeah, I got some baby green today on the options, but pretty nice day on futures. I shut down early too, so that was good.
Yeah, that was my thing, man, to get in and out early. I was supposed to put in a leave request. I'm going to Vegas next week. Let me do that right now.
Hey.
So my boss ain't looking at me sideways next week when I put it in. It's definitely a much needed trip too. Time and attendance. Leave request. Next Wednesday is April 26th. 6. 27. 28.
Big chunk of that candle just came back. I'm getting the hell off the screen. I can't watch this bloodbath.
thing is, I don't even think Tesla gonna affect. If Tesla tanks, I don't think it will affect the market too much, because Tesla been holding the market down so long. Alright, that's 24. That's gonna leave me 300 hours. We good with that. All right, man. I'll catch you a little later about the slide about this office.
All right, man. Have a good night. They just brought everything back up to the collapse level, but good luck, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Yes, sir. I'll holler at you.
All right, guys. Hope you had a nice trending day to the upside. We got some decent opportunities to go long on SPY. Definitely almost every pullback got bought up. You know the rules. Stay with the trend. Easy way to identify it is the green candles on the 5-minute and the 15-minute. Cyan pullbacks got you some nice pops. Dark green pullbacks in this case got you some nice pops, and then they killed the market at the end of the day, which, you know, I guess was expected after a nice run up. We were targeting some levels. Definitely this 414 level from the 15-minute was a target. 413 was a target. I took that. Didn't even quite make it to 413. Was anticipating a freaking fall, but